Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The next day, the endless view is above the sea. As a thick thunderbeam fell, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Shinigami pirates was destroyed in an instant, leaving only undulating wreckage on the sea. The curses and begging for mercy on the ship also sank into the sea. This is the third Shinigami pirates group that Luo D and the others have encountered since they left Nightingale Island. Seeing the helpless expression on Luo D's face, Lafayette came over with a newspaper. "Captain, after those guys see this newspaper, they may never dare to pretend to be our Shinigami pirates again." After Luo D took it, he glanced briefly. The Shinigami pirates appear again, destroying 28 warships and robbing 7 warlords of the sea. Is this a provocation? Is it a declaration of war? The inevitable war is about to begin. Tisk, as expected of you, the king of news. Luo D shook his head helplessly. In fact, the above statements are all facts, but it always feels like an inexplicable exaggeration. What is the most shocking news today? Oh no, or in the past month? There is no doubt that it is the newspaper published by World Economic News Service today. In fact, even Luo D himself didn't know how terrifying the influence of this newspaper would be. The word God is undoubtedly an absolute taboo for people in the pirate world. It would be better if no one knew. But if everyone knows about it, it will attract the attention and anger of the Tianlong people. Not only did Shinigami Rodi appear in the newspaper, but the god of thunder, Iko, also appeared. The duplicate printed pictures all demonstrate the power of Iko. Destroying more than 20 warships in an instant stirred the nerves of some Tianlong people. A conspiracy that no one is aware of is like a trap set by a hunter. Once trapped, you will be unable to break free. Malinvando, Marine Headquarters. Warring States looked at the newspaper on the table with a headache. Damn World Economic News Agency. Reporting this kind of thing is undoubtedly a slap in Marine's face. The dispute between Marine and the Shinigami pirates is also inevitable. However, the guys from New World and the increasingly turbulent first half left them with no extra troops to capture the Shinigami pirates. Isn't it better to just stay on the empty island? To be honest, Warring States did not want to mobilize generals unless necessary. What's more, there is a precedent for Akiji's failure. Being able to fly is such a tricky ability. This reminded him inexplicably of the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who destroyed most of the Marine base more than 20 years ago. At this time, Lieutenant General He, who had been silent, pointed to a corner of the newspaper. Since the 7 warlords of the sea enjoy the rights given by the world's government, they should also fulfill their corresponding obligations. What's more, he also has a conflict with the Shinigami pirates. Why not take advantage of it? Warring States was stunned for a moment, then looked at the inconspicuous smiley face icon on the newspaper. He seemed to understand. Alabasta. The Golden Merly is parked in a deserted harbor. Wow, dash. Nyota looked at the newspaper in his hand, his small eyes reflecting Luo D's figure. His eyes were full of adoration. It was snatched from the straw hats, and the straw hats were lying on the ground in unison at this time. Sanji lit a cigarette very depressed and fell into an emo mood. The special drink he just made for Nami-san was snatched away by the group of manatees. Luffy's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Half of his face was squeezed out of shape by the rocks, and his eyes lost their highlights. Is this the Grand Line? Usopp had a bruised nose and swollen face, and his face was ashen. The Grand Line is so scary. Even the baby manatee is so powerful. Why go out to sea? He could already foresee how miserable the future would be. Zoro was half leaning on a rock, looking up at the sky, his fighting spirit undiminished. I really want to fight Shinigami Luo D, even though he hasn't even beaten Luo D's disciple yet. And Chopper was bandaging their wounds and constantly giving them some precautions. On the melee, Nami revealed 2 big, smart eyes, quietly watching the situation below. She is probably the most treacherous person on the entire ship. Nyota looked at the newspaper in his hand. In the end, because he couldn't understand it, he had to cut out a few pictures about the Shinigami pirates, and then he jumped into the sea with a group of younger brothers. However, I'm afraid I forgot that newspapers are not waterproof. Phew, finally gone. Nami breathed a long sigh of relief. When the water was completely calm and there were no more waves, he came to the shore. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zoro came to his senses, then supported the ground with a long knife, slowly walked towards the abandoned newspaper, bent down, and picked it up. A lot of the information above has been messed up by Nyoda's tearing, but the words Shinigami Luo-D, Thunder God Aiko, Seven Warlords of the Sea, and other words can be vaguely seen. Zoro's eyes gradually became sharp. Luo-D, wait, I will definitely defeat you. Suddenly, Hawkeye's knife could not help but appear in his mind, and there was still a dull pain in his chest. In Hawkeye my Hawk, Gulu, a strange sound sounded at an inappropriate time. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luffy touched his belly and looked sideways at Sanji. He scratched his head, his bruised and purple smile looking slightly funny. Sanji, I'm hungry. Nami came over angrily and punched him on the head. Eat, eat, eat. You've even eaten Bailey. That's what I saved with great effort. Save? Usopp glanced at her, but it was hard to expose her. Zoro put away the newspaper and shook his head helplessly. The loan shark he owed for buying a knife some time ago has not yet been repaid. What a headache. Sanji's eyes flashed with love. He clasped his hands and circled around Nami, and kept saying Nami-san in his mouth. It's hard to imagine that this is a group of pirates. Chopper, who had just tidied up the small medicine box, asked a question from his soul. Who is the master of that group of kung fu manatees, Shinigami Luo-D? As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped making noise. In fact, among everyone, only Sanji, Zoro, and Nami know something about Shinigami Rodi, but not much. However, now, after being beaten up by Kung Fu Manatee, they realized how terrifying Luo-D really was. Take a look. At this time, Zoro took out the half-broken newspaper again. The content above shocked everyone. Usopp's legs were trembling and his tone was exaggerated. 28 warships were sunk in an instant, and this was just the work of a teenage girl from the Shinigami pirates. They usually only run away when they see warships. Needless to say, the difference is huge. Luffy pressed down his straw hat, clenched his fists, and said swornly, "No matter how difficult it is, I am determined to be one piece. This sea is indeed dangerous, but his dream will not change. In the future, whoever blocks his way, he will beat them all away with his fists." The City of Water, the birthplace of the sea train. It is also an extremely beautiful city, famous for its shipbuilding technology, and the ships it builds are exclusively used by world governments and dignitaries. On the quiet sea, the Shinigami passed through the back streets outside the Water City, drove away under the shocked and horrified eyes of people, and finally docked at an uninhabited promontory. It's not easy for pirates to enter through the main entrance. Luo-D didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, even if these troubles were nothing to him. Is this the City of Seven Waters? It's really spectacular. Winnie stood on the deck and looked at the huge fountain in the center. The water flow divided into several streams and turned into waterways, as if irrigating and nourishing the city. Yes, it's really beautiful. AI Ku on the side held up her chin and nodded, her eyes full of admiration. At this time, Luo-D walked out of the cabin, holding a huge bag in his hand, which contained a huge amount of gold, all brought from the empty island. However, most of them still stay on the empty island. After all, the gold reserves are so huge that even if a Shinigami is full, they can't fit them all. Luo-D walked straight to Lafayette and handed him the heavy bag. Lafayette, go and exchange these gold for Bailey's. Our ship needs to be taken good care of. The Shinigami accompanied them to heaven and earth. Although it had been well repaired, there were still some problems. As for Fryan, he prefers rebuilding ships to repairing them. Although his boat repair skills are also top-notch, it is always good to find a professional boatman to take a look. What's more, Luo-D still has something to discuss with Bing Shan. When he got off the boat, He looked at Simonton. The calm gaze made Simonton stiffen. He really doesn't want to be someone who understands things instantly. Good job. Lafayette came over and patted his shoulder with his cane. His pale face was calm, but Smanton knew that this was definitely not the case in his heart. Simonton rolled his eyes at him, pushed up his glasses, and did not refute. TCH, remember to bring me 2 sets of chess. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, by the way, there are dice. Say it in one breath. Well, that's probably it. Okay. Immediately, Lafayette spread his wings and flew into the sky. He is an action person. Whatever Luo D asks him to do, he will definitely complete it as quickly as possible. Let's go. Luo D waved his hand and said goodbye to everyone. He took Huang Quan on his arm, leisurely got off the boat, and walked towards the city. Alone, he did not let Aiko and the others follow. The water city is beautiful, and at this time, they should be allowed to take a stroll on their own. Life should not only be about fighting and killing, but it is also good to enjoy the beautiful scenery occasionally. However, what he didn't expect was that Fryan actually followed him. Why don't you work on your invention? Fryan has been improving the cannon these days, trying to shorten the firing interval. As for its power, it needs to be improved. A few days ago, he was deeply shocked by the spectacular scene of Tuji and Leisu taking out a warship with one shot. Fryan unfolded the notebook, and there were so many words written on it that it was hard to imagine how he did it. Need to buy some materials. Luo D paused slightly. Missing Pele? Fryan nodded without any cover-up. Well, there are a lot of shortages, and we need some sea-floor stones, but there should be no supply here. Most of the sea stones come from Wano, and most of them are in the hands of New World and Marine. In the first half of this great route, it may be difficult to obtain large quantities of sea tower stones. Then why don't you go find Lafayette? Nowadays, for Luo D, the most indispensable thing is Bailey, so when faced with Fryan's request, he did not refuse. What's more, most of the things developed are used on the Shinigami, which is not a loss at all. Fryan took the notebook back and sighed. I can't help it. I was in a laboratory just now, and he left as soon as I came out. Then you go to the boat and wait for him. Actually, it's not bad to go out for a walk. If I follow you, I won't be afraid of being robbed or anything like that. Are you still afraid of this? The water city is not that simple. There are a lot of pirates in it. After that, there was one more person beside Luo D. Of course, Luo D brought Fryan not because of his one-sided words, but because of his own considerations. Center Street is the busiest street in the water city. After a simple inquiry, Luo D arrived here quickly. Passing by pedestrians one after another, Fryan finally couldn't help but ask, "You're not really here to go shopping, are you?" Really, he hated this noisy atmosphere. Being among the crowd was like countless ants crawling on his body. It felt so uncomfortable. Luo D ate the city's unique snacks, which tasted really good. You can go back if you really can't bear it. Is this the default? Fryan resisted the urge to turn around and leave. He came out in a hurry and didn't bring a weapon. In addition, it was too dangerous here. 2 out of 10 people around him were pirates, so he didn't dare to go back alone. Luo D finished the last bite, looked at Fryan's uncertain face, and smiled softly. Okay, our destination has arrived. Pub? You want a drink? Fryan paused and looked at Luo D in surprise. After all this time, he has never seen Luo D drinking. Try something new? Still have another purpose. Luo D didn't care what he was thinking, pushed the gate of opening and walked straight inside. The owner of the bar is very muscular, with a weird horn haircut, a white apron, and a Madara shirt. At this time, he was carefully inserting a white cloth into the cup. It was not until Luo D came in that he asked, What do you want to drink?" Luo D didn't miss the subtle change of expression on his face and put his hands on the counter. Suddenly, countless black smoke clouds emerged, covering the entire tavern in an instant. Before the tavern owner had time to react, his neck was clamped tightly by a pair of big hands. "Ahem, what are you doing?" He struggled to escape, but the strange force made him feel powerless, totally unable to break free. What's even more frightening is that his fruit power has expired. He has obviously touched Luo D's hand. And this bar owner is Bruno, one of the members of CP9 and the owner of the Min Min Fruit. Luo D saw the horror in his eyes, snorted softly, and spoke slowly. Haki is the power that overrides all. When Haki is strong enough, even a devil fruit's ability will be ineffective. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I'm afraid you don't know what Haki is, right? Bruno's face turned red, and he stared at the person in front of him. Domineering? In fact, Bruno knew what domination was. But because of Spandam's order and having been lurking here for nearly 5 years, he had no time to learn. However, even if he learned it, he cannot break free. After all, there are strong and weak levels of domineering. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. The Min Min fruit belongs to me. The gate fruit is a very powerful fruit. Because of this, Luo D rushed to the tavern on Center Street almost immediately after arriving in the water capital. The black smoke clouds surrounding it have a requiem isolating effect. Nothing here will be exposed. Dai Shinigami Luo Du, you are involved with world politics. The clamping force on his throat became stronger and stronger. Bruno couldn't break free, so he took in less air and outgassed more, and his face turned red. He muttered some words intermittently, but soon entered the boundless dark world with lingering horror. Passed out. This almost crushing victory demonstrated the power of Luo D. It's time to take it out. Luo D's eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he pulled out the underworld with one hand. The extremely thick demonic power surged from his forehead and completely enveloped Bruno like a maggot attached to the bone. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of cold light, and the long sword struck through the void. And this simple knife cut off the soul and shattered the void. Bruno's life was easily taken away without any contact. The fully awakened power is so domineering and powerful that it can cut off souls without revealing Shinigami's true form. Then, Luo D let go of his right hand, and the devil's power was pulled out with the power of the Min Min fruit, and finally merged with the fruit that had been prepared aside, and strange lines appeared on the fruit instantly. Bang! Because Bruno's body lost its controller, it hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound, but it did not alert anyone. But after a while, Bruno seemed to be possessed by something and stood up again like a zombie. His movements were slightly stiff, and he moved his limbs, but his bones crackled. Immediately afterwards, he began to walk, but very slowly, like a baby taking steps, unfamiliar but with an inexplicable familiarity that comes from the most primitive instinct of human beings. In other words, he could walk originally. It's just that I haven't walked for too long. From now on, you'll be called Ghost. Of course, you will still be Bruno to the outside world, so continue to lurk here. After saying that, Luo D picked up the newly formed devil fruit and handed it to him. Eat it. Bruno, no, it should be called Ghost now. He took the Min Min fruit and was a little confused at first, then mechanically put it to his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The unspeakable change finally caused some changes in his stiff face. Vomit. Luo D nodded, handed him a phone bug, then turned around and walked slowly out. The surrounding black smoke dissipated as he left. The tavern was once again filled with laughter, shouts, and shouts. The only thing that has changed is that the bar owner Bruno is no longer the original Bruno. His soul has been replaced by the soul of former CP9 member Deller. That was one of the 3 former CP9 members that Luo D had never touched. Add him to today's CP9 members, everything is so reasonable. And his action of extracting the Min Min fruit seemed unnecessary. But that was after careful consideration. This is to prevent what happened to him from happening again. If the devil fruit is combined with the soul, things may be beyond his control. Luo D would not do something detrimental to himself. As soon as he went out, he saw Frian, who was rubbing his eyebrows and looking like he was in pain. Luo D glanced at him strangely. What's wrong? Frian shook his head to ease the pain. What did you do in there? He had been following Luo D, but after Luo D entered the tavern, a black smoke cloud suddenly appeared. Frian tried to enter, but there was no way, and the smoke had a strange rebound force, which even caused him some injuries. Luo D shrugged. You don't need to know. Okay, Let's go to dock number 1. Lafayette might already be waiting for us there. With that said, he crossed Fryan and entered the sea of people with a steady pace. In fact, Fryan wanted to stay here to find out what happened, but Luo D had already said so, and he didn't want to stay much longer, so he had no choice but to leave. A dark alley. 2 mysterious men in gray robes stared at the backs of Luo D and Fryan. Even Luo D was unaware of their existence because he did not release the color of seeing and hearing. After all, seeing and hearing is an active skill. No one will take the initiative to release it in non-combat situations, which will only waste one's own physical strength. Are you sure? Yeah, it's Shinigami Rodi. One of them handed a photo to the other. It's true. Do you want to tell the captain? He has long wanted to know Shinigami Rodi. Don't worry. They're probably here to repair the ship. We'll definitely run into them again later. Now it's better to kill that fat sheep first. It won't be good if he runs away. Okay, I'll pass the information on to the captain first. The world of pirates is like this. Blood and violence are always accompanied. Greed is always present, and it is common to step on others to get the upper hand. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey all depends on strength. Carrera Company is the world's leading commercial leader in the shipbuilding industry. It was a large company jointly established by the merger of 7 shipyards in the water capital. Its leader is Bing Shan, who is known as a genius shipbuilder, and he is also the mayor of the water city. Dock number 1. There is a mixture of fish and dragons here, including government officials and pirates hiding among them. Without exception, they're either here to repair or buy a boat. Barry, the vice president of Carrera Company, had just assembled the mast of a semi-finished ship and was sitting on a big log, drinking water and entering a short rest period. Thump thump. Along with the sound of footsteps, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Barry wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, took out a cigar from his inner bag, lit it and took a deep breath before he frowned and asked, "Repair a boat or buy a boat?" His businesslike tone was devoid of emotion. Luo D chuckled lightly and bent down his ear. "I have something to do with your president. Please tell me." The sound was so low that only Barry could hear clearly. He raised his eyes slightly, and what came into view was a somewhat familiar handsome face. It turned out to be, involuntarily, his brows furrowed deeper. He suppressed the surprise in his heart, took another deep breath on his cigar, and stood up slowly. "What is it?" "Of course, if you don't tell me, I have reason to suspect that you will be harmful to your husband." Barry's conversation with Luo D soon attracted the attention of Rob Lucci and Kaku. As members of CP9, even when performing missions, they will not forget to collect various intelligence, not to mention Barry, who has a close connection with Bing Shan. That's... Kaku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned to look at Rob Lucci, who was not far away. Lucci put his hands in his pockets, still looking expressionless, as if Luo D's appearance had no impact on him at all. At this time, a thin black smoke cloud suddenly emerged, completely wrapping Luo D and Barry. From the outside, you can only see their lips moving slightly, as if they're saying something, but people outside can't hear it at all. "What are they doing?" Kaku frowned, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. Just as he was about to go up and interrupt, he saw Lucci rushing out not far away. As the most powerful killing weapon in the history of CP9, he is very decisive, but he only uses less than half of his power. The Marine 6 form cannot be used temporarily, which will reveal their identity. However, based on his physical strength alone, the power he displayed was also amazing. With a movement of his feet, like a sharp arrow, he was in front of the black smoke cloud in an instant. As he raised his feet, powerful force stirred the air, and the combination of speed and power was seamless. But as soon as Lucci came into contact with the smoke, he immediately noticed something was wrong. That countershock force is extraordinary, and if you continue to kick, you will only hurt yourself. Facing the hidden crisis, his body reflexively used shaving, pulling away almost instantly, and a wave of air ejected from the point where his leg came into contact with the smoke, irritating the pigeons on his shoulders. Seems uneasy. Fortunately, Barry inside the smoke did not notice him, but was in an extremely emotional state. Barry was angry at what Luo Di said. The hands are held empty, and two white ropes appear on the cuffs. Luo Di dispersed the black clouds with a wave of his hand and said calmly, "Of course, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you don't agree, it will only be a matter of time before I find a spegu." A spegu is the real name of the iceberg. Barry was biting his cigar tightly, and the anger on his face could hardly be suppressed. The relationship between us is not something you can instigate with just a few words. Luo Di, you will pay the price. And just as he was manipulating the white rope and preparing to take action, a steady voice came from behind. Etc. Lu Chi and Kaku's bodies also had a violent meal, and the tight muscles under their clothes instantly relaxed, and the aura on their bodies also dissipated. The person who can make them give up the attack is the mayor of Water City and the president of Carrera Company, Bingshan. The moment Barry saw the iceberg, he became anxious. He rushed over and protected him with his body. He put one hand in front of him to prevent Luo Di from attacking. "Mr. Bingshan," and the words were just half spoken. Bingshan put his hand on his shoulder and interrupted him. At this time, Kaku, Lu Chi, Lulu, and Deluston came over at the same time, protecting Bingshan like Barry. "Captain Lodi." Over the capital of water, a figure flew from the distant sky. He was very fast, like a black meteor. He flapped his wings 3 or 2 times before arriving behind Luo Di. The heavy sound of the landing seemed to hit people's hearts. The boatmen, government officials, and even pirates who were attracted by the movement here suddenly became a little nervous. They had read more or less the newspapers from the previous 2 days. The person coming is the Devil Sheriff Lafayette. It was written in the newspaper that he alone killed all the Marines in the G6 Branch Unit 07. What made them even more uneasy was what he called Captain Luo Di. Shinigami Luo Di is actually here. Everyone's eyes moved to the 2-meter-tall figure in front of Lafayette. Luo Di nodded to Lafayette, and then moved his calm eyes to the middle-aged man in a striped suit with blue-purple hair. The most eye-catching thing is the little white mouse in the breast pocket of his clothes. The man always unconsciously rubs its little head with his index finger. "Bingshan, you should know that as long as I want, no one here can stop me. This is not nonsense. The power of Luo Di and even the Shinigami pirates can have a place even in that dangerous new world." Iceberg peeled away the crowd, took a few steps forward, and said in a deep voice, "You didn't come here to tell me this, right?" Luo Di raised his chin. "Come with me. Of course, don't follow those people. This is, a deal between us." With that said, Luo Di turned around and left with Lafayette and Fryan. "Mr. Bingshan, you must not go. He has no good intentions at all." And he just said, Barry originally wanted to stop the iceberg, but as he talked, he couldn't get the second half of the sentence out. The content involved Lu Chi and Kaku. Even though he believed them, he didn't want to talk about the matter openly. Bingshan shook his head. "There are still a lot of things to do in the shipyard. You can go and do your work. You don't have to follow me." Then he followed Luo Di quickly with steady steps. After he left, Lu Chi winked at Kaku and turned to do his own thing, but he took out a phone bug in his hand. Hateful. Barry severely stepped on the half-smoked cigar under his feet. He was silent for a long time, but still did not follow. "What?" After letting out a long sigh, he found a piece of wood and sat on it, wondering what he was thinking. Dream Cafe. Very few people visit here. Luo Di and the others became the first guests today. Bingshan ordered a cup of mocha and sat against the wall, not at all nervous about facing the big pirate. "You came to the water capital specifically to find me, Shinigami Luo Di. I'm really curious. What kind of deal do you want to do?" Luo Di's lips moved slightly, and he spoke 2 words. And it was these 2 words that made Bingshan's pupils shrink. Although his expression did not change, the subtle changes in his expression could still be seen if he looked closely. Luo Di took a sip of iced coffee and continued. "However, I'm not interested in that thing. I'm quite interested in the steam-driven technology of your sea train. Of course, as a deal, I will tell you something, a major event that is closely related to your life. At this time, the iceberg gradually calmed down. Instead of mentioning that thing, he took the conversation and asked, "What's up?" Unknowingly, the initiative was in Luo D's hands. "It's still about that thing." Forehead. Bing Shan's heart started beating loudly again. "Can you still play like this?" Luo D stopped hiding it, put down the cup, and looked directly at the iceberg. After a short conversation, Bing Shan agreed to Luo D's two requests. First, a drawing of a steam-powered sea train. Second, there is a sea train flight to Ace Hall, and there is exactly one flight to Judiciary Island at 10 o'clock tonight. That was the time for the Shinigami to set sail. Dock number 1. Seeing the iceberg return safely, Barry, who had been feeling uneasy, finally felt relieved. Several boatmen immediately surrounded him. "Mr. Bing Shan, are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Damn it, you dared to take Mr. Bing Shan away like this. It's unforgivable." Bing Shan comforted him a little and left first on the pretext that he had something to do. Luo D looked at his back and then waved to Fryan. "Fryan, go get that drawing." Fryan did not refuse. He was also curious about the driving system of the sea train. If possible, the Shinigami might be able to install the same driver. Drawings? What drawings? Lu Chi and Kaku froze, almost unable to hold back, and followed. In fact, when Luo D left with Bing Shan, Lu Chi contacted Bruno and asked him to listen to the conversation. And that was not a problem at all for Bruno, who had the gate fruit. But the strange thing is that until now, Bruno still has not contacted him. What happened? Then, Lu Chi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Luo D. He had seen Luo D's abilities before, and they were very strange. Even he couldn't find a way to crack them for a while. On the other side, Lafayette was already talking to Barry. It's about repairs on the Shinigami. Barry was very dissatisfied with them, but nothing happened to Bing Shan, and he would not embarrass them. After a brief conversation, he came to Kaku and saw him staring in the direction where the iceberg was leaving, and said strangely, "Kaku, what's wrong with you? I feel a little out of shape today." Kaku shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face again. "Shall I go see the boat?" Barry took out a cigar, held it in his mouth, and said helplessly, "Although I don't want to." Mr. Bing Shan didn't say anything. "You can go and take a look." At this time, Lafayette turned his cane and walked over slowly. He behaves like a gentleman. "The location of the ship is relatively hidden. I will take you there." Khalifa is Iceberg's secretary. Due to Lu Chi's reminder, the moment she saw Bing Shan returning with Fryan, she had been secretly observing them. Until Bing Shan took out a blueprint from the locked safe, her heart began to beat rapidly. Could it be that one? She picked up the teapot and approached it slowly. When he got closer, he bent down and poured a cup of tea, but he looked at the drawing out of the corner of his eye. After observing for nearly 10 seconds, she slowly stood up straight and pushed up her glasses. "It doesn't look like it from the outside. There's no way a mere 5 pages of drawings could accommodate that thing. But it is not ruled out that there may be some secrets inside." Bing Shan picked up the cup on the table with a serious expression. "What I'm giving you is a simplified version. Also, remember not to spread it to outsiders or take it out. This drawing is all the hard work of Teacher Tom. Even the simplified version cannot be trampled on." Fryan looked at the drawings, becoming more and more excited as he looked at them. He was very interested in the contents recorded on them. "Don't worry, I'm not a profit-seeking businessman. Mayor Bing Shan, I'll leave first." After getting the drawings, Fryan was delighted and planned to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, the sound of iceberg suddenly sounded. "Can you tell me what you plan to do?" Fryan paused slightly, remained silent for a moment, and finally left a word. In the room, Bing Shan was silent for a long time and put down the tea in his hand that he had not yet taken a sip of. "Can it be spread externally?" "Haha, they're such an interesting group of people, but..." He placed the restless mouse on the table and pressed his right index finger and thumb on his eyebrows and temples respectively. How credible is what Luo D told him? Are there really CP9 people lurking around him? At this time, he looked up at Khalifa out of nowhere, and seeing that she was just sorting out information, he shook his head slightly. "Who is it?" It's night. The Shinigami has been lurking in the sea area where the last sea train will pass through early. The destination is Aeneas Hall. Except for people from the government, no one else is allowed to enter this train. The driver has also been replaced by a person from the government. Most of them are politicians. Of course, there are also many members of the spy agency CP organization. Aboard the Shinigami, Luo Di faced the sea breeze and rubbed the handle of Huang Quan's knife with one hand. After seeing and hearing the color, he noticed something strange. Someone is coming. There are two forces. They are fighting. One of the parties had almost no resistance and was quickly defeated. Judging from the information revealed in their words, it seemed to be a group of pirates. On the winning side, Luo Di slowly opened his eyes, as if the edge of a sword had passed through him, extremely sharp. It turns out it's them. They're chasing us. Is it because of the drawings? Smanton. When he heard Luo Di calling him, Smanton jumped 7 or 8 meters away in an instant. His technique was shaving. Captain Lodi. Luo Di nodded. The sea train is coming soon. You can drive the Shinigami and follow it directly. I have some things to deal with, and I will catch up with you soon. After saying this, 2 black smoke clouds emerged and suspended in the midair, forming a line leading to an unknown area. Luo Di jumped up and stepped lightly on the smoke cloud. He didn't make any move, but the smoke cloud pushed him forward automatically, very quickly, and disappeared into the dark night in the blink of an eye. The captain has developed a new use. Hey, when will my fruit be developed to that extent? Simonton sighed, turned around, and walked straight towards the steering wheel. Woo-woo, click, click, click. In the distance, the sea train was moving at high speed along the track, and its whistle sounded particularly harsh in this empty sea. Simonton turned his back to the moonlight, his entire face hidden in shadow. Standing next to him was a tall, graceful woman. The sea breeze blew her hair, drawing beautiful arcs that attracted people's hearts. Winnie, let's start. Other side. Following the path of the smoke, Luo Di saw a large and dilapidated pirate ship. There were only 3 living breaths on it. Tret. He jumped up like a nimble swallow. The afterimage outlines a black dotted line in the moonlight, like a meteor streaking across. To him, a large mast of 40 or 50 meters is like a short tree stump that can be stepped over at any time. Not worth mentioning. The sea breeze fluttered his clothes, and his half-long black hair clung to his handsome face like a knife, adding an evil aura. Shinigami Rodi. On the deck, Lu Chi, Kaku, and Bruno, who heard the movement, looked up at the top of the mast at the same time. Under the moonlight, the familiar figure made their hearts skip a beat. They were discovered first. Lu Chi frowned slightly and waved his hand towards Bruno, who looked like a big black bull. Bruno, take us up. This time he didn't borrow Hadoli's mouth to speak, because there was no need to hide anymore. Anyone who sees their CP9 will die. Bruno. Seeing that Bruno didn't move, Kaku turned his head with a look of doubt on his face. However, he just stood there quietly like a huge statue. So strange. Lu Chi, who had been observing Bruno, frowned and sensed something was wrong. Before, he asked Bruno to monitor Luo Di and Bing Shan, but he lost contact later. It was only this afternoon that he barely made contact, but still no useful information was fed back. Moreover, there was a subtle change in the way he spoke. Very problematic. Could it be? Kaku. Lu Chi shouted loudly. The tacit understanding between CP9 made Kaku react instantly. Lan Jiao. The body jumped into the air, and the right leg kicked out fiercely. The powerful force stirred the air, and the rolled-up vacuum airwaves were like sharp blades, quickly drawn out. Paper painting. Bruno's ears moved slightly, and he released all his strength. His body shifted just right with the air slashing waves, and none of his several slashing attacks hit him. Then, Bruno suddenly stood upright, moved his feet slightly, almost teleported to behind Kaku, and quickly shot out with his right palm. This is a precursor to the onset of the gate fruit. Bang! Lu Chi came, and the combination of perfect shaving and moonwalk made him faster. He kicked Bruno's wrist while raising his leg. This crucial kick also allowed Kaku to escape. Bruno also reacted quickly. His right hand was injured, but his free left hand was already beating the air. He knew Lu Qi's strength. After all, Deller, who is now residing in Bruno's body, once coached this killing machine known as the strongest CP9 in history. The flapping of his left hand caused the space to begin to distort. Bruno pushed open the door and fell into it. He is now in another dimension. As long as there is no gate of opening, neither Kaku nor Lu Qi can detect his existence. Luo Di has been observing Bruno's battle. Overall, he was very satisfied. After all, Deller had only been in control of Bruno's body for less than a day. Although the reaction is a bit poor and the use of various powers is not satisfactory, it is already very good to be able to make countermeasures. The Min fruit is a very buggy fruit, and Luo Di really hopes that it will not be buried. As a veteran CP9 member, Deller should have his own uniqueness and his own opinions on fruit development. He was quite relieved. Bruno, come here. It's time for this farce to end. It just so happened that there were 2 souls sealed in Luo Di's sword, Huang Quan. Bang! The space suddenly began to tear apart. Luo Di slowly came back to his senses. With a calm expression, he jumped into it. Immediately afterwards, the void door slowly closed, and there was no one on the mast. Angry, disappeared. Lu Qi frowned and suddenly raised his head. Sure enough, he disappeared. Where did he go? At this time, Lu Qi was in a panic that even he himself was not aware of. He never expected that Bruno would rebel. This is the first time a major member of CP9 has rebelled internally. His heart is confused. Like him, Kaku also felt uncomfortable. Bruno, who possesses the gate fruit, is 2BT. As a teammate, he can play a very good supporting role, but as an enemy, all I can say is it's extremely tricky. Unexpected attack method, undetectable movement trajectory, TSK, disaster. Coming. Lu Qi noticed the flow of qi, turned his body suddenly, and kicked out with a lawn kick. A huge shock wave rushed out at a very fast speed, and the surrounding qi energy made people's faces hurt. In comparison, Kaku was half a beat slower. Lu Qi launched his attack, and then he turned around and added a few more kicks while raising his feet. From a long distance, the Lan Jiao relative finger gun is much more practical. Luo Di walked out of the void gate, and there seemed to be air currents flowing on his body. It was a transparent armor made of armed, domineering energy. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of the air blade and the weapon color are connected. Just like an egg hitting a stone, the air blade is instantly shattered, and the air flows around. Shave. Seeing that Lan's kick was ineffective, Kaku instantly moved closer to him and stabbed it with his right index finger, turning it into an afterimage, shaking rapidly like a machine gun. Luo Di's expression remained unchanged, and with the color of Arms and Conqueror's right fist, he drove the Black Thunder, causing bursts of wind and distortion of space. Even before a punch was struck, the momentum alone was enough to make people surrender and fall to their knees. Iron block, empty wood. Lu Qi's heart pounded and his blood pressure soared. This was a reaction that only occurred when faced with a desperate situation. He straightened up as the muscles all over his body were tense. I don't know if it was fear or something else, but his hands were subconsciously protecting his chest. Between the lightning and flint, when the fist fell, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly opened, bloodshot eyes spread, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. The iron block failed, and there was no defense at all. His extended skill Komu has the characteristic of rebounding attacks, but also failed. Not even a trace of power rebounded back. What kind of power is this? Even Lu Qi's willpower was unable to withstand the double blow, both mental and physical. Lu Qi. Kaku originally wanted to attack Luo Di, but when he saw Lu Qi flying towards the sea, he quickly turned around and chased after him on the moonwalk. If Lu Qi eats a devil fruit and falls into the sea, the consequences will be disastrous. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The space behind Lu Qi suddenly distorted, and a pair of big hands stretched out from the void door and pulled him into it. Damn it, Bruno! Kaku watched helplessly as the door gradually closed, not catching up at the last moment. Bruno, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to associate with pirates? Angry, confused, all kinds of emotions were lingering in his heart, and he kept kicking out his feet. Kaku could only vent into the air. It's your turn. A familiar voice suddenly came. Kaku's body stiffened, and at that moment, because Moonwalk suddenly stopped, his eyes began to move downward. However, just after falling less than half a meter, his body was caught. What? Kaku quickly looked down. It was a black smoke cloud, and it seemed to be starting to spread upward. Not good. Kaku was about to escape, but it was too late. The black cloud had already wrapped his limbs, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Behind him, Luo D pulled out the underworld, and the sharp friction sound made people's hair stand on end. Kaku himself uses a knife, so he naturally knows what the sound is. But by this time he calmed down. Shinigami Luo D, is Bruno controlled by you? This was what puzzled him the most. Luo D stepped forward slowly and flicked the blade with his left index finger. Control? No. You may have made a mistake. He is already dead, but he just changed his soul. Then guess whose soul I replaced? After a pause in his voice, Luo D suddenly raised his head with a smile in his eyes. Let me remind you, the previous CP9 members may have mentored you. Soul replacement. Former CP9 member. What Luo D said aroused Kaku's nerves. Are you going to do the same thing to me and Lucci? Kaku pretended to be calm and stared at the person in front of him. There was a smile on his lips, and the sword in his hand was sharp, just like a real Shinigami. The waiting time was excruciating. Even if only 3 or 4 seconds had passed, for Kaku, seconds seemed like years. But when Luo D nodded and didn't deny it, Kaku's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his long nose almost became crooked with anger. Luo D, you're seeking your own death. The power of the world's government is beyond your imagination. Luo D waved his hand and chuckled. I know your identity, which few people in the CP organization know. CP9, I'm right. Well, I came here specifically to find you for your identity, just like Bruno is now. From the moment you see me, CP9 of the world government no longer belongs to the world government. Oh, by the way, do you know CP0? CP0. Kaku was shocked. It was an existence that was specifically responsible for protecting the celestial dragons and was directly under the orders of the 5 elders. Even they had difficulty accessing it. How could Luo D know this? Was he once a member of CP0? Unknowingly, Kaku has fallen into his own speculation. Seeing that Kaku was clearly in a state of confusion, Luo D raised his hand and pressed the Huangquan blade against his chest. The sharp touch and the constant consumption of physical strength brought Kaku back to his senses immediately. I think you should know it. Within 2 years, I will let you. Kaku's pupils shrank sharply, and what Luo D said simply overturned his cognition. However, before he could say anything more, the dark red long knife had penetrated his body. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. The tearing feeling in his soul made Kaku extremely painful, but he could no longer make any sound. And at the last moment, he seemed to see a familiar figure entering his body. That's Hinder. The matter has come to an end. Bruno, Kaku, and Lucci entered the space gate and successfully returned to the water capital. The only thing that changes is that they are no longer them. At the same time, there's a new task on my shoulders. Other side, Winnie controlled the high-ranking government officials, CP members on the sea train, and some Marines who were placed on the train. Relying on the power of the wind shell, the Shinigami also successfully followed behind. However, the wind generated by the wind shells is not unlimited. At present, due to the number of wind shells, the weight of the Shinigami, plus uncertain factors such as sea wind and waves, this speed can only be maintained for 20 minutes at most. Now that most of the time has passed, Luo D can only rely on him for the rest of the journey. Brother Luo D is here. Aiko retracted the tiny arc that filled the air and slowly opened her eyes. With the addition of the thunder fruit, the range of her sight colors is extremely exaggerated. Is it finally here? Frian took back the steam drive blueprint and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I caught up. Then he came to the stern of the ship and looked down, with a flash of regret in his eyes. It's a pity that since the Shinigami is too small, the electric drive system of Proverbs cannot be installed on it. Otherwise, why use this wind shell? The drawings of Proverbs Frian were studied. I also tried to simplify the electric drive system, but ultimately failed. However, he still did not give up and has been studying until now. I just didn't expect that there would be another steam drive. It's really a little helpless. Is he destined to be a boatman in the future? Woohoo! A gust of howling wind sounded, waking him up from his meditation. Turning around to look, he saw that Luo Di had returned to the Shinigami. Frian raised his feet and walked forward. When he got close, he seemed to hear the words CP9 in a daze. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace. What did you say? The one targeting us is CP9. Luo Di looked at the worrying Frian and shrugged. Well, what's wrong? Brother, that's CP9. Frian held his forehead, feeling a little headache. Behind CP9 is the world government. Have you solved them? If not, it will be troublesome. Let go. Looking at Luo Di's calm face, Frian had an even more headache. Is it too late to leave the ship? He didn't want to die in silence. Yuhei? Haha. Luo Di, you still have the nerve to smile. We are all implicated by you. You don't understand the horror of the world's government at all. What Vegapunk provides them is not something that a small pirate group can withstand. Hearing this, Luo Di rubbed the handle of Huang Quan's knife and looked at him strangely. You know quite a lot. Simonton pushed up his glasses and considered the meaning of Frian's words. Lafayette put his hands behind his back, a little more curious about Frian. He seems to have many unknown secrets. Aiko has a little face. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't understand anything. She hates the Riddler. The feeling of separation made her turn around and walk towards Winnie's room. Humph, she doesn't want to know anyway. On deck, after a moment of silence, Frian scratched his hair in distress and slowly bent down and squatted down. You don't understand at all. You don't understand. Only people like him who have truly experienced it can understand the horror of the world's government. Just at this time, the wind blown by the wind shell installed at the stern of the ship gradually becomes smaller, and the weakening of the propulsion force causes the whole speed to slow down. Luo Di spread his right hand, and countless black smoke clouds surged out and began to spread, and the Shinigami was quickly engulfed by it. Under the moonlight, a pair of strange black wings formed quickly. As they flapped, the Shinigami flew into the sky. The speed was basically the same as the sea train ahead. This kind of control is like a set procedure, which is difficult to achieve manually. Until the boat was stable, Luo Di took a step forward and bent slightly. CP9 is already my people. In the future, they will become the new ones. And my real goal is... Only Frian knew the last few words. He suddenly raised his head. His face showed fear of the world's government, but there was a deeper fear in his eyes. His strength seemed to be drained away, and his body began to fall backwards. Even if he fell to the ground, he felt no pain. Luo Di, everyone will die. You are simply crazy. Luo Di turned around slowly, his back showing determination. There happened to be a wisp of dark clouds drifting across the sky, covering up a large area of moonlight, and only a ray fell on Luo Di's handsome face. There are countless evil people in this world, but compared with that group of people, their sins seem so insignificant. Frian, I'm sure that I'm not crazy, and what I decided will not change. If you are afraid of death, you can leave now. Free? Doesn't exist. Frian was silent for a long time, and finally turned into a long sigh. He thought, maybe he was crazy too. Ace Hall, Justice Island. There is no night here. It is daytime all year round, and it is also known as the island that never sleeps. It is a place where darkness cannot reach, but it relies on the will of the world's government to do things, which is quite ironic. Judiciary Island is surrounded by a strong iron fence. However, due to the limited height, In this pirate world where the overall physical fitness is relatively high, most people who want to enter can still do it. Within the fence is the Judicial Island, which is divided into 4 parts: the Front Island, the Main Island, the Judiciary Tower, and the Bridge of Hesitation. Located behind the island is the Gate of Justice. That is Luo D's destination, and it is also a forbidden area for pirates. Generally, you can only enter but not leave, and you can never return, because you can only reach 2 places from the Gate of Justice: Marine Headquarters and Impel Great Prison. It's daytime here. How strange it is. The defense is okay, one layer after another, but it's very weak against air. So what if they discovered it? I destroyed their base with 1 shot. Hey, now that you have some strength, the little thing is becoming more and more arrogant. In the sky that is always shrouded in daylight, a medium-sized pirate ship with wings looks so abrupt. But even so, no one noticed the foreign objects that suddenly appeared in the sky. Different from the slightly relaxed atmosphere around him, Fryan's face was full of worry. After all, he had also spent some time with Vegapunk in the research laboratory established by Marine, so he naturally understood their strong strength. After breaking away from Marine later, he was considered a semi-wanted criminal. Now he just prays that he will not be discovered by the group of people below, otherwise he will be really doomed. The Shinigami flies very fast. Almost instantly, we arrived at the end of Judiciary Island, the Bridge of Hesitation. Connecting the Long Bridge is a sea area, and behind the sea area is the Gate of Justice. Wow! The wings condensed by Shinigami's power slowly dissipated, and the keel made of atoms would sink below the sea surface, causing ripples in the seawater. The hull swayed left and right a few times with the splashing waves, but the amplitude was not large and it did not cause any impact. Luo D held his right hand empty, withdrawing the last touch of Shinigami's power, and then opened up his sight, hearing, and color, covering the entire Judiciary Island. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes later, Luo D opened his eyes again and looked directly at the other side of the Hesitation Bridge. Found it. Then he pulled out Huang Quan. The friction between the blade and the scabbard made people's hair stand on end. The endless light of day struck the sharp tip of the blade, emitting a strange black light. Luo D raised Huang Quan with his right hand, level with his shoulder. His left hand touched the blade, and the power of Shinigami covered its surface. Go! The tip of the knife pierces straight out, seemingly able to span space. The power of Shinigami condenses into a long black line, which instantly spreads to a place invisible to the naked eye. Justice Island, the internal control room of the Tower of Justice. 10 uniformed supervisors were adjusting strange mechanical buttons. Fluorescent screens hang on the walls, showing surveillance footage from various areas of Judiciary Island. Yawn, it's so boring to see these repetitive things every day. An observer looked at the screens listlessly, his face slightly pale and tired. On one side, the technician put away the tools after checking the equipment. His face was calm, but his eyes had lost their luster and were a little numb. So what if it's boring? Can you still stop doing it? No one noticed that a black beam as thick as an arm penetrated the thick wall and hit the back of the observer's head. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned white, his body trembled suddenly, and some strange changes were slowly happening. What's wrong with you? The technician who had just packed up his tools looked at the observer, who was alive and well a second ago, but now he was twitching from time to time and immediately became nervous. As soon as he got closer, he discovered a black beam of light. No, more like some kind of cloud. What the hell is this? Out of curiosity, he got closer. Just at this moment, the observer woke up, and the technician's sudden opening of his eyes startled him. The shock caused his body to retreat slightly, and the corner of the stool behind him just got stuck in the socket of his foot. Bang! The huge impact caused the surrounding supervisors to stop what they were doing and look towards the source of the sound. The observer stood up stiffly, came to a console, pushed his supervisor aside, and slapped a bright red button hard with his hand. At the same time, there was a sound of friction between rollers and machinery in the sea behind the Bridge of Hesitation. The gate of justice slowly opened, and the current sucked in the only ship on the sea. The Shinigami moved forward quickly, and soon poured into the current. Among Caden, you're crazy. Surprise, panic, confusion, and various emotions lingered in the hearts of the supervisors who witnessed everything. The sound of sirens sounded throughout the Judiciary Island as the door of justice opened. Soon, the door opened, and several CP members wearing black clothes and soft felt hats rushed in. The dark muzzle was pointed at the supervisor inside. Who did it? The angry scolding was followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. CP2 Captain Onru walked into the room quickly, his slightly wrinkled face unusually gloomy. Opening the door to justice is a big deal, and you're absolutely not allowed to press that switch without permission from above. This accident simply overturned the history of Judiciary Island. It's okay if nothing happens, but if something happens, no one can escape, especially the guards like them. Under pressure from Unru, someone immediately identified the prisoner. It was him, Caden. Caden, who did it? One person pointed out, and the voices immediately started to rise and fall. Yes, I don't know what happened to him. He rushed up and pushed me aside. I saw him press the button with my own eyes. Captain Onru, please arrest this criminal quickly. He may have private deals with pirates. Bang. Everyone be quiet. Onru shouted coldly, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and pressed Caden to the ground with one hand. Tell me, why did you press that button to open the door to justice? Then, he glanced coldly at the trembling people around him. And you guys search all the surveillance cameras for me 10 times today. Did you hear that? Everyone trembled violently and immediately started investigating. Onlu snorted coldly, and the strength in his hand increased. Caden, you should be aware of the interrogation methods on Judiciary Island. I advise you to confess early to avoid suffering the punishment. However, unexpectedly, Caden, who is usually very timid, seemed very tough this time. Even though his head was about to be crushed, he didn't say a word. Unru laughed angrily. Okay, Caden, you are very good. Since you like to be interrogated so much, then I will help you. Then he directly lifted Caden's head and threw his entire body to the adjutant beside him. Take him to the dark cell and let them start the interrogation. Just don't kill him. The adjutant nodded and escorted Caden out together with several CP2 members. Captain Blue, there is something discovered here. It's them. 3 images. Aiming at the iron fence outside Judiciary Island, one could just see a black shadow passing by from the sky. The speed is extremely fast, and even if it is slowed down, only the afterimage can be seen. The second place is similar to the first place. It is an image of the middle part of Judiciary Island, and there is only a black shadow. The third place is aimed at the small sea area between the Gate of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. Unlike the previous 2 places, this one is very clear. It was a pirate ship, and the pirate flag was a strange flag with a long sword and a sickle crossed, and it was extremely flamboyant under the white light of day. There were several figures on the bow deck, but they only passed by briefly and their faces were not clearly seen. Then the image was interrupted directly. It seems that the surveillance phone bug was destroyed. But relying on that flag, Onru also successfully identified the owner of the pirate ship. How brave you are, Shinigami Luo-D. Onlu's face showed a fierce look, as if he wanted to eat the people in the image alive. After a long time, he took out his phone bug and reported what happened here to Spangdam, the current chief of CP9. Beep. When the call bug hung up again, Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not implicated, but for Shinigami Luo-D, whether he can survive or not is a question. Compared to Judiciary Island, Impel City and Marine Headquarters are the most dangerous places. If a pirate goes there, he is seeking death. Unru is confident that within 2 days, news of the arrest or even death of all members of the Shinigami Pirates will be published in the newspapers. Close the door of justice. After leaving a word, he also walked out of the room. Tower of Justice. Spangdam looked at the phone in his hand, wondering whether to feed back the news he had just received to Marine Headquarters. If he told it, he might be implicated. If he didn't tell it, he would be found out sooner or later. After thinking for a long time, he finally put down the phone bug. If he had obtained the Pluton blueprint, what happened today would be completely irrelevant. If his merits outweigh his faults, he can even be promoted. Involuntarily, Spandam lay on the sofa, his mind falling into endless reverie. Impel Down is recognized as the world's #1 great prison. It is located in a windless zone. Except for warships that do not have sea towers installed, it is difficult for ordinary ships to pass. There are Poseidons all around. Therefore, it is also known as the Iron Wall. Just imagine, even if you escape from the gate of the Impel City, how will you deal with the surrounding Poseidons? Of course, if you can fly like a golden lion, that's another story. In addition to the first floor above ground, the city is divided into 6 underground floors. The further down you go, the more vicious the pirates imprisoned are. Starting from the 3rd underground floor, the pirates' bounty has been more than 50 million. Especially the last floor, the 6 underground floors, are full of big names who are famous in the sea. The criminals they imprison are big pirates who were wiped out of history because they were too vicious. They are basically legendary figures. Many of Blackbeard's crew members later came from here. Outside the Gate of Justice leading to Impel Down, the Shinigami moves at great speed along with the swirling currents. Just as they were about to collide, a black smoke cloud emerged and enveloped the Shinigami, and the ship began to float in the air, stopping just outside the Gate of Justice. Immediately afterwards, Luo D closed his eyes, unfolded his vision, crossed the windless zone, and did not stop until he pushed forward the city. After a long time, he pulled out Huang Quan and used the same move as before, stabbing the knife point straight. After a while, the door of justice slowly opened with the sound of metal friction. The whirlpool current rushed in quickly along with the open rift. Luo D did not withdraw the power of the Shinigami, but controlled the Shinigami to fly at high speed over the sea. There is a windless zone ahead, and the wind shells have not yet been stored. Without the power of the Shinigami will not be able to sail normally, and may even be surrounded by giant Poseidons. +2 #L, #=. At this time, Impel City was in chaos. The whistle kept echoing. Hannibal, the deputy summer commander who looks like a devil, rushes to the control room. Who opened the door of justice? Hearing the sound at the door, everyone in the room looked behind them. Deputy Warden. Yes, it's Mikey. I don't know why he went crazy. He suddenly rushed towards a control button. We couldn't stop him even if we wanted to. Someone complained softly. Also, maybe the poison gas administered by Warden Magellan yesterday affected him. Hannibal glanced at a few people and sighed after a long time. You guys take McGee to the infirmary for examination first, and leave this matter to me. Everyone looked at each other with admiration in their eyes. Yes. In response, everyone carried the unconscious Mikey out of the room. Hannibal was the only one left in the control room, and there was a hint of joy on his face. This is all Magellan's responsibility. If you push him out, I could become the new warden by then, As he thought about it, a glint of light flowed from the corner of Hannibal's mouth, and his face that looked like an evil ghost actually had a silly smile. As for Magellan, he is still squatting on the toilet at this time. In short, this farce ended like this. Half an hour later, the Shinigami slowly slowed down as it hugged the sea surface. Ahead is a tall, thick door. Arrive. Aiko is no longer as lively as before. Her pretty face is full of heaviness, and there is a touch of sadness in her eyes. Luo D didn't hide anything and told her everything. The evil man who massacred the entire fishing village, including her parents, was imprisoned inside. She had tried her best to suppress it, but she still couldn't help it. She needed an outlet to vent. Luo D, once you step there, you will not be able to look back and will completely break up with the world government. The sea breeze blew Fryan's hair, and he was extremely calm at this moment. Now that he was in the same boat as Luo D, he could not look back. No matter what choice Luo D made, he could only silently support him. Luo D took out the underworld and pointed directly at the closed door. Can't go back? That's not good. Then there was a flash of cold light. The blade passed by at high speed. The huge black slash was surrounded by thunder, and the aura of destruction spread. Boom! The sound of impact resounded in all directions. The closed door was completely shattered like tofu, and black thunder loomed under the dust. Smanton, Freon, you stay here and watch the ship. Let's go. After making arrangements, Luo D jumped up and moved forward quickly through the black smoke. Aiko pulled Winnie and moved a certain distance every time the lightning flashed. Lafayette held Tuji and Leisu in his arms and moved forward at high speed while flapping his wings. Oh, the reaction is quite fast. Luo D just landed on the shore. The gate? No, it would be more appropriate to describe it as an opening. Looking down, fire suddenly appeared in the dark cave, and dozens or hundreds of jailers wearing gray robes and black masks rushed up below holding black tridents or spears. The sounds of chaotic footsteps kept approaching, which showed that they were not at peace in their hearts. Tuji, give them a shot. Tuji just landed. Luo D turned slightly and put his right hand on its head. The next moment, the power of the devil spread. Rabbit G's body swelled instantly, and his height of nearly 6 meters was extremely oppressive. The red light flashed across his eyes like a ghost from hell. Black clouds wrapped around him, and black thunder flashed, making his aura even more threatening. Leave it to this rabbit. Tuji patted his chest and picked up Leisu, his face full of arrogance. Boom! Under Tuji's control, Reizu spit out several softball cannonballs. His arm domineering energy instantly wrapped around him, and the black thunder drew a dazzling electric arc. Below, screams were everywhere, and the leading jailer was blown beyond recognition. The jailer who followed him was hit by the black thunder and fell to the ground, twitching all over and almost foaming at the mouth. In just a short moment, all the jailers were brought down, and only slight gasps and painful moans continued. Luo D Tut led everyone to continue walking forward. He cut off the iron fence blocking the door, and after the wide road was a long corridor winding downwards. Now Luo D has 3 options. You can go down from the corridor, which is more troublesome and requires you to go down layer by layer. The second one is to go down the elevator, which can go directly to the 4th underground floor. Of course, Magellan's summer office is also there. The third one, Luo D looked at the ground and slowly raised his right hand. The thick armor was covered with a layer of black thunder. The third one is to penetrate this place directly. Boom! With one punch, the entire Impel City seemed to tremble. Luo D gathered all his strength in a straight line, and with perfect control, the hole he created was just enough to lead directly to the 3rd underground floor. The Iron Hand Butcher Mikety should be imprisoned 3 floors below the ground. After all, his bounty had reached 70 million Bailey before, and the 3 underground floors were more than 50 million. Walk! Luo D raised his feet and was about to jump down when there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Who are you? Stop right here. She was an elegant beauty wearing reddish-brown glasses, a hat slung across her body, and long blonde curly hair. The uniform set off her figure perfectly, and the dark red high boots and red long gloves added a different kind of charm to her. She is the deputy warden of Impel Down City, Denomi. Winnie, I leave it to you. Luo D didn't want to waste any extra time. After signaling to Winnie, he jumped directly from the entrance of the cave. Damn it, destroying the Impel Down City like this is simply unforgivable. Denomi took out the pistol from her waist, and as soon as she moved her fingers, her body suddenly trembled, and she squatted on the ground, tears dripping down the edge of her sunglasses. The jailer at the rear was dumbfounded when he saw this situation. What's going on? What happened? The usually unsmiling deputy warden actually cried. This is as rare as heavy rain in the desert. However, before they could react, the next moment, they were squatting on the ground, holding their heads in their hands, with tears streaming down their faces, just like Denomi. Understandable words. Fear and sadness, the remedy for everything. Lafayette took a deep look at Winnie and shuddered uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people lost their ability to fight. Gee, this ability is really terrifying. The most important thing is that you can't defend yourself at all. Let's follow too. Aiko stepped forward in 2 steps and pulled Winnie back. But Winnie shook her head. You guys go down first. I still need some time. Aiko looked at the group of people on the ground. You want them? Winnie nodded silently. Okay, then, little Tuji, you can stay here too, and remember to protect Sister Winnie. With that said, Aiko looked at Lafayette, and then the 2 of them jumped into the deep hole. Luo D kept falling. When he passed Crimson Hell, the cave entrance below was actually blocked by a group of vicious blue orangutans. As soon as Conquerors opened, they were so frightened that they fled in all directions, and some of the closer ones fainted. Luo D tapped the ground with his toes and kicked aside a few blue orangutans blocking the entrance of the cave. Just as he was about to continue going down, he seemed to feel something, but then he raised his head and looked around. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Prisoners, hundreds or even thousands, are locked in prisons made of sea stone. If you want to escape, unless you have a key, it is completely impossible. At this time, they were holding on to the iron fence with both hands, and, without exception, they were all looking at Luo D. Hey, what's going on? Why were those ferocious blue orangutans scared away? Look there, there's someone there. Someone whispered, looking a little PSDD. Is that guy crazy? He made such a big fuss. Magellan won't let him go. Hole. Don't tell me about that madman Magellan. Last time he just passed by outside, and I was poisoned. MD, I'm not healed yet. What is Magellan? The real terror is the warden. If he is caught, there is only one way to die. Watch out, Shiryu of the Rain will come up later. How can that little devil move his head? Of course, some people discovered some details. This is a windless zone, and there are heavy troops guarding it outside. How did that kid get in? He wouldn't have smashed through the Impel City, right? It's scary to think about it. Immediately, some prisoners knocked on the iron fence, tried to attract Luo D's attention. Hey kid, let me out. All my treasures will be yours. Kid, you can't get out alone. I'm very familiar with the terrain here and can help you. Luo D touched his chin and stared at them for a moment, and finally asked, which of you knows McCarty? The prisoners were stunned for a moment. They were all recalling whether they knew McAdy. After a long time, a short pirate finally spoke. Are you talking about the Iron Hand Butcher McCarty? Luo D turned his head, and what he saw was a skinny prisoner only about 1.5 meters tall. His skin was wrinkled, and he looked haggard. Luo D guessed that he must have been thin due to hunger, and the prisoner should have been fat. Oh, do you know where he is? Immediately, he walked slowly closer and came to the prisoner. The thin prisoner was a little nervous and swallowed. He was taken down below. If he hadn't changed places, he should be on the 4th underground floor, in the place called the Scorching Hell. 4 floors. Isn't that where Magellan worked? Luo D nodded to express understanding. Then he pulled out Huang Quan and picked it up with one hand. The strong lock of Hailu stone was instantly broken. There was only a clang, sound, and the cell door slowly opened. The skinny prisoner had an excited face and limped out along the iron fence. As soon as he stepped over the cell door, the sound of Luo D came to his ears again. By the way, what's your relationship with McCarty? The thin prisoner was stunned, but due to Luo D's strong strength, he also told the truth. I was originally a crew member of the Iron Hand Pirates. Luo D sneered in his heart, but his expression became calmer. Did you follow him in West Blue? The thin prisoner nodded, somewhat nostalgically. Well, I really miss those days. I followed the captain every day to enjoy the good food and drink, but it was all because of that damn Marine Lieutenant General. Well, just halfway through speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and his vision began to spin around, eventually falling into endless darkness. Luo D looked at his body and glanced at the open cell door with sharp eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with a black slash again, passing through the gap and killing the eager pirate inside on the spot. For a moment, there was complete silence. Crimson Hell has become unusually quiet. Dang dang. Luo D slowly turned around, walked slowly towards a hole in the ground, jumped, and continued to descend. Gulu. The pirates in the cage looked at each other, shock and fear spreading. Isn't that guy pretending to be Shiryu of the Rain? This is too cruel. I was killed just for saying a word. Oh my God. Luckily, I didn't say anything at the time. At this moment, another burst of footsteps sounded. In the distance, I saw a figure nearly 3 meters tall, strong, and wearing a white coat, walking slowly. He has a wide chin, a cigar in his mouth, and an evil smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The dark red long sword, Thunder Rain, worn on his waist revealed his identity. The warden of Impel Down City, Shiryu of the Rain, is as famous as Magellan, who is known as the strongest man in prison, and together they built the iron walls of Impel Down City. Interesting, who did this? When Shiryu came closer, he was not surprised when he saw the corpses on the ground and in the cage. Instead, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Bloodlust is his nature. Oh, it turns out the mouse made a hole, and there seems to be someone up there. Shiryu walked slowly towards the entrance of the cave that was blocked by the blue gorilla. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a cold light flashed across him. He had already pulled out Leyu. Aiko originally wanted to go deeper, but was blocked by a long knife. He had no choice but to draw blood and fight back. Clang! The two knives collided, and the metal collision erupted with a harsh sound. A strong air current spread to all sides, and the blue orangutans in a circle were blown away and rolled outwards. Sizzling. The corners of Aiko's mouth curled up slightly, and the electric current spread along the bloody wind. 10 million volts, razor. The electric arc turned into a long snake, and the curved body circled in the sky, then opened its bloody mouth and bit Shiryu. Shiryu exerted force with his right hand, used the force to escape, and took a few steps back. Thunder and lightning, famous sword, interesting. He shook his numb arm and licked the blade with his scarlet tongue, bringing with it the heat left by the collision. He didn't care what the people in front of him did or how they got in. He just wants to fight and watch his prey wail in pain. Thunder light slash. Aiko quickly pursued, and his body turned into a white light that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Almost instantly, blood was drawn out of his hand. The brilliance of the thunder was dazzling. Shiryu's pupils shrank, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became wider. The moment he raised his hand, he had already blocked the thunderous strike. Apart from anything else, Shiryu's fighting instinct is not weak. Besides, he is also a swordsman after all. The right hand gathered all the strength of the whole body, and the thunderstorm flew Aiko away with blood. At the same time, a sharp slash quickly passed by. Just as he was about to hit Aiko, the lightning floated again, and Aiko disappeared instantly. The next moment, Shiryu felt another breath, turned around sharply, and slashed towards the back. Clang! Oh, the reaction is very fast. Lafayette, who had just arrived, retreated with a hint of joking in his eyes. Aiko, you go down first. The captain may be waiting for you. In the air, electric arcs condensed, and Aiko appeared beside Lafayette. He is not weak. He is much stronger than ordinary swordsmen. Be careful. Don't worry. Don't you know my strength yet? Anyway, be careful. Then I'll go down first. Aiko nodded, transformed into thunder, and slowly dissipated. After she left, Shiryu turned to look at Lafayette, who had attacked him, and actually laughed. Aha, it's getting more and more interesting. Hey, tell me, it shouldn't be a problem for a few more people to die in this battle. Lafayette looked at the somewhat crazy Shiryu, pressed his black top hat, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that you are a very murderous person. Do you know what my previous nickname was? Shiryu also took advantage of the situation and asked, Oh, what's your nickname? Lafayette slowly drew out his cane sword. Devil Sheriff. As soon as the 4 words came out, his eyes instantly became sharp, just like before. It's just that the strength is not comparable to that of the past. Huh, you are very attractive to me. With an evil smile on his face, Shiryu stepped forward with his front foot and rushed towards Lafayette like a tiger. Psychedelic sword dance. Lafayette raised the brim of his hat slightly and looked directly into Shiryu's eyes. The next moment, his whole body moved as fast as a snake. The pace was weird and abnormal, and it was impossible to predict his next move. Suddenly, a sword thrust out fiercely. Shiryu's ears twitched slightly. Just by the sound of wind and instinct, a bloody slash burst out in the air. TSK. The response is very quick. Lafayette twisted his body and passed by with a slash. Shave. His feet moved slightly, and he immediately pressed closer, raising his hand to strike out with a slash. Shiryu kicked off his back foot, leaped into the air, and completely sealed Lafayette from top to bottom, injecting all his strength into this sword. Bang! When a knife fell, dust rose, and a huge, deep pit was cut out of the ground. The gravel splashed in all directions, affecting several prisoners hiding in the corners of the cage. Their already weak bodies became even more unbearable. It's awesome, but it's a pity that you cut in the wrong place. The sudden voice behind him seemed to be mocking Shiryu for his incompetence, but he was not angry, but became more and more excited. Turn around and get another stab. Clang. This time the cut hit, but Lafayette also began to fight back. The two of them were going back and forth, and they were inseparable for a while. However, Lafayette relied on his proficiency in seeing and hearing and his unique fruit ability, which caused Shiryu to be hit frequently and his body was stained. Although it was not many and the wounds were small, the gap would gradually widen as time went by. The prisoner saw this scene and started talking quietly. Who is that guy? He can even fight with Shiryu of the Rain. The people who dare to break into the Impel City, the world's largest prison, don't have much strength at their disposal. That doesn't make sense, right? Haha. Although Shiryu of the Rain is cruel, his strength is inferior to Magellan. As long as Magellan comes, no one can escape, and maybe we will be affected. Can you please shut up that crow mouth of yours? It was your kid who did it last time. Magellan happened to pass by here. As soon as you spoke, he stopped and burped. I'm so sorry. You almost didn't get poisoned to death. The second underground floor is called Beast Hell. There are various ferocious beasts and monsters placed, including chicken snakes, human-faced lions, poisonous scorpions, etc. They are governed by a giant lion called the Sphinx. It was originally guarding the stairs, but because of the huge noise, it was attracted to the big hole made by Luo D, and Luo D fell and landed on its head. Lion? No, this is Sphinx. Summon. The giant lion turned his eyes and looked upward, just in time to see Luo D's toes. Hand pulled Noodle. The pressure on the top of his head made him slightly uncomfortable. He raised his forefoot, spoke human words, and swept away towards the top of his head. Luo D jumped slightly. When he hovered in front of the Sphinx, his right foot was covered with an invisible armed armor. Noodle soup. Sphinx missed the shot and swung out his left palm, heading straight for Luo D's waist. Bang! Luo D kicked out, and the huge force almost shattered the Sphinx's left palm, and its huge body flew backwards like a cannonball with the huge force. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't until it smashed through 3 stone walls and was finally blocked by a C-tower stone cage that the Sphinx came to a complete stop. Under the dust, it was completely unconscious. If that kick hit its forehead, it would probably explode. Destroying a giant Poseidon with one punch is no joke. Luo D's power has reached an extremely terrifying state after being constantly fed back by the scythe of Shinigami. Now, even if he is asked to fight Kaido, he will not be vain at all. As the leader of the Beast Hell, the Sphinx fell. Other ferocious beasts did not dare to step forward and could only hide around and watch. Luo D had no interest in them at all. Conquerors fell to the ground one after another as soon as they opened, and the prisoners in the cage were also implicated. The weak ones rolled their eyes and fainted directly. He was very powerful, but due to the restrictions of Hailu Stone, he was imprisoned all year round. He could persist for a while at first, but later he fainted. In the end, Luo D was the only one in the Beast Hell who was still awake. No, there are others. As soon as Luo D turned around, he saw Aiko with a pretty face and a smile. Hey, brother Luo D, I finally caught up with you. He shrugged helplessly and raised his hand to wipe away the gray stain on her forehead. Is there a dangerous guy coming upstairs? Aiko nodded. Well, he's also a master of using knives, but he was snatched away by Lafayette. Use a knife? It should be Shiryu of Rain. A look of understanding flashed across Luo Di's eyes. However, he really didn't expect that Shiryu hadn't been arrested during this time. Lafayette has not been idle in the past 2 years. Even if he can't defeat that guy, he can still hold off for a long time. Luo Di still has great trust in Lafayette. Armed color, knowledge color, swordsmanship, thunder body forging, strange fruit ability. Just add up these points. Luo Di doesn't think Lafayette is weaker than Rain Shiryu. Let's go, it's time for us to go down. Luo Di took his hand back and came to the entrance of the cave. A burst of hot air surged out. Before he went down, he could imagine how hot it was down there. Next to it is the third underground floor, Starvation Hell. Because the heat from the 4 underground floors of the scorching hell causes the Starvation Hell above to become hotter. Luo Di was silent for a moment, put on his Shinigami robe, jumped up and fell down against the heat flow. Aiko followed closely behind, transforming into a white arc of lightning and falling rapidly. Starvation Hell basically imprisons vicious criminals with a reward of more than 5,000 W. However, due to the heat rising from the searing hell, this level is extremely hot. Coupled with the torture of water and hunger strike, the prisoners detained here are already in a state of half-death. After Luo Di landed, he found a cross standing not far away, with only a dry white skeleton of the prisoner whose hands and feet were tied on it. Most of the prisoners trapped in the cages around them had more air in and less air. Their bodies were wet with sweat, and they were very weak. There are very few guards on this level, at least that's what Luo Di saw, but that doesn't mean it's safe here. The more unguarded a place is, the more dangerous it is. Seeing and hearing the color covering, Luo Di felt that there were slight bulges in the corners of the wall and on the ground. As long as you step on it lightly, various mechanisms will be triggered. The reaction would have almost resulted in death. It's so empty here. Aiko was suspended in midair, looking around curiously. And just when she was about to take a walk, Luo Di raised his hand to stop her. Don't wander around. Let's go down from here directly. Remember, you must follow me later. As he spoke, Luo Di slowly squatted down and placed one hand on the thick, hot ground. The armed color instantly covered it, penetrated it, and gradually spread. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared, and the gravel fell rapidly, submerging into the hot pool of blood contained in the large iron pot in the center below. In an instant, green smoke billowed out and filled with smoke. The surrounding prisoners, whose hands and feet were trapped by sea tower stone shackles, were attracted by the noise and turned to look at the big iron pot. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a whip whipped, stirring the air and making a whining sound, and it was thrown hard on several prisoners. Perhaps because they were used to it, the prisoners who were being whipped did not yell, but instead suppressed the pain in their bodies. 2 prisoners worked in groups, carrying a large piece of wood, and stepped away quickly, one behind the other. It's really boring. I didn't even scream a few times. Wearing a pink tight-fitting leather jacket, with blonde hair covering her eyes, little Sadie pulled the whip tightly with both hands, biting her red lips, a little angry. The prisoners in this scorching hell have been numbed by her training and can no longer arouse her passion. Not interesting at all. Just when she was feeling annoyed, a pleasant female voice came from behind. Sister, do you like to be called? There was a hint of curiosity in his voice. Female prisoner? Little Sadie was slightly confused. Why doesn't she remember that there are female prisoners on this floor? As soon as she turned her head, she saw a dazzling white light. Her eyes were already covered by her bangs, so she could only close her eyes due to this stimulation. However, a strange sound came from her ears, and her hair started to flutter. Sizzling, Aiko slowly approached, and her right hand, covered by thunder, gently patted the exposed skin of little Sadie. Little Sadie was so shocked that her whole body trembled, and her hair rose to the sky. But her voice, how to say, It was more like gasping for some stimulation than pain. It wasn't until Aiko let go that she stopped shouting. After her body trembled again, she fell to the ground and fell into a deep coma. And the prisoners were also attracted by the noise here. When they turned around and looked, they were all stunned. The chief warden, little Sadie, was defeated? Or was it done by a girl who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old? This was probably even more shocking than when they first saw him pelled down city. Is that guy crazy? He dares to attack the chief jailer. Those terrifying jailer beasts will tear her apart. She can't escape. If you dare to provoke that terrifying woman, you will have to be whipped every day from now on. Don't you think it's strange? How did she appear here? Could they be prisoners from other floors? It doesn't look like a rebellious Marine. Oh, it doesn't look like it either. Could it be someone who broke in from outside? One prisoner laughed at the comment. Haha, I think you're also crazy. This is the world's largest great prison. Who the hell wants to come in? Who dares to come in? The other prisoners laughed too. After all, that idea is too whimsical. Of course, some prisoners took advantage of this gap and ran towards Aiko. This is a perfect opportunity to escape. Hey, little girl, do you want to go out? That girl has a key on her. Help me open the shackles, and I will take you out. What? You don't believe it. I'm the great pirate Sindel who has a bounty of 8 million Baileys. I will lead the way and ensure that you get out safely. Aiko wrinkled her little nose as if she was smelled by something and stepped back in disgust. However, as soon as she took a few steps away, she was blocked by an object, and a gentle voice came from her ear. Did you find it? Luo D, wearing a Shinigami robe, flew from the entrance of the cave and protected the back of Aiko's head with one hand to prevent her from retreating. After all, there was a scorching flame behind her. The Shinigami robe has a coolness that can isolate the cold and heat. In this hot environment, it is like an oasis in the desert. Aiko couldn't help but lean back and rubbed her little head on Luo D's shoulder. Luo D chuckled lightly. A look of helplessness flashed across his eyes, and then a wave of Shinigami power flowed over Aiko's body, isolating her from the outside world, and the coolness instantly blocked the heat. Forget it, I'll go ask. After holding her steady, Luo D turned into an afterimage and came to the prisoner who had been talking to Aiko before. Want unchain? The seductive words came out of his mouth, and the prisoner, who was a little shocked, instantly came back to his senses, with an excited expression on his face, and nodded repeatedly. Think, do you want to? Then tell me where McCarty is first. McCarty? Sindel was stunned for a moment. His mind had not yet reacted, but at this moment, a big hand stretched out from behind and pushed him aside. It was a middle-aged man with a sloppy beard and extremely long hair. He only had one arm, and his right arm was removed for unknown reasons, leaving only half of it. At this time, he looked excited, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. I am McCarty, the iron-handed Butcher McCarty. Iron Hand? Luo D couldn't help but glance at his arm again. Gee, this is called Iron Hand. In order to make sure that he had not found the wrong person, Luo D asked some more questions. Where are you from? West Blue. How long did it take for you to be arrested? 8 years ago. 8 years ago, when Luo D first came out of the fishing village, it was indeed around that time that he heard that McCarty had been arrested. Luo D nodded. How much is the reward? 7,500 W. At this time, McCarty was still in an extremely excited state, thinking that the person in front of him was coming to save him, without any concealment. Therefore, most pirates are stupid, with only strength and no brains. If he had known that Luo D was here to take his life, he would probably have been stunned for a long time. Have you ever eaten a devil fruit? Eat it. How long did it take to eat? About 9 years ago. Having said that, Luo D basically confirmed his identity, and then turned to look at Aiko. Aiko suddenly understood, suppressing the anger in her heart, and slowly approached. Until then, McCarty finally smelled something was wrong. The pressure on Aiko is really too strong. They are not here to save him. McCarty finally woke up from her sweet dream. What do you want to do? He quickly retreated and could not stop until he was blocked by the hot flames surrounding him. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and the hot ground evaporated it, turning it into wisps of white smoke. For some reason, McCarty felt that the sweat was like a countdown to his life. With every drop that fell, he was closer to death. West Blue, Tunnel Island, a small fishing village on the border of the kingdom of Sitkaya. Do you remember it? Aiko slowly approached, already holding a thunder spear in her hand. The scorching temperature seemed to make it sharper. You definitely don't remember. After all, a small village like this is just an ant that you can trample to death while walking. Even if you trample to death, you won't care. As Aiko got closer and closer, Maikati felt more and more approaching death and wanted to escape, but was stopped by the ring of fire. There is a tiger in front and a wolf behind, making it impossible to escape. Tread. At the critical moment, a burst of chaotic footsteps came from a distance, causing the ground to tremble as they walked. Just by listening to the sound, you can imagine how huge it was. Aiko frowned slightly, and just as she was about to throw the thunder spear away, a big hand stopped her. "Leave it to me." Along with the reassuring voice, Aiko nodded silently. Luo D took back his hand, but a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Finally here, Magellan." He stepped forward with his front foot, and the sound of wind suddenly rose, almost threatening to blow out the flames. In the next moment, there was another pause at his feet, and his fast-moving figure stopped instantly. "Look up." 4 giant, strange-looking creatures were carrying an equally huge sedan. Occasionally, I can still hear the strange sound of ah. It turns out to be jailermen. It seems that Magellan is in the portable toilet in the sedan. Because of Luo D's sudden appearance, the 4 jailer beasts with snot hanging from their noses stopped at the same time. After seeing Luo D, the Mino Madara horse with purple curly hair put down the sedan shyly, hid behind the introverted Mino Rhino, and secretly looked at him. The sudden stop of the sedan alerted Magellan, who was suffering from diarrhea. "Mother Cow, what happened outside?" Mother Cow is Magellan's name for the Minotaur. Although the name seems very gentle, it is actually a monster with no blood and tears, and treats humans as garbage. The criminals who push into the city have suffered at its hands. The Minotaur hammered the sedan with the small mace in his hand, put down the pole, and walked towards Luo D with red eyes. However, there is a figure faster than it. It was a yellow koala with ears like wings and tiger fingers on its fingers. Mino Koala, the radical among the jailer beasts. Luo D appears in such a grand manner. How can it bear it? Jailermen are humans who failed to awaken after eating the devil fruit. Their will has been dominated by the will of the animal within the fruit, turning them into mindless beasts. Although they have the ability to awaken, they have no consciousness, so they are used as jailer beasts. The horror of failed fruit awakening can be fully reflected in them. Tisk, humans are not humans, animals are not animals, it is really pitiful. Let me help you get rid of it. Luo D sighed softly, stepped forward, and already held the handle of the Huangquan knife in his right hand. The Minoan koala leaps into the air, its tiger fingers made of special metal glowing with a peculiar sheen. Swish! The heat wave blew Luo D's black hair, and the underworld was unsheathed. The dazzling black light was so breathtaking that the air was completely torn by it, and the space was faintly trembling. With just one knife, the blood mist rose and fell. The Mino koala whimpered in pain, and then because it was unable to support itself, its huge body hit the ground heavily. The hot ground made its hair curl slightly, and the skin and flesh underneath gradually turned red and black. It stands to reason that this level of heat would not cause any harm to the amazingly resilient Minoan koala. But the facts are before us. It was burned, and the burnt smell between its noses proved it all. The body's resilience continues to decrease. That terrifying knife made its cells tremble. The vitality is dissipating bit by bit. The Minotaur was instantly angry when he noticed this. Even if his consciousness was reduced to a beast, it still had emotions unique to it. Roar! The Minotaur roared angrily and swung down the mace in his hand, squeezing the air with great force and making a whimpering sound. "Do you also want to have a knife?" Luo Di just raised his hand slightly, and then he followed in the footsteps of the Mino koala. The huge body hit the ground heavily, with more air coming in and less air coming out. His vitality was getting weaker and weaker, and he was obviously on the verge of death. What on earth is going on outside? Magellan just had a little feeling in his stomach. He was a little angry after being interrupted again and again. He raised his hand and opened the small square door curtain, revealing only a slightly tired but evil face. At this time, his face was full of impatience, and as he spoke, he spit out wisps of lavender poisonous gas. If he got close enough, he would be poisoned, and that's why the jailers wear gas masks. Magellan is simply poison on Earth. But the Minotaur rhino didn't know what he was thinking. He even twitched his nose a few times and was choked by the poisonous gas, causing mucus to flow from his nose. If it weren't for its extremely strong body, amazing recovery power, and the fact that it had been inhaling poisonous gas all year round and had some antibodies, it would have been a long time ago. Just burped. As for the last remaining jailer, Mino Madara, he still shyly covered half of his face with his hair, looking very coy. Magellan was quite helpless, and then he seemed to sense something. When his nose twitched, he smelled a smell of blood, but it was not from the prisoner, but from the jailer beast. That guy. When he looked back past the Minoan rhino, he happened to see the dying Minotaur and Minoan koala, and beside them stood a man in black robes. He was not very tall, only about 2.5 meters tall, but his exposed face made him feel inexplicably familiar. But one thing is certain, he is not from impelled down. "Boy, did you do all this?" He stared at Luo Di, his calm voice filled with suppressed anger. "You are the first person in hundreds of years to dare to break into the Impel City." Immediately afterwards, with the sound of water rushing, the sedan suddenly exploded, and the poisonous gas filled inside also sputtered and spread. Luo Di flicked his black robe, and the black smoke turned into a big net that completely isolated all the poisonous gas. "Oh!" A look of surprise flashed across Magellan's eyes, followed by a cold snort. "Boy, since you are here, please stay with me." Poison Dragon. As Magellan roared, thick, dark purple poisonous liquid continued to leak from his body surface. 3 purple dragons made of a mixture of highly toxic liquids circled and entangled, gradually condensing, and their ferocious eyes seemed to eat Luo Di alive. These poisonous dragons are extremely toxic and will be immediately corroded by the toxins once they come into contact. Even if the infected area is larger, even if there is an antidote, there will be no way to save it. "Go!" Magellan's body twisted slightly, and the 3 poisonous dragons opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Luo Di. The scorching air caused the poisonous dragon to evaporate, leaving behind countless dark purple poisonous mist wherever it passed. Several prisoners huddled in a corner were affected by it. After inhaling only a trace, they fell to the ground and their eyes turned white. The true form of Shinigami. Naturally, Luo Di would not sit still and wait for death. Red light flashed in his eyes, and countless black smoke clouds surged out from around him, entangled with each other, and condensed into a huge figure more than 20 meters high at an extremely fast speed. Cut! Luo Di's lips moved slightly. Shinigami's real body held the Shinigami scythe in both hands, and the thunder entwined during the swing, and the dark red halo reflected each other. Bang! He cut off 3 poisonous dragons with just one blow. What surprised Magellan was that the cut part of the poisonous dragon could not be restored. This guy can actually do this. Magellan no longer dared to be careless, and his expression became more serious. The kid in front of him was no ordinary prisoner. He also has to use his 100 million points of strength. A golden lion has already appeared and impelled down. There must not be a second one. A flash of red light was seen passing by, and the dark purple venom on Magellan's body gradually began to change, showing a strange dark red color. Gee, with just one drop, The ground was soaked with it and corroded and spread. The few prisoners with no way to escape could only watch the dark red color on the ground spread until their legs were corroded and their bodies also showed a strange dark red color. Breathing became difficult. Pain penetrated the 8 meridians and limbs, and almost in the blink of an eye, these prisoners died suddenly and died of poison. This is more terrifying than the purple venom. The giant soldier of poison. Ground floor. Crimson hell. 2 black shadows shuttled back and forth in the air, each collision sputtering out powerful air blades, leaving deep knife marks on the surrounding hard and thick walls. Even the seafloor's stone cage, which is as hard as diamond, has been carved with shallow scratches. Dang, dang, dang. The collision of knives and swords echoed back and forth, and the prisoners covered their ears and huddled in the corner with expressions of great pain. Bang! After another collision, the two took several steps back at the same time. Hundreds of moves still haven't decided the winner. Lafayette panted slightly and stared at Shiryu of the Rain. This guy is very strong. He had been stabbed several times on his body. Although the wounds were not deep and he had the unique recovery ability of the animal system, it was not a serious problem, but those few swords actually cut through the armor. Shiryu's strength is self-evident. Of course, Shiryu's current condition is even worse than Lafayette's. A dozen sword blows directly turned him into a bloody man. But he seemed to feel no pain. His face was still full of excitement, and his bloodthirsty look was terrifying. "Can't you hold on anymore? I've just warmed up." Shiryu smiled evilly, carrying the blood-stained thunderstorm, and rushed forward again, without giving Lafayette any chance to breathe. Blood wheel, flowing dance. The thick blood-evil aura hit his face. The thunderstorm stirred up the air waves and dyed them blood red, and the dark spiral formed by several air currents seemed to be able to swallow everything. Lafayette was in a trance for a moment, but he was soon awakened. Then his long white wings stretched out, and he flew into the air in the blink of an eye, narrowly escaping the extremely oppressive knife. However, Shiryu will not let him get what he wants. "Let me see where you're going now." He stepped hard with his front foot and jumped into the air, causing the thunderstorm to twist and go straight into the sky. Clang! Lafayette pressed down. His armor color instantly covered him, and he raised his sword to fight back. The airflow moved when the swords met, causing people's faces to hurt. Phantom prison instant slash. Lafayette took a deep breath, and a strange magnetic field emitted from his eyes. "I really want to chop you into pieces." That weird magnetic field guides the bloodthirsty factor in Shiryu's body. He needs to vent. "My body seems to be a little out of control." Killing intent emerged from his bloody eyes, and Shiryu couldn't help but slash back and forth, with a crazy laugh on his face. From his perspective, every time he slashed, he took away the life of a prisoner. The splash of blood brought him great pleasure. However, the blood has no temperature, which is strange. However, Shiryu, who was crazy about killing, had no extra thoughts to think about other things and was completely immersed in it. Swish! Lafayette took advantage of this opportunity to teleport behind Shiryu and thrust out his cane sword with lightning speed. The sword covered with armor color easily pierced Shiryu's back, and the pain caused him to pull away from the illusion. When he came to his senses, Lafayette raised his right hand again, and the wound widened instantly. "Damn it!" Shiryu spit out half of the cigar in his mouth, then moved his feet slightly, resisting the bone-chilling pain to pull away from the cane sword, and then turn around sharply. In an instant, the thunderstorm had already slashed out. Lafayette seemed to have expected it, and he had already retreated several meters away as his wings flapped. Under this fierce sword, Shiryu could not hold on for long. The more powerful he explodes now, the faster his blood will flow, and his body will become weaker and weaker until he becomes comatose or even dead. Lafayette was obviously aware of this. Under Shiryu's fierce attacks again and again, like a slippery loach, the swords quickly pulled away as soon as they connected. "How long can you last?" The slightly sarcastic words he occasionally uttered constantly stimulated Shiryu's nerves. "Isn't this okay?" Your strength is getting weaker and weaker. Haven't you eaten? What do you think will happen if I lock you up with those prisoners later? Ah, Shiryu roared angrily, mentally unable to bear the provocation anymore. Leiyu slashed back and forth in an unorganized manner. And this also gave Lafayette an opportunity. That is a flaw. Once it is exposed in front of the enemy, the outcome will be determined. Shave. Lafayette stepped hard and came to Shiryu's side. When he raised his hand, his cane sword had stabbed his waist, and blood spurted out. This sword is fast, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no trace of strength behind. Immediately afterwards, Lafayette took advantage of Shiryu's return to defense and teleported to the other side. He saw the flash of cold light, and another small but bone-deep wound appeared on Shiryu's left leg. Action starts to slow down. In this case, how do you deal with it? Afterwards, it can be said that it was Lafayette's unilateral show. Shiryu, who had lost most of his body functions, was unable to resist and could only let out the last trace of grief. A mouse that only knows how to hide. With the last trace of unwillingness, he lay flat in a pool of blood, completely falling into a coma. Rat? How pathetic! Lafayette had an expressionless face and walked forward slowly, his cane and sword glowing with a chilling light. And the prisoners in the cage have exploded. Am I dazzled? It's the devil lying on the ground. And he was defeated. Who is that guy? He can kill Shiryu. The Impel City is going to change. Is he going to kill us? Ah, the real warden of this prison is Magellan. The lunatic is still there, and no one can escape. Just look at it. The only way for that guy to face Magellan is to die. Other side, the fourth underground floor is a scorching hell. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Magellan condensed a skull-shaped giant behind him. Its whole body is dark red. It is a specially made bright red poison. If any substance comes into contact with it, the infection will gradually spread and erode everything. As long as a person comes into contact with the poison, it will gradually spread until death. Along with a roar, the giant waved his fist, and his arms continued to twist and grow. A few drops of dark red venom dripped to the ground, instantly corroding several large holes. Call! Luo Di took a deep breath, and the huge Shinigami scythe in his raised hand was covered with a thick layer of weaponry. As he slashed, black thunder entangled it, and it was powerful. This was the special effect added by Conqueror's entanglement. Strike from afar. The huge dark red fist was blocked by an invisible force, and the black thunder continued to erode inwards. The stalemate lasted for several seconds. Suddenly, I heard a bang sound. The dark red fist quickly sunk downwards. The Shinigami's sickle gradually approached, and the blade became deeper and deeper. What power is that? Magellan, who was shrouded in dark red skulls, felt as if his body had been stabbed by countless needles, which penetrated deep into his bone marrow and caused unbearable pain. And that is the special effect of the top weapon color. Inject the weapon into the enemy's body to disintegrate and destroy it from within. Without a strong physique and strong recovery power, ordinary people cannot even catch a single move. If it weren't for the dark red skull buffering the effect of the armed color. Otherwise, Magellan might be lying on the ground now. Dark Realm blockade. Luo Di took advantage of the victory to pursue. Huang Quan drew a circle in the air in his hand, and a huge black curtain began to spread. This is... Magellan frowned, smelling something wrong, and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The black curtain had completely enveloped him. He tried to use venom to erode, but the effect was very little. If he wanted to completely penetrate it, it would not be possible in just 1 or 2 minutes. Helpless, he could only point his finger at Luo Di again. The judgment of hell. As he raised his hand, the huge skeleton behind him attacked again, and dark red fist shells were blasted out one after another. But I don't know why. In this dark space, he could not sense Luo Di's existence at all, so all attacks could only be left to luck. He's really a troublesome guy. By the way, he's a bit like that. Shinigami. Luo Di. Suddenly, Magellan thought of the newspaper he had seen a few days ago. That's right. No wonder it gives me a sense of familiarity. But why did he come to Impel City? There was a flash of contemplation in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. No matter what the reason is, once the pirates come to Impel, they have no reason to leave. Leave them all to me. Magellan suddenly calmed down, but his attacks became more and more fierce. Dark red venom splashed everywhere. Normally, Magellan would have already filled this space, but something unusual happened now. The dark space seems to have infinite breadth, and it seems that it can never be filled. Deep in the darkness, a familiar voice caught Magellan's attention. Dark Realm, Space Annihilation. Shinigami's real body waved the Shinigami's scythe, and the entire space was like a crack, with traces of light emerging from the gradually enlarging cracks. The darkness is dissipating little by little. Luo Di took back Shinigami's true body and pulled out the yellow spring from his waist. Tread, in a quiet environment, only the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Gradually approaching, it seems like my body can't move. Magellan noticed something unusual, and his pupils shrank sharply. He almost used all his strength to turn his neck and move his eyes. When he saw what was happening behind him, he was stunned. How is that possible? I saw that the huge skeleton composed of dark red venom was disintegrating little by little, and like the surrounding black curtain, the cracks gradually became larger. Is it incomprehensible? As the last footsteps fell, Luo Di had already arrived beside him. Actually, you can understand this space as a painting, and you, the devil fruit abilities you released, including me, all exist in this painting, but there's a distinction between subject and guest. Everything in the painting is under my control. With that said, Luo Di took 2 more steps forward and came to the broken dark red skull. Like this. He stretched out his right hand and tapped his index finger. The skeleton seemed to have encountered something terrible, constantly evading his contact, and huge dents appeared on its surface. As soon as I touch it, it will, with a flick of his index finger, invisible air waves flowed. Dissipate. Luo Di blew gently, and the dark red skull dissipated along with the dark space in the background. The light shone back into the originally impenetrable darkness, and the hot breath of the outside world hit his face. Can't understand? Luo Di tilted his head with a smile in his eyes. The sun shines on Magellan and the black cross that holds him. When Magellan lowered his head slightly, and until then, he finally understood why he couldn't move. Both hands and feet were bound by thin black smoke ribbons. For some reason, that thing is extremely strong, and even if the venom is released, it cannot be eroded. Luo Di touched his chin and looked at him. Even at this time, Magellan still showed no panic. As expected of the warden of the world's great prison. At this moment, Luo Di's thoughts suddenly changed slightly. He didn't want to take out the devil fruit. Change is a must. The premise is that it can be changed. Luo Di's soul transformation is actually flawed. Transformation is not 100% complete. The more powerful a person is, the more difficult it is to transform. However, the weaker the person, the greater the possibility of transformation. Bang bang. Got a great idea. Luo Di smiled at the corners of his mouth, gearing up his fists. He raised his hands, wrapped around Conqueror's domineering fist, and fiercely shouted at Magellan's face. An hour later, Luo Di breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Of course, it wouldn't take so long if it was just one person. He didn't expect Lafayette to bring down the half-dead Shiryu of the Rain. 2 top strong men. This directly increased Luo Di's burden. But fortunately, both of them were very weak, so in the end, he was able to successfully transform. This also means that the world's ZF has directly lost 2 of its top combat forces. Captain, what's next? Lafayette stepped forward, but because the ground was hot, there was a feeling of cushion upon cushion as he walked. Coupled with his serious face, it looked quite funny. Luo Di shook the wide sleeves of his Shinigami robe and stood up slowly. Go to Eternal Hell, the 6th underground floor. Just at this time, with a dazzling thunder light flashing. Aiko also came to the front. I'll go too. After more than an hour, she gradually calmed down. With her great revenge being avenged, she should feel relieved and a little happy. But there was only an unforgettable sadness in her heart. The sadness that has been hidden for more than 10 years cannot be offset by a moment of revenge. Luo Di opened his hands and held her gently in his arms, while his right hand unconsciously stroked her long hair. Cure, please don't go down below. Go to the boat to have a good rest and have a peaceful sleep. This is more important than anything else. You are too tired now. Aiko rested her head on Luo Di's chest for a long time. She nodded and took 2 steps back. Well, I listened to you. Brother Luo Di, pay attention, safety. After saying that, the afterimage passed by, and Aiko turned into a little bit of light, slowly dissipating until it completely disappeared. Call. Luo Di let out a long sigh, then turned to look at Lafayette. Someone is coming. Lafayette smiled softly, and then slowly looked towards the corridor connecting the 4th and 5th floors underground. Sure enough, a monster that looked like an evil spirit walked up the stairs with heavy steps, holding a huge naginata in his hand. He has a swollen belly, wears a yellow and green pharaoh's turban. His hair protrudes from the turban, and he wears decorations like devil wings on his back. This person is none other than the deputy director of Impel Down City, Hannibal. Although he always wanted to replace Magellan, he also had justice that he wanted to defend. No one of you is allowed to leave. He glanced at Magellan and Shiryu of Irene, who were lying on the ground with unknown life and death, holding the naginata blood-sucking tightly with both hands. After completing this job, you will be directly promoted to warden. My determination became stronger. Everyone can tell big words, but what really matters is strength. Lafayette slowly drew out his cane and sword, and as he turned, cold light shot out. You'll know if you try it. Hannibal roared angrily, stepped forward with a lunge, and rotated the bloodsucker with one hand. As his body twisted, the sharp blade slashed down at an extremely tricky angle. Clang! Lafayette strolled leisurely, calmly, and raised his hands slightly to block the sharp blow. His top hat swayed slightly in the air. Hannibal snorted coldly. When he withdrew the sword, he clenched his hands tightly, twisted his body several times, and struck with greater force. Dang dang. Both consecutive slashes were easily received by Lafayette, and this is also due to Aiko's thunder tempering in the past 2 years, and his physical fitness has reached an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, he may not be able to beat Shiryu of Rain. And the guy in front of him is not even weak compared to Shiryu of Rain. Blazing Hellcar, Hannibal continued to withdraw the knife and took a sharp breath. The hands crossed back and forth, and the bloodsuck turned into an afterimage. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames, and the blade of the knife was stained with a wisp of fireworks. Oh! With an angry roar, Hannibal tensed up his muscles, stepped hard with his front foot, and his body jumped into the air. As a streak of fire passed by, he landed again. How possible? How is it possible? How could I fall so easily? Bang! Hannibal's pupils shrank sharply, and he covered his chest with his left hand, showing the last trace of reluctance. The huge body slowly slid down along the standing bloodsucker and finally collapsed to the ground. On his swollen belly, small but extremely deep wounds sprouted wisps of blood, soaking the ground with a strange bright red. The hot ground quickly evaporated, leaving only a dark red patch of ground. Luo Di stepped forward in 2 steps and found that he was still breathing weakly. His right hand gently touched the handle of Huang Quan's knife. Control. As a flash of cold light passed by, in an instant, Huang Quan had returned to its sheath. After watching Hannibal for a moment, Luo Di walked towards the deep passage. It's up to you whether you survive. Lafayette, let's go. Behind him, Lafayette shook his cane and sword, and the blood stain spread into a red mark. Click! After sheathing it, he lowered his hat and followed Luo Di leisurely. 5th underground floor, freezing hell. The prisoners here are all big pirates with a reward of over 100 million. The ferocious military wolves in the forest are the best guards here. In an extremely low-temperature environment, even if the pirates escape from the cage, they will not be able to escape the pursuit of the wolf army. "Hey, Captain, it's so cold here." Lafayette, who was wrapped in huge wings, trembled all over and his teeth chattered. Even with his physique, he felt the chill was biting to the bone. If I had known better, I would have stripped a set of cotton clothes from those jailers. Compared with him, Luo Di's expression remained unchanged, and all the coldness was isolated by the Shinigami robe. "This is not our destination. Let's keep going down." Luo Di had just taken 2 steps when a sound of thin footsteps suddenly came from his ears. Looking up, I saw a group of military wolves emerging from the forest of Ranchue. They were grinning and looking at them with ferocious looks. There were even a few bloody crystals stained on the corners of some mouths. In the Hailu Stone prison not far away, several prisoners were crowded together, with a layer of frost crystals on their hair and eyebrows. With such weakness, it is hard to imagine that they were once great pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. "Hey, look, there are 2 people there. MD, they must be here to send stones again. If I can escape, the first thing I have to do is to stuff those stones into the mouths of those damn bastards and let them feel it. How to eat these steam buns? Oh, just think about it. Look at how many people are freezing to death around you. If there are really ghosts here, I would like them to take me away." "Hey, don't talk about that. Look over there. Those military wolves seem to be scared." Being treated as prey, Luo Di sighed softly, his eyes as deep as the sea narrowed slightly. Buzz. The air suddenly shook. Ouch! A dozen military wolves, who were very fierce just now, were like frightened little mice, crawling slightly, shivering, and their bodies were constantly retreating. "They are afraid. Come over." Luo Di waved his hand, and Jun Lang, who was still retreating, immediately froze and hesitated for a moment whether to step forward. "I asked you to come over. Didn't you hear me?" After Luo Di spoke again, the alpha wolf trembled forward. Luo Di touched its head with his left hand, quickly pulled out Huang Quan with his right hand, and stabbed it in, but no blood was seen. After a long time, when Huang Quan was pulled out again, there were no scars on the first wolf's body. But its aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. "Well, that's right. From now on, you'll be called Big Wolf." Luo Di patted its head again, and then his eyes met with Lafayette's, and the 2 gradually disappeared into the white snow one after the other. No footprints were left on the ground. The prisoners in the prison were all staring at the military wolf on the snow with their mouths open. What happened? Those 2 guys, why didn't the army wolf bite them? Wait a minute, look, my God, that's woo. Arm hockey, a wolf can actually be armed. Are you kidding? Looking from a distance, one could see that the wolf's skin was covered with a dark film, which continued to spread until the entire body was covered. Although it doesn't last long. But a prisoner from the New World with some knowledge recognized what it was at a glance. The uninformed prisoner looked confused. "Armed hockey? What is that?" The pirate from New World swallowed. His whitened lips slightly opened, and his hoarse voice came out along with the white mist. "It is a very magical power. If you master it, you will have the capital to fight against those with fruit abilities. Ordinary bullets cannot harm you at all. You can regard it as a stepping stone to enter the New World." Silent. For a time, there was a brief silence in the prison. After a long time, a thin prisoner asked in his weak voice, "Did it have that armed color before?" The other prisoners looked at me, and I looked at you, and finally shook their heads at the same time. If it doesn't know how, then how did it suddenly learn it? This is a problem. Of course, some carefully observed prisoners also made their own guesses. Didn't a kid touch it just now? It seems that from then on, it mastered the weapon color. Touch. No. In fact, it was a stabbing, but from their perspective, they did not see Luo Di draw the knife. According to what you said, that brat just now has the ability to let people master armed color hockey instantly. Haha, stop joking. The prisoners laughed at this unrealistic guess. The prisoner who had initially learned about armed colors, but had not mastered it, just rolled his eyes with disdain on his face. How could something like that happen? If that kid really had that ability, I would eat 10, no, 100 steam buns. This poisonous oath sounds funny. However, as long as you have stayed here for a while, you will know how vicious this oath is. Haha, count me in. +1. Uft, if you believe that kind of thing, you might as well believe that Magellan didn't go to the toilet. Haha, cough cough. Amidst all the ridicule, an old cough sounded slightly abrupt. Almost at the same time, all the prisoners shut their mouths. I saw in the corner of the prison a haggard, white-haired old man in ragged clothes with his head lowered and his chest rising and falling. And at his feet was a half-eaten frozen steam bun. After his cough subsided, he raised his head casually, but his cloudy eyes gave people a shocking power. He did it. The voice revealed a touch of excitement and affirmation. What a magical thing. After saying this, the old man's eyes were slightly closed. His vitality gradually disappeared, and his breath was completely gone. There was just a smile in the corner of his mouth that could not be wiped away. The legendary pirate once famous in the sea, the ghost hand O'Burton, who had a bounty of 2 billion belly, perished here. That was a super pirate that was older than Roger, but he suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons and was nowhere to be found. The words left by the old man shocked the surrounding prisoners. Some prisoners were somewhat gloating about their misfortune. Gus, the guy has spoken. Don't forget, 100 steamed buns. The intersection of the 5th and 6th underground floors. Luo Di paused for a moment. Feeling the tremor in his waist, he suddenly lowered his head and touched the handle of Huang Chuan's knife with his right hand. There seemed to be a strange smell inside. This is soul. He frowned slightly, but he didn't feel any malice, so he didn't deal with it immediately. Lafayette, who was following behind, saw him suddenly stop and was a little confused. Captain, what's wrong? Luo Di shook his head. Thinking of his own purpose, he simply didn't care. Keep walking. In fact, there's a 5.5 floor between the 5th and 6th floors underground. The people who created it were Army Commander Ivankov and Deputy Army Commander Lightning of the Revolutionary Army's Great Line Army. However, Luo Di had no interest in them, and with the inexplicable appearance of the soul, he was even more in no mood to pay attention to them. What's more, they broke into Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters might already know about it. There's not much time to waste. Going down is the eternal hell, which is 6 levels underground. The criminals in prison here are monster pirates who were so vicious that they were erased from history. Their fate is either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Because the prisoners on this floor committed many crimes and committed some extremely cruel incidents, they were covered up by the government and even deliberately concealed in newspapers. Among them, what worries Luo Di the most is that nearly half of Blackbeard's crew are from here. Ah, damn Hailu, sure, let me out. Kill them all, the Whitebeard pirates. I will not let you go. Bobby, asterisk, 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 D. Give me this stuff every day. I want a drink. I want women. Damn Marine, if you dare to trick me, don't let me out. Otherwise I will crush your bones and cut off your flesh and blood piece by piece. Locked in a dark underground prison every day, the prisoners here have more or less mental problems. In addition, they themselves are extremely bad, and the violence and murderous intention in their hearts gradually amplify. Filthy words are endless. There is probably no worse place in the world than this. Thump, 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 thump. Abrupt footsteps sounded from the deep passage. In an instant, all the criminals stopped shouting. This point is not a meal point, and the person who comes here is definitely not a meal delivery person. Then it is very likely that it is the newly escorted criminal or Magellan. Of course, there are other possibilities, but the probability is relatively low. If they want to say who they least want to see in this prison, it must be Magellan. That guy would poison a lot of criminals every time he came. Just thinking about it makes me a little scared. There were even a few guys who tried desperately to provoke Magellan before, but what was the result? They spit out a few mouthfuls of venom, and several people died suddenly, including other people in the prison. Therefore, these restricted prisoners are more or less afraid of him. At this moment, almost all the prisoners' eyes moved to the shadow not far away. However, as the footsteps got closer and closer, what they saw was not Magellan. Those were two strangers I had never met before. The younger one looks to be in his mid-20s, with a tall and straight figure, a sword on his waist, and a black robe that adds a bit of mystery to him, and he looks quite imposing. The other one, about 3 meters tall, held a cane in his right hand, looked very pale, and was dressed like a gentle gentleman. Generally speaking, it has no lethality. From the appearance, it doesn't look like the people from Impel Down City at all. Bang bang. A prisoner impatiently knocked on the stone railing of the sea tower with both hands, his scarred face showing arrogance. "Hey kid, get over here. Tread." Luo D paused and turned his head slightly, his face completely covered by shadows. A calm and steady voice came from his mouth. "Are you calling me?" "TSK. MD." The criminal kicked the railing twice again. The chaotic scars were twisted into a ball, and his face became more and more ferocious. "You're deaf, right? Get over here quickly." With that look on his face, I wonder if he thought it was Luo D who was imprisoned? Swish! Who are you talking to? Suddenly, along with a cold voice, a dark wind suddenly rose, and as a black shadow passed by, a painful wail suddenly came from the prisoner's mouth. "A asterisk asterisk hole, what did you do, ah?" Then, it seemed like he was stimulated by something. His hands gradually lost strength, and his whole body fell backwards. "Hey, are you okay?" The criminals in the same prison saw him rolling crazily on the ground and quickly got closer to check. And with the help of the weak candlelight on the wall, what came into view was blood red. "That's blood, lots of blood." TSK, a small lesson, but no respect. At this time, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of the prison door. When the last dazzling cold light dissipated, Lafayette sheathed his cane and sword. "If you dare to speak rudely to Captain Luo D, this is the price." "Luo D, Captain?" The two words captain already indicate their identity. One prisoner asked tentatively, "Are you Shichibukai?" As a pirate, he could still come to Impel Down. Apart from the 7 warlords of the sea, he really couldn't think of any other identity. The other prisoners basically had the same idea as him. However, for some reason, some pirates were still looking towards another prison. What's locked inside is... Ha 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 ha. Intensive laughter came from the prison, echoing continuously in the deep corridors. "Luadi, ha ha. I didn't expect to meet you again. In the past 2 years, you don't know how much I miss you." Crocodile's deep voice sounded, and Luo D recognized him immediately. It's him, the original 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Do they know each other? In my opinion, the guy named Luo D outside probably belongs to Crocodile now, and now he's here to show off. Haha, it's interesting, it's so interesting. Finally, there's something good to watch. This is the prelude to a fight. It's best to fight fiercely and destroy all the damn sea towers and rocks. The prisoners all looked like they were watching a good show. It turns out we are an old acquaintance. Accompanied by orderly footsteps, Luo D slowly walked towards the place where Crocodile was imprisoned. "Is your stay comfortable?" Crocodile, a pause in his steps. In midair, 2 eyes touched each other. One is calm, the other is full of meaning. "Why didn't you see that guy Magellan? Also, even if you're 7 warlords of the sea, shouldn't you still be wearing a sea stone?" Crocodile, wearing a coat, sat against the wall and suddenly closed his eyes. "There's something missing in my mouth. I'm not used to it." Luo D chuckled. "Who told you I was 7 warlords of the sea?" "Ah, not 7 warlords of the sea." Some prisoners immediately questioned. "Kid, don't be ridiculous. How did you get in if you're not 7 warlords of the sea? Don't tell me you got in." "To tell you the truth, Captain Luo D really let us in." Lafayette walked slowly over, his top hat covering half of his face, and only the slightly upward curved corners of his mouth could be seen. Ha ha. The prisoners all laughed, but of course they were more angry. "This joke is not funny at all. A asterisk asterisk hole. Are you having fun with us? Don't you want to live anymore? When Lousy went to sea to kill people, you were still playing in the mud. If you dare to tease Lousy, you are simply seeking death." There were more and more sarcasm, and the laughter became louder and louder. Lafayette slowly pulled out his cane sword, and as a cold light flashed across, a touch of warm liquid spattered from the necks of the prisoners who screamed the loudest. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. Hey, I've already said, don't speak rudely to Captain Luo D, otherwise the consequences will be very miserable. Swordsman. At some point, Crocodile had opened his eyes. He saw the sword strike just now. 2 years have changed a lot. Can Shinigami Rodi, even a crew member, achieve this level? Silence. Lafayette's display of strength silenced the prisoners. Being imprisoned on the 6th floor underground, Jin Hao and the others have basically seen them, and there are also quite a few who have fought against them. But at the moment, the situation is beyond their control, and they are imprisoned in prison, unable to resist at all. Everyone has calmed down, right? That's fine. Next, I will ask you to answer. If you can't answer, you will die. Luo D had a smile on his face, but his words made people shudder. This is such a smiling tiger. All the prisoners sat upright, fearing that they would not be able to answer. The corpse lying on the ground is a lesson from the past. Luo D nodded with satisfaction. Okay, first question. Where is Katarina Depin? After a moment of silence, a prisoner asked tentatively. It's that Ryua hunter. Before he finished speaking, a strange laugh came from the prison at the end of the corridor. Moloho kid, are you looking for me? As one of the few female prisoners, Dai Peng occupies a single room. I don't know if the makeup was too thick, but her complexion was extremely pale, and she looked as pale as Lafayette. She looks like an old witch with a square face and a long nose. She always has a slightly malicious smile on her face. After Luo D approached, he stared at her quietly, and his right hand had already touched the hilt of the Huang Quan knife. Send you to hell. It's that simple. As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand again, with his index finger slightly hooked. Lafayette understood instantly and threw an apple out. Bang! Luo D took it with one hand, and the Huang Quan blade was already aimed at Katarina Depin. Don't worry, it will be quick. It only takes a second. Immediately, a sticky demonic power emerged from his forehead, passed through the railing made of sea tower stone, and revolved around Dai Peng, wrapping around him in circles. Want to kill me? Kid, stop joking. How many years has it been since anyone said this to her? Dai Peng laughed angrily, and when he waved his hands, the sea tower stone shackles were also waved out. Hey, why are you struggling? It was obviously impossible for Luo D to let the shackles on her hands come into contact with the power of the devil, and the hell in her right hand stabbed straight out. The knife penetrated the air, and the strange circular slash directly penetrated Dai Peng's neck. Huh, Luo D was a little surprised. The apple didn't turn into a devil fruit. Could it be that? Dai Peng has not eaten the nine-tails fox fruit at this time. Damn it, Luo D forgot this level. After a long time, he shook his head again. That's all, let's go next. He's going to wipe out all of Blackbeard's team. This was one of the reasons why he entered Impel Down City, and it was also one of his plans. An hour later, Luo D had 2 more devil fruits in his hand. They are the Paramecia expanded fruit of the giant battleship San Juan Wolf, and the Paramecia wine fruit of the big wine barrel Bass Chote. As for the island fruit of the evil king Abaro Pizarro, Luo D did not get it. Maybe it will take 2 years before Blackbeard can find it and give it to him. Finally, there were Bernie Waldo, who ate the Momo fruit, and Douglas Bullet, who ate the fusion fruit. Unfortunately, these two, Luo D, did not find the location where they were imprisoned. The game character, Valoric Redfield, who ate the vampire fruit, will no longer appear. In fact, as long as Luo D is given some more time, he can find those 2 people. He wants both the Momo fruit and the fusion fruit. It's just that there's no time. The Marine headquarters may have received the news here and is rushing here quickly. We can't stay here any longer. What is the most regrettable thing? I'm afraid I just haven't played against Jinbei and Ace. Come to think of it, Ace may have just met Blackbeard during this time. It's time to leave. Immediately, under the horrified eyes of all the prisoners, Luo D slowly stood up. There was no way he would let them see the process of extracting the devil fruit. The two fruits were also hidden under his black robe, so that no one could check them. Right. Just after taking 2 steps, Luo D paused slightly and glanced at the dark prison not far away. Crocodile, see you again by chance. Lafayette, it's time for us to go. Immediately afterwards, the two people turned into afterimages and swept into the dark corridor at extremely fast speeds, disappearing almost in the blink of an eye. The darkness of the prison. Under the shadow, Crocodile lowered his head and covered half of his face with his right hand. From the other half of his face, he could be seen smiling. Ah, Shinigami Luo D, it's interesting. You are the second person I want to defeat after Whitebeard. When I get out, I will definitely look for you. However, one thing you didn't expect was that Luo D didn't kill him. Obviously, he has been restrained by the Sea Tower Stone, and his body cannot be transformed into elements. With the strength of Luo D Swordsman, he can easily kill him in this situation. Could it be that he wanted to fight him openly again? Crocodile couldn't help but fall into his own thoughts. In stark contrast to the quiet atmosphere on his side, the other prisoners were already in an explosion. Luo D, where did this kid come from again? The evil king, big wine barrel, Ryu a hunter, huge battleship. These famous guys all died in his hands. She's just a lunatic. Marine doesn't even dare to kill an Esper so openly. Exposing the powerful devil fruit will only cause greater chaos. It seems we have been away from the sea for a long time. I really want to go out and have a look soon. Are all the newcomers so arrogant now? They're just swordsmen. If it weren't for this damn Sea Tower Stone, damn it. Hey, let me tell you, Crocodile, have you been abused by that kid before? Why are you so afraid to speak? Malinvando, Marine Headquarters. Asterisk hole, you dare to hide such a big thing, damn CP9. Warring States slapped the phone bug hard on the table. If it hadn't been for the incident in Impel Down City, he still wouldn't have known that Judiciary Island had been breached. Judging from the news that just came from Spandam, it was CP9's negligence and the supervisor's loss of control that led to the opening of the Door of Justice, which also gave the Shinigami pirates the opportunity to enter Impel Down. But how on earth did they do it? Both doors of justice were opened. The first door can be said to be caused by the supervisors losing control. So how come the same reason was used for the second door? It's simply ridiculous. These damn guys, in order to evade their crimes, they don't even care about the justice they bear. Warring States was really going crazy. And the most puzzling thing for him was why Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain lost contact. Their strength is clear to Warring States period. Together, the two of them can compete with the general. But these two people lost contact at the critical moment. Kizaru, I hope you can arrive soon. An hour ago, Warring States received a request for help from Impel City. More than half an hour ago, after various considerations, he sent the fastest Kizaru alone to support. After all, only he could reach Impel Down from Malinfando in the shortest time. This time we must keep them in Impel Down City forever. Judiciary Island is destroyed. If Impel Down City is also captured, Marine's face will no longer exist, and the sea will fall into madness and be completely out of control. This is much worse than the Golden Lion's escape from Impel Down more than 20 years ago. The Shinigami pirates cannot stay. Click. Warring States, are you so rude? It's really rare, ha. The office door was pushed open mercilessly. Garp threw half of the sunbae into his mouth, looking careless, with a smile on his wrinkled but energetic face. When Warring States saw Garp, he rubbed his brows helplessly. Have you finished your matter? Garp found a seat to sit down and nodded. A few little pirates who had just gone to sea. I gave them a lesson. Sengoku pushed a piece of information in front of him. If nothing happens, go and support Kizaru. Something happened in Impel Down City. Of course, the premise is that the Shinigami pirates haven't escaped yet. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. Garp swallowed the last mouthful of senbei and picked up the information and glanced at it briefly. Well, that's it. Where have you seen this Shinigami pirates? It just appeared in the newspaper not long ago. You are indeed old. Is there any? Okay, then I'll take a trip. Garp threw the information on the table and stood up to stretch his muscles. After putting on a dog-headed hat, he slowly stood up and walked around with the pace of a dragon and a tiger, quite domineering. Even if we can't capture them alive, we will eradicate them completely this time. After a long time, there was a long sigh in the office. And on the Judiciary Island, connected to Marine headquarters. Tower of Justice. Spangdam put the phone down, his body was a little weak, and his whole body was directly embedded into the soft sofa. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead showed that he was very nervous now. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief and finally had a smile on his face. Luckily it was pushed out, otherwise it would be over. He fabricated that he was not on Judiciary Island, using this as a guide, then using Otanashi Owl, Natsutori, and Jabra as 3 CP9 members who had failed in their duties as a guide, and finally using the surveillance officer who lost control and opened the door to justice as a guide. Barely able to escape the responsibility of the Judiciary Island being captured. In fact, Judiciary Island was not captured. Apart from the opening of the door of justice, no other losses were caused. Unlike Impel Down, that was a true capture. The Shinigami pirates fought directly from the first floor above ground to the 6th floor underground. Once the storm was over, Magellan, the summer captain, and Shiryu, the warden, were both responsible. If you say less, you will be demoted. No, we have to deal with it cleanly and erase all the surveillance related to me. After calming down a bit, Spangdam also calmed down and prepared to erase some evidence and create an alibi. Of course, the 3 CP9 members also need to be dealt with. His position was inherited from his father Spangdine, and there was no room for error. At this time, the Impel Down city, known as the world's great prison, had been completely destroyed. For underground floors, as Luo D and Lafayette left, a very small figure moved slowly and cautiously. It wasn't until he found 2 huge bodies lying side by side on the ground that he quickened his pace. It's Warden Shiryu and Chief Magellan. What exactly happened here? Didn't they even stop those devils? Prison Chief Salutes is also the commander of the Blue Orangutan. At that time, he saw a large number of blue orangutans falling to the ground on the 2nd underground floor, and many of them fled in panic. He immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. However, he was relatively smart and did not rush blindly to arrest the intruders. Instead, he waited quietly and kept observing them through monitoring phone bugs. It wasn't until he saw Luo D and Lafayette leaving that he slowly hurried down and arrived here. Hence the miserable scene in front of us. Shiryu of Rain and Magellan, the 2 pillars of Impel Down, fell down at this moment. Along with, at this time, Salutes noticed 4 jailer beasts lying in a pool of blood and the unconscious little Sadie not far away. It's over now. It's all over. He was stunned. After a long time, he stood up again and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of determination. No, we have to go down there and take a look. If those dangerous guys are released, it will really be over. Call. Salutes took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wait for me a little longer, Warden Shiryu, Little Suddy, and Magellan. I will be back soon. Then he took firm steps and ran quickly towards the dark passage leading below. He didn't know that the alpha wolf on the 5th underground floor had been tamed by Luo D. This trip is likely to be a disaster. Bang! Countless gravels rose into the sky and fell into the sea at an ever-increasing speed. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and some relatively large gravels even stirred up large waves. The calm sea began to become turbulent. Roar! The monsters deep under the sea were awakened, and their roars were deafening. Puff! The water surface began to bulge, and the huge Poseidon species below broke through the sea surface one by one. Their huge bodies swayed left and right, and the sea became increasingly chaotic. The Shinigami followed suit and swung back and forth. Moreover, because the Shinigami is not a marine warship equipped with sea tower stones, it cannot avoid Poseidon-like detection and will only be treated as prey. Phew, it's finally out. The gate of the world's first great prison-impelling city was completely destroyed. Under the billowing dust, two figures gradually emerged. They were Luo Di and Lafayette, who had just rushed out. I'm afraid there will be a battle later. What's wrong? Someone is coming. Judging from the speed of movement, I'm afraid it's Marine General Kizaru. With the color of sight and hearing fully activated, Luo Di's perception distance was extremely far, and he naturally captured the fast-moving yellow light beam. When he heard the word Kizaru, Lafayette was obviously startled, and then the corners of his mouth rose with an obvious smile on his face. Kizaru, I remember Smanton mentioned to me that it seemed that was the guy who kicked him back to West Blue. Forehead. Now Luo Di was a little confused. In fact, judging from Smanton's original strength, he could barely be considered a supernova. It's really not impossible for Kizaru to kick a supernova. Is there another Admiral Marine? Behind him, Winnie covered her nose, followed by Leisu and Tuji. Isn't he just a general? I can shoot one rabbit at a time, right? Reizu. Tuji touched his little gray nose and patted the dachshund Leisu next to him with his other hand. Lafayette turned around slowly, and his cane hit it hard on the head. Ouch, Lafayette, what are you doing? Little thing, don't be too arrogant. He is also a Marine general after all. If he hears what you said with his knowledge, then it will depend on how you can become a general with one shot. All right, Luo Di didn't want to waste any more time here. Kizaru is here, and there will definitely be a lot of Marines coming to support him later. If another general comes, even he will be a little overwhelmed. Wah! Immediately afterwards, he waved his right hand, and the black smoke instantly formed a spacious, floating bridge, which happened to connect with the Shinigami. The huge Poseidon that had just broken through the sea below immediately sank into the sea again as soon as it sensed the terrifying aura above and fled into the distance. The Poseidons surrounding the Shinigami also sensed some kind of threat and fled. Suddenly, the area around the Shinigami became empty. Hey, Step! Driven automatically by the black smoke cloud composed of Shinigami's power, Luo Di and others successfully boarded the ship. You are finally back. Fryan, who was standing behind the mechanical turret, heard the footsteps and turned around to look. The sun that had just risen happened to shine on the slightly tired faces of several people. It's dawn. Depart from the Water City at 10 o'clock in the evening and go to the Day Island and Judiciary Island. After that, he passed through 2 gates of justice and then broke into Impel Down City. A full half-day has passed. After such a high-intensity voyage, it is normal to feel tired. At some point, Smanton also came to a few people. Yun, I was still thinking if you don't come out, I will go in to find you. Hey, it seems that the plan has failed. Lafayette pressed his cane against his chest and chuckled. Don't worry, you will definitely have to fight later. Simonton slapped his cane away, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Lafayette gradually came closer, with a sinister smile on his face. That Kizaru who will kick you away may be coming soon. General, Kizaru? Is that person coming? Smanton was startled for a moment, recalling that very long but unbearable past. That's right, one kick killed him instantly. Looking back now, my body is still shaking a little. This is obviously a psychological shadow. But I'm not the same person I used to be. It doesn't matter if Kizaru comes. Besides, even if I can't defeat him, isn't there Captain Luo Di? Smanton pushed Lafayette aside. They clustered around Luo Di like dogs' legs, sometimes rubbing their shoulders and sometimes tapping their legs. That look made Lafayette's hands itch. Call out. Just at this moment, the wind suddenly blew up. A beam of golden light flashed across the sea at a very fast speed, which was even more dazzling than the sun. On the path of the beam, several huge Poseidon species that were escaping in the opposite direction collided with it and were directly penetrated. Their huge bodies slapped the sea surface, causing even bigger waves. Oh, little brother, were you calling me just now? The Shinigami suddenly sank. Turning around to look, I didn't know when a figure appeared on the stern deck. Even with the sun behind him, his long, slightly obscene face was clearly visible. Marine General Kizaru. He has short black hair, slightly curly. wearing a pair of orange sunglasses and a ring of stubble on his face. He is tall and thin and wears a yellow and white striped suit. The marine coat behind him swayed from side to side with the inertia of landing. Since he was at the stern of the ship and had a higher position, he looked down at Luo D and the others almost from top to bottom. The already long face was stretched even longer due to the visual effect and even gained a touch of arrogance. But he himself is actually very lazy. Kizaru, it's really him. Simonton stood up straight, his brows furrowed and his face solemn. This is the second time we meet. It's funny to say that the other party may not even know who he is. Snap! Luo D put her right hand gently on his shoulder. Smanton, you have grown a lot over the years. Don't get stuck in the memories of the past. It's time for you to take that step. Don't worry. Even if you lose, you will still have me behind you. The calm voice reached Simonton's ears, but he felt sincerely encouraged by the captain. Yes, isn't this the moment I've been living all these years for? Simonton stood up straight, and the shaking of his trembling right hand became smaller and smaller, and finally calmed down completely. I'm on it. He stepped hard with his right foot, jumped into the air, and transformed his body into a giant golden eagle. Completely animalistic. Chinyu, instant kill. The huge wings flapped violently, and the sound of wind accompanied by the brown feathers shot out at the same time. There are thousands of them, all wrapped with armed colors, dense and fast. Ordinary people simply cannot avoid it. It's so scary. Boo-hoo-hoo. Thousands of feathers all pass through the body of the yellow ape, leaving slender holes. Backtrack. The feathers did not shoot directly into the seawater. Instead, they rotated around with the dance of stonemen, shot in the opposite direction, and passed through Kizaru's body again. Give you one last blow. Double whirlwind. Smanton took a deep breath and turned his body in the air. Thousands of rotating brown feathers turned into two sharp spiral discs with a dancing airflow. The thin eaves of the wheels seemed to be able to cut off everything. Cut! He suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. His legs turned into sharp claws, tearing at the air. The churning airflow made bursts of sonic boom sounds, and his huge body was pushed forward by the airflow like a cannonball. The brown light flashed away. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. When the afterimage condensed into one point, Smanton reappeared, flapping his wings and flying above the sea. Behind him, Kizaru's body was torn directly into two pieces. The battle. Is it really that simple? It's so scary. The sound of underplaying sounded again, and Simonton's pupils shrank sharply. His body couldn't help but tremble. It's Kizaru. Under the attack with the added weapon color, he was still fine. Not really. It's just that Kizaru's speed is too fast, and his sight and appearance are also very powerful. The second before the feather hit him, his body was directly elementalized, splitting, and just dodged all the attacks. Its operating effect is very similar to Kaji's armed fist to avoid Luffy. Smanton, be careful! Lafayette suddenly shouted. Behind Smanton, Kizaru's right foot had been raised and flashed with a dazzling golden light. Smanton, the raptor with a bounty of 100 million Baileys, right? Speed is power. Have you ever experienced a light speed kick? 100 million? Isn't it 7,000 W? Before Smanton could think about it, Kizaru's right foot had already kicked down. As he said, speed is weight. At the speed of light, the power of that kick was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Bang! This power is still so powerful. No, it should be said that it is stronger. The violent power swept through his body from his waist and abdomen. Even though Smanton used his armed color to resist, the overbearing power still could not be completely offset. Hold on. Above the sea, just when Smanton was about to submerge into the sea, his eyes widened in anger, his wings flapped rapidly, and the powerful blowing force from bottom to top caused his body to rise into the sky in an arc. But because Kizaru's light speed kick was so powerful, he couldn't stop it for a while. Why does this scene always feel familiar? Lafayette gradually felt relieved when he saw that Smanton had successfully deviated from the seawater. However, The figure rising into the sky has been vaguely seen somewhere. Sure enough, Smanton is still unable to fight against someone at the level of a general. Luo-D looked calm and was not surprised. It's not that Smanton is weak, it's mainly that Kizaru's shining fruit is too buggy. Even if the speed of light can be captured using the color of sight, who can stop such a fast speed? Unless you have a large range, an extremely powerful attack method, or a top-notch weapon color. Otherwise, there's no way to fight at all. Of course, Aiko, who ate the thunder fruit, might be able to compete with Kizaru. Dad said, use magic to defeat magic. If anything can rival the speed of light, although thunder and lightning are slower, they are undoubtedly the closest. The most important thing is that compared to the light beam that runs in a straight line, lightning can turn. In terms of light agility, lightning is even better. However, considering that Aiko was still resting, Luo-D had no intention of calling her. Immediately, he looked at Lafayette to one side with a slightly malicious look. Are you going to try it? Maybe you can survive 2 moves. Forehead. Lafayette thought for a moment, then pressed his hat. Now let me try it. With a kick of his back foot, his body flashed forward, his white wings spread out, and he directly entered the half-animal transformation, and his body functions were greatly improved. Miscellaneous skill. The cane sword was drawn out, and a dazzling cold light flashed past. Hey, Devil Sheriff Lafayette, who has a bounty of 120 million Bailey, are some big pirates. Kizaru was suspended in midair, his right index finger glowing with golden light. Call out. The laser beam shot towards Lafayette quickly. Bang! The seawater was hit by a powerful impact, sinking downwards to a depth of 7 or 8 meters, and the splashing water was more than 10 meters high. That power is simply terrifying. But it's a pity. Kizaru was a little surprised. It was obviously locked, but unexpectedly it missed. No, it wasn't shot in the air, but it was shot on the Phantom. That's a visual feedback glitch. I'm behind you, General Kizaru. Lafayette's slightly cold voice had just sounded, and the cane sword covered in military colors showed its sharp edge. With one strike, Kizaru was cut into 2 pieces. But everything is not over yet. Lafayette twisted his arm, like a snake dancing, and the sword blade kept twisting inside Kizaru's body. His left hand grasped the hilt of the sword, and a steady stream of armed, domineering energy was poured into it, and the sword energy stirred Kizaru's body. Bangs how? When the aura on his body was condensed to the extreme, Lafayette roared angrily, and an invisible wave of air spread out along the body of the cane sword, directly passing through Kizaru's body, rolling up the long waves that had been splashed not long ago. Water mist. Is it over? The sword energy he released was accompanied by armed, domineering energy, and it was so dense that even if Kizaru could elementalize, he would not be able to escape. This is the big pirate, really awesome. No, this voice behind me is Kizaru. Ahead, this is Light Shadow Clone. Damn it, is this the speed of light? Under the impression of seeing and hearing, Lafayette sensed the movement behind him and was about to avoid it. However, how could his speed be faster than that of light? A light speed kick came from behind. This time it was noticeably faster and more decisive. Bang! Not surprisingly, Lafayette did not escape. The force directly brought his body into the sea and sank at an extremely fast speed. Is this the end? As seawater poured into his mouth, and because his whole body was wrapped in seawater, Lafayette lost his strength and turned into a human form, and his consciousness began to gradually blur. He slowly raised his left hand, and in the haze, the surroundings seemed to become pitch black. Is this hell? No. There's a familiar smell, very warm. That's Captain Lodi, aboard the Shinigami. Luo-D held onto Huang Quan tightly, and the power of Shinigami continued to spread, cutting off all sunlight. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed across. Found it. Dark Realm. Transfer. As if he was pulling something, Luo-D held his left hand in the air. Oh, it's really scary that I can't feel the breath inside. Kizaru's eyes were slightly narrowed, and the black field used by Luo-D actually cut off his ability to see and hear. Then he slowly raised his right hand, and a dazzling golden light condensed on his index finger. Call out. The laser beam was extremely fast and disappeared into the darkness almost instantly. But, strangely, there was no explosion sound from inside. Huh, it's really interesting. He is indeed a great pirate with a bounty of 300 million belly. 300 million, yes. Since the last time nearly 30 warships were destroyed on Nidenbor Island, Luodi's bounty has directly changed from 200 million to 300 million. The bounties of other crew members of the Shinigami pirates have also increased to a greater or lesser extent. For example, Raptor Smanton has increased from 70 million to 100 million. The outstanding performance of Thor Ico has increased from 30 million to 150 million. This growth is very scary. Devil Sheriff Lafayette has increased his salary from 60 million to 120 million. Dark Lion Rabbit G has an initial bounty of 50 million, and his partner Gunsling Reizu also has a bounty of 10 million. Because the scientific madman Fryan broke away from the world government, even if there is no sign of crime, his bounty is as high as 80 million. Whose bounty has increased the most here is undoubtedly Winnie. Even without participating in the war, the bounty has increased from 50 to 500, a full 10-fold increase. Of course, if they can successfully escape from Kizaru this time, and everyone escapes safely, that will be big news that can shock the whole world. Their bounty will also reach an extremely terrifying level. I'm afraid it will become the first pirate group after the Four Emperors. The battle is about to break out. When Kizaru fired the laser beam into the Dark Realm, Luo-D also reacted. Jump! While drawing the sword, Huang Quan slashed out heavily, and the dark space instantly became fragmented, and what was brought out was the laser beam that Huang Yu thought had disappeared. Oh, I actually have this strange ability. Kizaru raised his right hand, golden light flashing continuously. Bang! The two laser beams collided in midair, and the huge impact stirred up the sea water, causing the Shinigami to sway from side to side. In a room at the stern of the ship filled with a girlish atmosphere, the eyelids of the person on the bed moved slightly, and after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. What's going on outside? Aiko was awakened. Then, as a white lightning flashed across, Aiko's figure was nowhere to be seen on the bed. Over the Shinigami, thunder and lightning crisscrossed, and a slender figure gradually condensed from the thunderous light. Oh! Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly. Hey, they're all out. The god of thunder, Aiko, has a reward of 150 million. The tone of his voice also became increasingly harsh. Aiko had just woken up and was still unaware of the outside world, so naturally she didn't know what happened. Who is this wretched uncle? Deck below. Fryan, who was hesitating whether to fire or not, looked solemn. That's Marine General Kizaru, a user with the Shining Fruit ability, and his speed is comparable to light. Got a preliminary understanding. Aiko nodded, then turned her head to look at Winnie. Their eyes met, and Winnie remained silent. Then Aiko slowly closed her eyes and gently raised her right hand. And when her right hand fell again, there was a sudden roar of thunder in midair, and the dazzling white arc showed a Z trajectory, making it difficult to find a trace. Why don't I want to fight? Kizaru suddenly became a little distressed and subconsciously scratched his head with his right hand. Hey, it's all my fault that the wages they give are too low. Affected by Aiko's emotional fruit, he didn't know what to do next. Sizzling, the air shook with thunder. The thunder beam, stained with a touch of blood-red light, is powerful, beautiful, but suffocating. The arc rubbed against the air, making it slightly hot. Thunder light slash. When the sharp edge that was imperceptible to the naked eye passed by, the lightning gradually faded away. At some point, Aiko had appeared behind Kizaru. Immediately afterwards, there was only a click sound, and the last trace of blood red did not enter the scabbard. Ahem, was it successful? On the deck at Luo-D's feet, Lafayette, who had just been transferred, spat out the last mouthful of seawater from his mouth and looked up at the sky, with a slightly dull look on his pale face. But is it really over? Obviously impossible. Luo-D rubbed the handle of Huang Chuan's knife with his right hand, his expression unusually calm. No, but The perfect cooperation between Winnie and Aiko can already hurt Kizaru. If you give them a few more years, they may really be able to match the general. Above the sea, Kizaru recovered from his confusion. What happened? He put down his right hand and caught a glimpse of blood from the corner of his eye. Wound? By the way, I seem to have fallen into some very negative emotions just now, and this wound seemed to have appeared during that time. Looking down, he saw a finger-long scratch on his sleeve and a cut of the same length on the skin underneath. But because of his super strength, except for the blood stains on his sleeves, the wound underneath has almost healed. It seems to be some kind of weird ability. It can actually affect me. Even if it is very short-lived, the moment of lack of concentration is enough to be fatal. This Shinigami Pirates is really scary. This job is really thankless. Behind Kizaru, Aiko let out a long sigh. As expected of General Marine, he only suffered a few scratches. No, not even a scratch. Call out, "Are you here?" Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind him. Aiko frowned slightly, and his body turned into a thunderous light, traveling back and forth across the sky. Behind, the golden light follows closely behind, although it is faster in comparison. Because the light can only travel in a straight line, there is always a sense of déjà vu being played by lightning. Oh, what a troublesome ability. Kizaru stopped slowly and scratched his head in distress. Immediately afterwards, he placed his hands on his abdomen, accumulating a golden light ball like a mirror. Yada mirror! The golden beam shoots out quickly and refracts in the air, forming a light track. Little girl, don't run away. Kizaru's body flashed, and he instantly escaped into this path of light. And relying on his extremely good knowledge, he successfully captured Aiko's action path. Bang! In midair, Kizaru's golden right leg collided with the blood in Aiko's hand, making the air whine. What a speed! Aiko was slightly startled. As soon as he raised his left hand, Kizaru also raised his right hand. Thunderstorm. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Under the empty light blue sky, countless dazzling golden light bombs and white lightning collided with each other, sputtering out as hot as a flame. The mixed colors were like bright fireworks, and the sound of explosions was endless. No, his fruit development is too high, and his weapon color is not inferior to mine. As time went by, Aiko became more and more strenuous. Then he exerted force with his right hand, and his body turned into countless electric arcs, flying towards the sky. It's not a good habit to run away, little girl. The Yada mirror condensed again, and the golden beam bounced back and forth. Kizaru's body kept flashing in it, and it was almost teleporting at a speed that was impossible to capture. Bang! Another kick, and the air trembled. Don't underestimate people, you stinky monkey. 30 million volts, Thunder God's spear. Aiko's figure suddenly stagnated, and at some point his left hand formed a huge spear wrapped in thick thunder. Go! Bang! A fierce collision started again. The splashing thunder and golden beams fell to the sea and exploded into large waves. The power is 100 times more terrifying than ordinary artillery shells. Your strength isn't that great either, you stinky monkey. Oh, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, his body dissipated and condensed again to appear behind Aiko. In his hand, the golden light particles were condensing, eventually forming a sword of light. Tian Tsongyin's sword. A sword was slashed out, but Aiko smiled. At the same time as his body turned, the thunder spear that was nearly half worn out in his hand was thrown out, and it happened to collide with the Tian Tsongyin's sword. 100 million volts, divine punishment, and heavenly beheading. Aiko transformed into thunder and rushed towards a higher position. And above the blue sky, a white giant sword nearly 100 meters long had condensed out of nowhere. The lightning arcs surrounding it were nearly half a meter thick. The brilliant power of heaven turned into divine thunder and was used to draw it with the sword. It's really scary. Kizaru looked up at the sky, and the thunder spear thrown by Aiko had been killed by him. In an instant, Aiko was standing on the giant sword. Both feet stepped hard, and thunder roared, resounding throughout the entire sea. The Poseidons on the seabed were frightened. Their huge bodies twisted back and forth and fled in all directions. The sea water continued to roll, and the waves crashed on the Shinigami and almost swallowed it. Rise! Luo D stood on the deck, stretched out his right hand, and countless smoke clouds surged out until the entire Shinigami was lifted into the air. Impel Down was not so lucky. Waves came one after another, and the sea water poured into the spacious door that was damaged beyond recognition, slowly seeping inward. If the waves cannot be stopped, the Impel Down city may be completely submerged by the sea. Above the rough sea, Thunder's Kimui is revealed. Fall! A flash of lightning flashed in Aiko's eyes. Then he clapped his hands heavily. The giant thunder sword flashed with dazzling light, until it became brighter and brighter, until the eyes could not look straight. When the momentum reaches its peak, the thunder sword fell instantly with scorching heat, like the nine heavens' divine sword, which seemed to be able to punish all evils in the world. Unstoppable, invincible. It's really terrible. This time, Kizura finally had a serious look on his face, and his tone was rare and serious. In his right hand, the Tian Songyun sword was also condensed to the extreme. Although the size cannot be compared with the Thunder Giant sword, the power contained in it seems to be more terrifying. Tian Song splits the sword. Kizura moved. The Tian Songyun sword in his hand was suddenly thrown out, and the golden lightsaber flew upwards, split into 8 in an instant, and quickly surrounded and formed a circular sword formation, which just blocked the Thunder Giant sword and prevented it from going any further. Little girl, you may not have her before. Speed is weight. Bafangtian Songyun sword suddenly accelerated, getting faster and faster, until it completely reached the speed of light. At this time, Kizaru held his right hand empty. Gather! The Tian Songyun Jian, which reached its extreme speed, suddenly gathered together, and the Thunder Giant sword surrounded in the center was obliterated bit by bit. Gradually shrink, from 100 meters to 50 meters, another 10 meters, until the last bit is left. Is this the power of a general? Aiko was suspended in the sky, breathing heavily. Her pretty face was full of shock, and beads of sweat slowly dripped down her cheeks. Although she had stronger moves, the condensed Thunder Sword had already consumed nearly half of her physical strength. If it is used forcefully, she will probably fall into a coma due to loss of strength later. Cole, you've done your job. Let's stop here. Luo D's lips moved slightly, and the sound was directly transmitted to Aiko's ears across hundreds of meters. She was startled for a moment, then nodded. Transformed into thunder, lightning flashed across, and he returned to the Shinigami in an instant. Also returning to the ship almost at the same time as her was the pale-faced Smanton. Damn, Kizuru, I must make him look good next time. He was covering his abdomen, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, that kick still caused a certain degree of damage to him. However, compared to more than 10 years ago, things are not that good at all. Kizuru's kick almost broke his bones, and his body couldn't move. But now, not only can he move, but he can fully recover in another 3 to 5 minutes. Sure enough, we and the general are not at the same level at all. Lafayette, who had already recovered by Luo D's side, stepped forward and took a hand, lifting Smanton upright with a wry smile on his lips. Don't underestimate yourself. If you can defeat Kizuru twice, your strength is already very good. Luo D waved his hand to prevent them from losing confidence. In fact, in terms of strength, the current Smanton and Lafayette are definitely stronger than those extremely evil generations, and much stronger. However, Kizuru was indeed a bit of a dimensionality reduction blow to them. As for Aiko, I can only say that it has great potential and a promising future. Of course, if Winnie's fruit had been developed for a few more years and the two of them had joined forces, it was very possible to repel or even defeat Kizuru. If it wasn't for that yellow monkey running around, this rabbit would have been shot down by him with one shot. Luo D looked at 2G, who suddenly interrupted and couldn't help but smile. As for Usagi, Entering the Dark Line transformation is better than Manton and Lafayette, but it is a bit unrealistic to hit Kizuru with a cannonball. Unless it can awaken the top level of knowledge, foresee the future. The speed of light is difficult to capture with ordinary sight and color. At this moment, the Shinigami suddenly sank. It's Kizaru. Here he comes again. Oh, are you planning to run away? That's such a pity. If I let you go, it would be hard for me to do business. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and had a slight smile on his long face, which looked a little casual. Luo Di looked at him calmly, while his right hand had already touched the handle of the knife. General, I've had 2 moves with Akiji before. Now that he had a preliminary understanding of the crew's strength, it was time for him to take action. In fact, this is also risky. After all, there may be a large number of Marines coming later. However, in order to understand everyone's strength more thoroughly, he had no choice but to make this move. Oh, Kizaru was a little surprised. His right hand had been raised, and a dazzling golden light kept flashing. I actually fought with Akiji. It seems that I took on a troublesome mission. Call out. As the sound fell, the laser light shot out almost simultaneously. However, he saw a flash of cold light flash across, and Huang Quan, covered with armed domineering aura, slashed out at high speed. Clang! The underworld connected with the laser beam, and the golden light was swallowed up by darkness. What a weird knife. Kizaru saw that his attack failed for the first time, and there was a moment of surprise on his face. Immediately afterwards, the body turned into countless light particles, and the next moment, he appeared beside Luo Di. Lightspeed kick. The right foot, glowing with golden light, kicked out at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. Logically speaking, this kick is almost impossible to resist. However, Kizaru's right leg stopped about a punch away from Luo Di, making it difficult to make any further progress. What's going on? Don't you understand? That's right. You probably don't know what Luiying is. Wano country is a closed country. Their development of domineering is different from the outside world. So even these marine generals don't know. But in fact, the essence is the same. They're all armed colors, just a little more clever. For example, Jean Mamamoru's Ashikura solo has a hint of high-level Ryazakura. Luo Di quickly swung out his left hand and grabbed the leg through a thick layer of armor. Collapse. The palm of his hand was hollow, and the armed color seeped into the body of the ape, starting to destroy it from the inside out. Kizaru frowned slightly. It's a pain I haven't felt for a long time. Then he raised his hands. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. In an instant, hundreds of light bombs poured out, but they were all blocked by a layer of invisible armor. Of course, Luo Di didn't feel well either. Maintaining that layer of armor took a lot of energy, especially during the battle. Kizaru took advantage of this moment to reverse his body in the air and kicked out his freed left foot. The huge force driven by the speed of light knocked Luo Di back several steps, and Kizaru was also out of control and was several meters away in an instant. There is a bounty of 300 million Shinigami Luo Di. This bounty is probably too low. However, what greeted him was a huge slash that penetrated nearly 100 meters. Call out. Golden light flashed, and Kizaru jumped into the sky, his expression unchanged. Obviously, the slash had no impact on him at all. This instant battle stunned the surrounding crew members. After fighting Kizaru and seeing this scene again, they understood Luo Di's power even more. Captain Luo Di, it's really scary. The previous fights on Sky Island seemed to be just to tease us. Brother Luo Di, knock that stinky monkey into the bottom of the sea. Well, Ben Rabbit, come on. Ben Rabbit is fine too. Captain Luo Di, come on. Is this Luo Di's strength? It seems that what he said is not impossible to accomplish. Kizaru hovered in midair, looking down at Luo Di, and sighed after a long time. It seems I can only leave you all here. Then, he stretched out his right hand. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Densely packed light bombs shot down overwhelmingly. His target is the Shinigami. This is a windless zone, and there are no islands around it. As long as the ship is sunk, The Shinigami pirates will have nowhere to escape. Did they give you more money? They fought so hard. Luo D rolled his eyes helplessly. This guy is nothing like that Kizaru who only knows how to release water. Of course, Luo D would not sit still and wait for death. He raised his hand, and the Huang Quan blade rotated in the air. Dark Realm. Black smoke clouds spewed out with him as the center, spreading rapidly, and did not stop until they covered nearly 1,000 meters. From the outside, it looks like a huge hemisphere, but inside is a dark area where sunlight cannot reach. This is the territory I command. As long as I don't leave this realm, I can move around at will, faster than light. Kizaru, are you ready? The corners of Luo D's mouth raised slightly, and his figure gradually disappeared into the boundless darkness. It's pitch black all around, so scary. Kizaru stretched out his right hand, and golden light suddenly appeared, but the range that his eyes could see was not even 1 meter. Impenetrable. Immediately afterwards, he tried to move again, but the transmission speed of light obviously slowed down a lot, and it was like there was no boundary here, and he could never reach the end. In fact, he couldn't even feel any breath of life from what he saw. No, there is a... Suddenly, he twisted his body and kicked out his golden right leg at high speed. What's going on? Is there something wrong with your perception? The strange thing is that this kick didn't hit anything, and that breath also teleported to a very far away location. At such a fast speed, he even thought that something was wrong with his perception. The response is pretty quick. 100 meters away, Luo D's eyes narrowed. The tentative attack just now was discovered. All I can say is that he is worthy of being a general. Then, how will you resist the next attack? Click. Luo D held onto Huang Quan tightly. Even the boundless darkness could not conceal its edge. Here, he can carry out attacks without distance or distinction. Even if they are hundreds of meters or thousands of meters apart, as long as they are in this area, he can attack anyone he wants to attack. Cut. The sword was slashed out, but turned into countless sharp blades. Other side, Kizaru sensed one, no, several, hundreds of strands of malice. They came from all directions, all aimed at him. It's really troublesome. Tian, Song Yun's sword. I saw his hands suddenly intertwined, and the tiny light particles continued to gather and condense, eventually forming a sword of light. Coming. Bang. Golden light flowed under his feet. His figure flashed quickly, and he dodged dozens of invisible slashes in a row. So that's where he was hiding. Kizaru had been observing, and his sense of observation was released to the extreme. He finally caught the location of the aura. Go! In the boundless darkness, the golden stream of light flew quickly, and the armed and domineering Tian, Song Yun's sword moved forward at high speed. Fisk, I've been discovered. Kizaru's movements did not escape Luo D's perception. His body deflected slightly, and the Tian Kanjian's sword almost missed his body and flew past. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. It's so hard to find, Shinigami. Luo D. A slightly lazy voice came from Tian Kanjian's sword. Almost instantly, with a flash of golden light, Kizaru's tall figure suddenly appeared, and his right hand was already attached to Luo D's abdomen. How can you run away now? 8-foot-tall Magatama. Boo-hoo-hoo. Countless dazzling light bullets shot out from his palm. Luo D was the first to bear the brunt. His abdomen was continuously penetrated by them, and holes the size of thumbs appeared one after another, like a sieve. It wasn't until he saw that his breath was gradually weakening that Kizaru slowly stopped. Then he raised his right foot, pressed it against Luo D's neck, and pressed him onto the void ground. Isn't this space released yet? Seeing that Luo D was unconscious, the surroundings were still dark. Kizaru couldn't help scratching his head in distress. Above the sea, the Shinigami swayed back and forth with the lingering waves of the waves. After Luo D released the Dark Realm, he teleported it to this relatively safe location. I wonder what happened to Brother Luo D. Aiko stood on the deck, looking worriedly at the huge, dark hemisphere not far away. The situation inside cannot be detected even with the use of sight, It is like another space that is isolated. Don't worry, you will be fine. Winnie patted her shoulder. Her voice was extremely gentle, but full of confidence in Luo Di. See Manton, who is fully recovered, is rolling the dice with a calm look on his face. The captain's strength is obvious to all, and a general is not enough to pose a threat to him. Tuji, who was sitting on Lace's back, scratched his head. What if there is another one? Forehead. Boom. Hey, Lafayette, what are you doing with this rabbit? Tuji covered his little head in pain and looked up at the culprit with dissatisfaction. Lafayette retracted his cane and bent slightly, his pale face getting closer and closer. It's really coming. Are you going to fight? Tuji's eyes kept rolling, and finally he snorted with a lump in his throat. Ben Rabbit. Just hit. It's just a matter of one shot for a mere general. Why? Frian shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he was really worried. Kizaru was known for his speed, so it was reasonable for him to be able to catch up. But what if he is not the only one who comes? This place is not far from the Marine headquarters, and the whirlpool current can speed up the ship's navigation, so Marine can arrive in a very short time. Luadi, Captain, come out quickly. This is Marine's base camp. We don't have time to waste time with them. Frian was worried, but because he was separated by the dark realm, even if he wanted to observe the situation on the sea, he couldn't. Bang! Kizaru kicked Luo Di hard, trying to wake him up. Well, I really took on a troublesome mission. Do I have to break it by force? And just as he was thinking, a slightly familiar deep voice suddenly came from behind him. You could try it. That's okay. Etc. Kizaru suddenly came to his senses, raised his hand, and the laser beam shot behind him. Boom! Luo Di raised his hand slightly, and Huangquan instantly swallowed up the golden light. You're okay? Then, by the golden light in his left hand, Kizaru saw another Luo Di. No, maybe the one under my feet is just a fake. And just as he thought, Luo Di gave him the answer. Is that the one under your feet? It's just a substitute. Of course, I didn't expect you to approach me in that way at first, so your attack is not completely ineffective. As he spoke, he pointed to his abdomen with his left hand. The clothes were torn with 3 small holes, but the skin underneath was intact. Thanks to his strong physique, the 3 light bombs did not cause any harm to him. Is that so? Bang! Kizaru stepped hard with his left foot, and the Luo Di under his feet instantly shattered and turned into a part of the dark realm. Now it's my turn to fight back. Are you ready? Luo Di looked at him deeply, and then his figure melted into the darkness. When he appeared again, Huangquan was already close to Kizaru's neck. So fast, feeling the biting chill, Kizaru was startled, his body dwarfed, and then turned into a golden stream of light and quickly retreated. Luo Di followed closely behind. Huangquan slashed again. This is Conqueror's Haki. Different from the last attack, this time Kizaru clearly felt a sense of mental oppression. This knife cannot be cut hard. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a beam of light again, and he evacuated quickly. But Luo Di arrived one position ahead of time every time, and Kizaru could only avoid it by turning back quickly. And the more this happens, it will be a burden on him both mentally and physically. The restrictions on him here are really too great. The speed slowed down significantly, and Luo Di could still teleport. What a loss. It seems that we can only destroy this place. But is it possible? Kizaru frowned slightly, and after turning back again, he made up his mind. Done. Tian Tsong splits the sword. Light particles flowed in his hand, and Tian Tsong Yun's sword was held in his hand. Immediately afterwards, it was divided into 8, standing in 8 directions, just surrounding Kizaru to the center. Woohoo! The golden light intertwined, and the Tian Tsong Yun's sword began to rotate at an extremely fast speed, and finally connected into a huge aperture. But the blades were connected together, and the whole took on a cone shape. Kizaru slowly stretched out his right hand, and a steady stream of armed color continued to pour into it. Go! With a fierce push from his right hand, Kizaru moved forward at great speed with the light cone. Faster and faster until it reaches the speed of light. Click! A small hole was opened in the dark realm. "This is it. Open it for me." Kizaru drove the huge light cone to move continuously. In less than half a minute, it collided thousands of times. Bang! Finally, the dark realm was broken open. Sunlight shines through the hole as big as one person, and the inner space gradually collapses. Yes, there are weaknesses in the dark realm. As long as the outside light penetrates, it will become fragmented and gradually disintegrate. And Kizaru also flew out quickly along the entrance of the hole. His target is the Shinigami. As long as the rest of the Shinigami pirates are controlled, he doesn't believe Luo D and still dares to resist. TCH, I knew earlier that I would have integrated that part of the devil's power into the dark realm, but it's too late to say this. It's better to get out quickly. Luo D sighed helplessly, and then, before the space collapsed, he used teleport for the last time. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. In an instant, Kizaru had flown over the Shinigami. His hands were intertwined, and dense light bombs were shot out overwhelmingly, completely covering the Shinigami. The golden light was dazzling and warm, but at this time it carried a murderous intent that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it, Kizaru actually came out. Where's Captain Luo D? Simonton was shocked, and his body directly transformed into a human-animal form. As his wings flapped, thousands of feathers entwined with armed domineering energy shot out at the same time. The space has been destroyed. The captain should be fine, but his speed cannot keep up with Kizaru, so he may be slower, as long as we hold him back. Lafayette pulled out his cane sword, raised his hand, and made several quick slashes. Look how powerful this rabbit is. Tuji picked up Leisu, and, as he flapped his palms, hundreds of softball cannonballs shot towards the light bullets in the sky. However, because it was not in the Dark Lion state, only about half of the cannonballs were wrapped with armed hockey. Aiko also stretched out his right hand. As the lightning flashed, hundreds of tiny lightning beams refracted back and forth in the air, blocking hundreds of light bullets in an instant. Winnie clasped her hands together and slowly closed her eyes. Kizaru, who was in midair, felt that his whole person had become very passive, and the movements of his hands gradually stopped. And it was also in this moment of trance that all the attacks below gathered at one point. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the smoke filled the air, and Kizaru's figure disappeared into it, making it impossible for people to see clearly what was going on inside. Aiko frowned, seeing the color and the electronic particles in the air. She clearly sensed Kizaru's still strong vitality. Still not working? But the next moment, she suddenly showed a smile and relaxed. Brother Luo D is fine. That's great. Behind Kizaru, Luo D stepped on the air, and as his body continued to move forward, large black smoke clouds gradually emerged around him, condensing and gathering. The true form of Shinigami, the shadow of Shinigami, which was more than 10 meters high, quickly appeared. The pitch-black sickle emits a soul-stirring black light under the sunlight. Winnie, well done. Luo D looked at the slightly dull Kizaru in the gray smoke and silently gave Winnie a thumbs up in his heart. Then the huge Shinigami phantom stretched out his left hand, and the sticky black substance directly bound Kizaru's hands and feet. Soul cutting. The Shinigami's sickle was swung down hard. This knife can hit the soul directly, which is real damage in the true sense. Furthermore, Luo D also wrapped a layer of conquerors around it, raising its power to its peak. Between the lightning and flint, Kizaru woke up. What? The overwhelming pressure made his breath hitch. Turning his head slightly, he saw a huge black scythe approaching, and the space began to tremble and twist due to the black thunder around him. No, you have to leave quickly. Kizaru had a feeling that if he was hit by the sickle, it would probably be a disaster. Damn it, what is this? It can't be elementalized. He was about to pull away, but found that his limbs were tied. Damn it, this is the first time I'm so embarrassed. Of course, we certainly cannot sit still and wait for death. Opening his mouth slightly, he spit out a laser beam like a reformed pacifist, and his body is also shrinking. The transfer will take some time. Damn it, it's too late. The scythe of Shinigami has fallen. Kizaru's body size shrunk by nearly half, but he still couldn't escape completely. Just as he was about to hit his neck, a dark fist hit hard, causing the Shinigami's sickle to deflect. Lieutenant General Garp. TSK. The person here is actually Garp. In fact, Luo D sent someone coming early, just to get rid of Kizaru quickly. He didn't care about that much at the same time. But when a man attacked, Luo D realized that he had been careless. I've been lingering in the city for too long. If he had found the control room and closed the door of justice, there would not have been so many things. But no one is perfect, and he cannot worry so much. Moreover, there are not so many original ones in the world. Now that Garp is here, he has no choice but to face it. As he raised his hand, all the demonic power that bound Kizaru's limbs was withdrawn. Facing two strong men of general level, he must maintain his prime condition. In fact, it was those few wisps of demonic power that controlled Kizaru, preventing him from elementalizing in the first place. It's just a pity that there may not be a second chance for such a good opportunity. As the demon's power receded, Kizaru's shrunken body recovered instantly. Lieutenant General Garp, you came just in time. He stretched his muscles and returned to his lazy look. Garp stepped on Moonwalk and pulled hard with his left hand. The huge lead ball with a radius of nearly 50 meters from the dog-headed warship below shot up into the sky with great force. As Zephas said, Kizaru, you rely too much on fruits. Immediately afterwards, veins popped out in his right hand, and he swung it hard, and the huge shot put changed its direction and hit Shinigami's real body. As expected of a marine hero, he is really fierce. Even though he is old and his strength is not as good as before, this power is still enough to suppress those big pirates. Naturally, Luo D would not sit still and wait for death. He raised his hand, and the Shinigami's true form waved the Shinigami's scythe to greet him. Kizaru had taken advantage of this gap to use the Yada mirror to come behind Luo D, and countless light bullets were shot from his hand. I'm being flanked. The Shinigami's scythe collided with the giant shot put, and Luo D couldn't get away for a while, but there was that troublesome guy Kizaru behind him. Tisk, devil clone, it's up to you. Immediately, Luo D pulled away the demon clone and let it control Shinigami's real body, while he rushed out, slashing out the underworld in his hand. The huge slash spanning nearly 100 meters completely engulfed the light bullet. Clone! Clone! Kizaru and Garp noticed something strange about Luo D and were both a little surprised. This form was not recorded in the newspapers at all. What a headache! Kizaru dodged and escaped the sweeping black slash, while Luo D followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to get closer. Huang Quan, who was entangled with Conqueror's domineering energy, slashed out from the air. Tian Tsong Yin sword. Kizaru held his right hand empty, and the light particles condensed to form a sword of light again. The weapon was entangled, and he directly faced it. There's no point in running away all the time, not to mention that Garp is still watching below. He, Kizaru, still wants to save face. You can't always be chased and beaten by pirates. Clang! The swords met each other in the air. The air pressure dropped suddenly, and there was a roar of wind. This is the collision between conquerors and armed colors. But obviously, Luo D is even better. What's more, his physique is far beyond what Kizaru can compare to. Bang! Using his arms, Kizaru was shaken by the strange force and took 2 steps back, his right hand feeling numb. I can't even get close. Is that Conqueror's entanglement? Huang Yuan is knowledgeable, and he has also seen what Luo D used, and he has only seen 4 emperors perform it. Does it mean that Luo D already has the strength of the 4 emperors? Thinking of this, his face also showed an imperceptible solemnity. Call out. Luo D moved again, pushed by the smoke behind him. His body moved forward at great speed, and Huang Quan slashed out again. If I had known it would be such a troublesome thing, I wouldn't have come back today. Speed is weight. Kizaru's whole body was wrapped in golden light, driving his body forward at great speed. Speed can make up for lack of strength. Other side, Garp has an inseparable fight with Shinigami's true form, which is controlled by a demon clone. He threw a huge shot put into the sea and went into battle himself. The fist collided with the Shinigami's scythe, and the powerful airflow directly splashed the seawater below several meters high. The seawater became restless again, and more seawater submerged into the Impel City. However, the Marines haven't noticed this yet. Has it reached this point? Garp punched out one punch after another. Although the real Shinigami was beaten back continuously, it was still able to block it. Then try this trick. Stomping his feet, Garp stepped on Moonwalk and soared straight into the sky. But when he reached the top of Shinigami's real body, he suddenly stopped. Then he exerted force on his waist, leaning back first, accumulating power in his right hand, and blasted out while bending down. Fist-bone impact. A punch blasted out, the air flow moved, the powerful armed domineering energy continued to entangle. The air pressure below dropped sharply, and a strong wind suddenly rose. The demon clone's mouth opened slightly, and its body trembled slightly. Shinigami's true form held up the Shinigami scythe and resisted with difficulty, but the strong energy wrapped around Haki made its legs bend, and its body began to fall. A huge circular depression with a radius of nearly 100 meters appeared on the sea surface, and its depth was also nearly 100 meters, and it continued to sink with the strong air flow produced by Garp. The entire sea level seems to have risen as a result. The strength of the legendary Marine and Garp was perfectly displayed, and above the sea, the Kobold fleet led by Garp kept rising and falling with the waves. Some of the Marines on the ship were holding the mast, and some holding the guardrail to prevent themselves from falling. Some relatively strong waves hit the hull and rushed directly to the bow of the ship. The Marines were miserable, and some Marines who were holding on to the guardrail almost rushed into the sea with the water. Lieutenant General Garp, please consider us. No, the waves are too big, I'm going to fall. Steering the helm, steering the helm. If the warship capsizes, it will be over. Someone please help me, my foot is stuck. The entire fleet became very chaotic due to the impact of huge currents. Who would have thought that this would be a windless zone? Other side, Aiko stood at the top of the mast and nodded suddenly. Then the figure flashed to the stern deck. Smanton was at the helm. Uncle Smanton opened the windshell box and prepared to leave. Leave? Simonton was slightly startled. What's wrong? Aiko turned to look at Luo D, who was facing two against one a few hundred meters away, and said leisurely, Brother Luo D just sent me a message. At this time, Fryan came over, holding the start switch of the windshell box in his hand. Don't hesitate. Let's leave immediately. Staying will only hold him back. Simonton was still hesitant. Then why did Captain Luo D leave? He was facing a Marine general and the legendary Marine Garp. Fryan pointed in the direction of Impelled Down City. Look there. It's easy for Captain Luo D to get away. But if we stay, we will only harm him. After a moment of silence, Simonton gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Then let's go. Fryan pressed the button silently. The wind ruffled, and the Shinigami moved at high speed against the constantly undulating sea surface, gradually moving away. Are you finally leaving? After seeing and hearing this, Luo D felt that the Shinigami was far away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just released a ray of Shinigami power and sent a message to Aiko asking them to leave quickly. Luo D knew that with his current strength, it would be very difficult to face two general-level experts, and he might even be arrested. Garp is okay. Although he is very strong, he can't fly. Luo D even dared to fly leisurely in front of him. The focus is on Kizaru. This guy is more troublesome. There's no one who is faster than Luo D, so this guy who is good at speed is very troublesome. However, there's a chance now for Luo D to escape. Clang! The swords connected in the air, and the corners of Luo D's mouth rose slightly. Kizaru. Kizaru looked at him lazily and did not answer. Every time he launched an attack, he would retreat a certain distance. As his body impacts at the speed of light, his power will become stronger. Luo D didn't know at first, so he suffered a hidden loss, and half of his body was driven into the sea. Fortunately, The demon clones separated and made him not afraid of the seawater. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Bang! The swords clashed again in the air, and Luo D pointed in the direction of the city with his free left hand. Look over there. There are a lot of marine people there. Are you just going to let them go? Hearing this, Kizuru glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to see the getting higher and higher waves. They kept hitting the Impel City, and the seawater poured in endlessly along the entrance of the cave. The impact of Garp's fist intensified the surge of seawater. This happened to be Luo D's best chance to escape. Then, with a wave of his left hand, Shinigami's real body suddenly collapsed, and the demon clone turned into countless small black threads and quickly poured into Luo D's forehead. Goodbye. Of course, if you're not afraid of the group of criminals and jailers inside being drowned, you can chase them. As he spoke, Luo D exerted force with his right hand, connected his hair, twisted his body, and flew into the sky. Just ran away? Kizaru stared blankly at the empty sword of light in his hand. As Luo D said, he didn't chase him at the first time. Instead, he took a closer look at the situation in Impel Down City. It's not good. Seawater keeps pouring in, and it's hard to imagine what's going on inside. But one thing is for sure. Impel Down cannot afford to lose anything. Immediately afterwards, the golden light bounced back and forth with the Yata mirror, and Kizuru arrived at Garp's side almost instantly. Lieutenant General Garp, stop fighting. Take a look at the situation in Impel Down City. There are people behind you who are very busy. It's really troublesome. The hand on his shoulder made Garp slightly startled, but when he saw the situation below clearly, he subconsciously scratched his head. Hey, where's that guy? Why is he missing? Forehead. Are you really old? Kizuru covered his forehead helplessly, and then used his hands to turn Garp's body in one direction with slight force. Don't care how it disappeared. Let's take a look at Impel Down City first. The punch you just made almost flooded Impel Down City. I said at first, I can't assist you in a rescue, but this matter has nothing to do with me. When the Warring States Fleet Admiral asks, I will not take responsibility. Garp gradually came back to his senses, grinned, and patted the back of his head with his right hand. Ah, that's it. Then I'll trouble you. What's the meaning? The physical exertion was a bit heavy just now. I'm a little sleepy now. Let go and take a rest first. With that said, Garp stepped on Moonwalk and quickly moved towards the dog-headed warship. Kizaru followed closely behind, his long face full of distress. Lieutenant General Garp, aren't we on a mission together? Isn't it right to go on a mission together? If you handle the matter well, doesn't it mean that I have also handled it? If you say so, what if the Shinigami pirates escape? That must be your problem. After all, you were the one who arrived first. I didn't even see their shadow. Okay, act quickly. The people in Impel Down City can't wait that long. Hey, today is really not a good time to travel. More than 20 minutes later, the wind shell box slowly stopped operating, and the Shinigami just left the comm zone and entered the normalcy area. On the horizon, a figure in black robes flew at high speed. Tret, when he landed on the deck of the Shinigami, everyone looked at him. I knew the captain would be fine. I don't know who was talking about it just now, so I just knelt down and prayed, Brother Luo D, just be fine. Well, this rabbit has expected it. You were able to escape from those two people. I really underestimated you. Captain, here are the drinks you just mixed. Luo D looked at the crowd, facing the sunshine, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I hope everyone is okay. To be honest, this time it was too dangerous. He really didn't expect that Marine would actually send two generals to arrest them. Although Garp has the title of Lieutenant General, his strength is definitely at the level of General. But thanks to Garp, the Shinigami pirates were able to escape unscathed. Luo D can be said to be relaxed now. The revenge of my predecessor has been avenged. Nothing can restrain him anymore. From then on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. At this moment, some strange changes seemed to have taken place in the soul, but Luo D did not notice it because he was happy. Right. Luo D suddenly lowered his head and reached out to take off the Huang Quan pin to his waist. There's a soul living in it. That's right, it's boarding. It's not a seal. It seems to be from Impel Down. Moreover, Luo D could clearly feel that the soul was very strong. If I have to compare, it may be a bit better than Magellan. However, things like the soul are not easy to refer to. It is not directly proportional to strength, but there is some kind of randomness. Therefore, Luo D cannot tell the strength of his strength from the strength of his soul. Hey, come out and say a few words. Since there is a soul, he tries to communicate with him. After a long time, the soul did not give Luo D any response. It's a pity that he can't speak. How about getting rid of him? And just when Luo D was hesitating, Lafayette happened to come over. Captain, should we go to New World next? Luo D glanced at Huang Quan one last time, then hung it back around his waist, and then looked up at Lafayette. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes, it's time to leave for the New World. The New World is a sea area where the heroes are divided and there are many strong people. That was the place Luo D was chasing. Oh, I almost forgot, and that damn guy Doflamingo. How dare you steal the name of the Shinigami pirates? Luo D would not let him go. Only, Lafayette, what's wrong? Have you prepared the record pointer for the Sabaody Islands? This, that. So, are you ready? Forgot. This day, World Economic News Service. Morgan's received a set of photos and an audio copy. It is a photo of the Shinigami pirates following the sea train at high speed and a section of the whistle of Judiciary Island. This is almost done by reporters at their own risk. In fact, under normal circumstances, they would not take such risks. However, because of Morgan's request, they paid so much more attention to the Shinigami pirates. No, not yet. These things are far from enough. Morgan's paced back and forth, a little irritated. There is nothing written in the intelligence about what exactly happened on Judiciary Island. After all, Judiciary Island is heavily guarded and has an excellent prevention and control system. It is not a place that ordinary reporters can intervene in. I hope you could bring me some good news. Yamos. However, there is no airtight wall in the world, and not all of Morgan's men are incompetent. For example, Amos, who ate the paramecia escape fruit. In fact, this fruit has great potential. If it is developed to the extreme, it can even escape into a different space like the gate fruit. With a little bit of development, you can also escape into the air. And because Yamos is not keen on developing fruits, he can only do the simplest Earth style until now. The Revolutionary Army would probably grit their teeth in anger if this super functional fruit was developed so poorly. What a waste of natural resources. This information is enough to shock the world. Boss Morgans should be able to pay more now, right? Yamos lurked underground all night until he compiled all the information he could get, and then escaped to the edge of the island. The Shinigami pirates passed through the Gate of Justice, causing Judiciary Island to become extremely chaotic. Most of the troops went to guard the Tower of Justice, which also caused the guards at the edge of Judiciary Island to be reduced to a minimum. It became extremely easy for Yamos to escape. That's Boss Yamos. He's finally out. Quick! Boss Yamos is a devil fruit user and cannot touch the seawater. Get the boat over quickly. Boom! After a long time, the waves splashed. A huge ball scraped against the edge of the boat and fell into the sea. Gulu, Gulu, save me, Gulu. No, Boss Yamos has fallen into the sea. Who can save him? I can't swim. You go ahead. Me? With my size, I can pull him up? Are you kidding me? MD, you two go down together. You are grinding. Hoochie hoochie. Yamos, who was rescued, spit out a mouthful of sea water and gasped for air. He almost died in the line of duty. This time, no matter what, I have to ask for more salary. By the way, there is also a vacation. Take a moment. Yamos immediately looked at the person in charge of the boat. Hurry, return to the Water City. We have to get out of here quickly. The fat face turned a little red with excitement. He discovered incredible information. If it were all true, it would shock the whole world. We must give feedback to Boss Morgans as soon as possible. After a day of rescue, Impel Down City was finally saved. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, the Marine headquarters also sent a large number of Marines to build high foundations. 6th underground floor, Eternal Hell. Garp looked at the corpse in the sea tower stone cage and grinned. Pirates broke into Impel Castle just to hunt pirates. Haha, it's so interesting. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even the knowledgeable Garp wouldn't be able to believe it. On the side, Kizaru yawned. Like Garp, he had been busy here all day. He casually handed the recorded image in his hand to the adjutant beside him. He put his hands in his pockets, and his waterproof boots blocked the seawater that reached his knees. He arrived in front of a special cage in one step. To be honest, if it weren't for the searing hell and the freezing hell above that restricted the sea water, there would be more sea water in the 6 underground floors. Crocodile, you should know what is happening here, right? Kizaru tilted his head and stood in front of the cell door, quietly looking at the man with his head lowered inside. There are no surveillance phone bugs installed on the 5th and 6th underground floors. What happened here, Kizaru didn't know. As for Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, perhaps they were injured so badly that they still haven't woken up until now. At this time, Crocodile raised his head faintly, his face very pale due to the soaking in seawater. What happened? Oh, isn't that your Marine's own business? It's really ridiculous that you came to ask a pirate like me. Kizaru shrugged helplessly. If I could investigate something I can't see, I wouldn't ask you. Suddenly, he shook his head again. Forget it. If you don't say it, someone will. After all, the most lax thing in this world is your mouth. Then, he led several Marines along the passage filled with seawater and slowly disappeared into the darkness. After nearly an hour of interrogation by the review team, what we got was an incredible result. Just kill a few pirates? Ahem, are you kidding me? In Magellan's office on the 4th floor underground, Garp was eating senbei and looking at the recorded video on the table. This is indeed the case. You have also seen that the images on the first 4 floors only recorded that they killed some pirates and jailers. Their purpose seems to be that simple. Kizaru was half lying on the chair, feeling a little tired. There is someone who can actually do such a thankless thing. Shinigami Luo D is really unpredictable. Garp swallowed the senbei and grinned. The best way to understand a person's behavior is to understand his past. If you want to know why he killed these prisoners, just go and learn about his past. Kizaru waved his hand. He was not interested in those things at all. Forget it. I don't have the time to understand him, but according to the information from the 5th underground floor, that Shinigami Luo D seems to have an extremely terrifying ability. What ability? Kizaru's face straightened, and his face was more serious than ever before. The next day, the endless view is above the sea. As a thick thunderbeam fell, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Shinigami pirates was destroyed in an instant, leaving only undulating wreckage on the sea. The curses and begging for mercy on the ship also sank into the sea. This is the 3rd Shinigami pirates group that Luo D and the others have encountered since they left Nightingale Island. Seeing the helpless expression on Luo D's face, Lafayette came over with a newspaper. Captain, after those guys see this newspaper, they may never dare to pretend to be our Shinigami pirates again. After Luo D took it, he glanced briefly. The Shinigami pirates appear again, destroying 28 warships and robbing 7 warlords of the sea. Is this a provocation? Is it a declaration of war? The inevitable war is about to begin. Tisk, as expected of you, the king of news. Luo D shook his head helplessly. In fact, the above statements are all facts, but it always feels like an inexplicable exaggeration. What is the most shocking news today? Oh no, or in the past month? There is no doubt that it is the newspaper published by World Economic News Service today. In fact, even Luo D himself didn't know how terrifying the influence of this newspaper would be. The word God is undoubtedly an absolute taboo for people in the pirate world. It would be better if no one knew. But if everyone knows about it, it will attract the attention and anger of the Tianlong people. Not only did Shinigami Rodi appear in the newspaper, but the god of thunder, Iko, also appeared. The duplicate printed pictures all demonstrate the power of Iko. Destroying more than 20 warships in an instant stirred the nerves of some Tianlong people. A conspiracy that no one is aware of is like a trap set by a hunter. Once trapped, you will be unable to break free. Malinvando, Marine Headquarters. Warring States looked at the newspaper on the table with a headache. Damn World Economic News Agency. Reporting this kind of thing is undoubtedly a slap in Marine's face. The dispute between Marine and the Shinigami pirates is also inevitable. However, the guys from New World and the increasingly turbulent first half left them with no extra troops to capture the Shinigami pirates. Isn't it better to just stay on the empty island? To be honest, Warring States did not want to mobilize generals unless necessary. What's more, there is a precedent for Akiji's failure. Being able to fly is such a tricky ability. This reminded him inexplicably of the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who destroyed most of the Marine base more than 20 years ago. At this time, Lieutenant General He, who had been silent, pointed to a corner of the newspaper. Since the 7 warlords of the sea enjoy the rights given by the world's government, they should also fulfill their corresponding obligations. What's more, he also has a conflict with the Shinigami pirates. Why not take advantage of it? Warring States was stunned for a moment, then looked at the inconspicuous smiley face icon on the newspaper. He seemed to understand. Alabasta. The Golden Merly is parked in a deserted harbor. Wow, dash. Nyota looked at the newspaper in his hand, his small eyes reflecting Luo D's figure. His eyes were full of adoration. It was snatched from the straw hats, and the straw hats were lying on the ground in unison at this time. Sanji lit a cigarette very depressed and fell into an emo mood. The special drink he just made for Nami-san was snatched away by the group of manatees. Luffy's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Half of his face was squeezed out of shape by the rocks, and his eyes lost their highlights. Is this the Grand Line? Usopp had a bruised nose and swollen face, and his face was ashen. The Grand Line is so scary. Even the baby manatee is so powerful. Why go out to sea? He could already foresee how miserable the future would be. Zoro was half leaning on a rock, looking up at the sky, his fighting spirit undiminished. I really want to fight Shinigami Luo D, even though he hasn't even beaten Luo D's disciple yet. And Chopper was bandaging their wounds and constantly giving them some precautions. On the melee, Nami revealed 2 big, smart eyes, quietly watching the situation below. She is probably the most treacherous person on the entire ship. Nyota looked at the newspaper in his hand. In the end, because he couldn't understand it, he had to cut out a few pictures about the Shinigami pirates, and then he jumped into the sea with a group of younger brothers. However, I'm afraid I forgot that newspapers are not waterproof. Phew, finally gone. Nami breathed a long sigh of relief. When the water was completely calm and there were no more waves, he came to the shore. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zoro came to his senses, then supported the ground with a long knife, slowly walked towards the abandoned newspaper, bent down, and picked it up. A lot of the information above has been messed up by Nyoda's tearing, but the words Shinigami Luo D, Thunder God Aiko, 7 warlords of the sea, and other words can be vaguely seen. Zoro's eyes gradually became sharp. Luo D, wait, I will definitely defeat you. Suddenly, Hawkeye's knife could not help but appear in his mind, and there was still a dull pain in his chest. In Hawkeye my Hawk, Gulu. A strange sound sounded at an inappropriate time. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luffy touched his belly and looked sideways at Sanji. He scratched his head, his bruised and purple smile looking slightly funny. Sanji, I'm hungry. Nami came over angrily and punched him on the head. Eat, eat, eat. You've even eaten Bailey. That's what I saved with great effort. Save? Usopp glanced at her, but it was hard to expose her. Zoro put away the newspaper and shook his head helplessly. The loan shark he owed for buying a knife some time ago has not yet been repaid. What a headache. Sanji's eyes flashed with love. He clasped his hands and circled around Nami, and kept saying Nami-san in his mouth. It's hard to imagine that this is a group of pirates. Chopper, who had just tidied up the small medicine box, asked a question from his soul. Who is the master of that group of kung fu manatees, Shinigami Luo D? As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped making noise. In fact, among everyone, only Sanji, Zoro, and Nami know something about Shinigami Rodi, but not much. However, now, after being beaten up by Kung Fu Manatee, they realized how terrifying Luo-di really was. Take a look. At this time, Zoro took out the half-broken newspaper again. The content above shocked everyone. Usopp's legs were trembling and his tone was exaggerated. 28 warships were sunk in an instant, and this was just the work of a teenage girl from the Shinigami Pirates. They usually only run away when they see warships. Needless to say, the difference is huge. Luffy pressed down his straw hat, clenched his fists, and said swornly, "No matter how difficult it is, I am determined to be one piece. This sea is indeed dangerous, but his dream will not change. In the future, whoever blocks his way, he will beat them all away with his fists." The City of Water, the birthplace of the sea train. It is also an extremely beautiful city, famous for its shipbuilding technology, and the ships it builds are exclusively used by world governments and dignitaries. Of course, not everyone believed what was in the newspaper. For those who have seen the power of the Shinigami Pirates, they are convinced. Audrey is one of Luo-di's #1 supporters. He practiced with Broggy and Dongli for a year. It wasn't until a year ago that we went back to sea. Now that he has entered the new world, the bounty is as high as 200 million belly. The giant city pirates he led also made a name for themselves in the new world, with a total bounty of over 800 million. Ha 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 ha. Audrey, why are you so happy today? Vice Captain Angelo, who had a reward of 100 million belly, came to Audrey with a puzzled look on his face. Audrey was usually a serious man, but something was wrong today. Audrey handed him the small newspaper in his hand. "Look, Captain Luo-di has done something big." "What?" "There's actually news about Captain Luo-di. Please let me know." "Do you know what first come, first serve means?" "Don't worry, come one by one." The giants of the Mega City Pirates swarmed up. However, before I could even take a look, the small newspaper was torn to pieces because the strength was too great. Odd, who was squeezed at the back, looked livid and gearing up. "Don't even think about standing around today." Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, who couldn't even be defeated by the disease, seemed a little lonely at this time. The tall and straight body is slightly bent. The wrinkles on the forehead and corners of the eyes become deeper. In his right hand, a small car that was nearly half burned was slowly floating in the sea breeze. That's the life card. It shrinks when its owner becomes weak and returns to its original size when its owner recovers. The nearly half-burned life card in Whitebeard's hand shows that the owner is in an extremely bad situation at this time. It may even be life-threatening. On the side, Marco hid the newspaper he just got behind his back and did not disturb him. "Marco, bring it." However, the keen Whitebeard still discovered it. "Dad, take care of yourself." Marco sighed secretly and handed the newspaper to him with both hands. Whitebeard glanced absently. "It's that kid again, Ace once." Halfway through, he fell silent again. "Dad, how about I go?" "Need not." Whitebeard waved his hand and then waved his hand. "Bring me the wine." Marco looked worried. "But your body..." Whitebeard snorted, and the needle on his body was pulled out casually. "I'm in good health. Bring me some wine." Okay. Helpless, Marco had no choice but to walk towards the cabin where the wine was stored. He could see his father's remorse and guilt. After all, Shanks came to remind him, but he still didn't stop Ace from chasing Blackbeard. Dressrosa, Royal Palace, Emperor level, Foo. If any pirate group could be called the Emperor-level pirate group, then this sea would have turned into a mess. Like most pirates, Doflamingo didn't believe what was shown in the newspapers at all. What's more, there are no photos of the Shinigami pirates appearing in Impel Down, nor are there any photos of them fighting. As for why Impel Down City was destroyed like that, this is a doubtful point. In fact, this was Morgan's mistake. He is always a little impatient when facing big news. He did have perfect evidence in his hand to prove that everything was done by the Shinigami pirates, but he had forgotten that it was the audio of the high-level conversation on Judiciary Island. The audio cannot be presented in newspapers. This has led to more people paying attention to the authenticity of this newspaper. Its content has even been regarded as a joke. Ordinary pirates are like this, and 4 emperors are still like this. This is really a magical island. At this time, The Shinigami pirates, who had been floating on the sea for more than half a month, came to an extremely strange island. After nearly 2 days of observation, Luo Di discovered pattern. Afternoon Yoruchi, the island will undergo a magical change. And because of this change, the island was divided into 2 parts from the island's coastline. One part is the foundation of the island just above the sea, while the part above it will float or settle over time. Luo Di called it the sinking and floating island. There is no human life on the island, only some huge, strange birds. This bird is also very strange. They may only be about the size of a fist at birth, but their bodies double in size every year. The leader of this group of strange birds is now more than 20 meters long. However, their huge bodies bring huge burdens, so their lifespan is extremely short, ranging from 8 to 9 years to 5 or 6 years. However, despite their huge size, they're exceptionally gentle in character because they live in isolation from the world all year round. Facing the intruders like Loadi, they even presented delicious fruits from the island, which was very friendly. What a pity! At this time, Luo Di was sitting on the head of the strange bird leader Kole, chewing an unknown bright red fruit in his mouth. He stroked its hard feather shaft and soft feather petals with his left hand, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Kore cannot fly. In other words, it may have lost the ability to fly because of its increasing size. And this watershed is 10 meters. In other words, any strange bird that is more than 10 meters in size cannot fly. There are hundreds of giant birds like this on the island. A bird that originally could fly loses its ability to fly, which is as painful as a fish losing the water source it depends on for survival. I hope 2G can quickly create an antidote to cure this strange disease. With a slight sigh, he stood up slowly. Of course, he may have rescued these strange birds partly out of sympathy, but more importantly because of their potential. In addition to curing these strange birds, Luo Di also has another purpose. He was very interested in the island. What exactly causes its floating and subsidence? The reasons behind it are worth exploring. Immediately, he jumped and disappeared into the dense jungle. Kore, who fell into a deep sleep, did not notice his departure. Today, the island happens to be floating. When he first came to this island, Luo Di didn't know it yet. So it was only now that we went to investigate the island foundation below. This cross-section is so smooth. It seems that it has been in this state for many years. This rock section has also become very thick due to extrusion. Luo Di lowered his head and observed the flat section formed by continuous grinding under his feet. Because it is about 5 meters away from the sea, except for exaggerated high tides and waves caused by storms, it is rarely flooded by seawater. However, this foundation covers a very large area, almost as far as the eye can see, and everything as far as the eye can see is gray-brown. Of course, there are many other colors. Dark red, or even brown-black, is another tone. Those are cruel colors produced by various creatures being squeezed by the merger of islands. Luo Di observed it roughly for a while, but felt helpless in his heart. This island is quite big, but it is also quite troublesome to investigate. He also used his knowledge to investigate in advance, but there was no unexpected discovery. Devil Clone. In order to speed up the investigation, Luo Di could only summon the Demon Clone. And it's still clone after clone, infinite shadow clone. Almost instantly, hundreds of demon clones gathered around him. Go for it. With an order, they swarmed out. 2 hours later, just when Luo Di was about to give up, but a piece of information came back to my mind. Finally, I made a discovery. He was slightly happy. His feet moved, his body turned into an afterimage, and the next moment he came to the side of a demon clone. There's a very abrupt depression at the foot. It is estimated to be about the size of a basketball. The slanting sunlight just penetrated into it, emitting a slightly dazzling light. There's something inside. Luo Di bent down and reached out to touch it. After a long time, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, and there was also a hint of vigilance in his heart. There's an aura of demonic power down there. Devil fruit? People who ate devil fruits? Or an object that ate a devil fruit? Generally speaking, the third possibility is more likely. Luo Di stretched out his right hand, covered with domineering aura, and punched out with his raised hand. The thick rocky ground began to crack. As punches fell one after another, the right force caused fist-sized holes to appear on the ground. They just circled around the luminous thing in the center. Bang! When the last punch landed, the central bulge gradually cracked with the overflowing force. Looking down, he saw a fist-sized luminous bead buried under the pieces of rubble. Just as Luo Di picked it up, the island above his head moved upward by the same distance. The strange phenomenon, startled him, and he tried to put the beads back into place. Sure enough, the island above also returned to its original position. It turns out that this thing is controlling this island. Is it fused into a devil fruit? It's not impossible for a thing to eat a devil fruit. Just like Vegapunk, he discovered the transformation conditions of devil fruit and developed the technology to make things eat devil fruit. CP9's Commander Spandam's sword that can turn into an elephant uses this technology. Under natural conditions, it is basically impossible for an object to be integrated into a devil fruit, but that is only a conceptual impossibility. Is this the case? The bead in front of me is the best proof. Whatever the reason, it worked. Gotta take it out first. Luo Di stared at the bead for a long time, then spread out his right hand, and countless black smoke clouds rose into the sky and condensed under the island, like a huge hand dragging it down. It should be fine now. Immediately, he wrapped the bead with demonic power to isolate its ability, but the island above did not fall because of the black smoke. It wasn't until Luo Di flew away to a safe location with the beads that he took control of the island and lowered it to become a complete island. The double bird, the name given to the strange bird by Luo Di, on the island was also alarmed. Some of the younger Dubi birds with the ability to fly flew directly away from the island and started observing around the edge. Every few plovers have a little boss who takes the lead. Very organized and disciplined, it can be seen that they are actually very smart. Luo Di flew to the sky, waved to them, and then through the effect of Shinigami's power awakening, he greeted them with a greeting from the soul and signaled to them that there was no danger and they could leave. To be honest, this ability is a bit like hearing the voice of all things. Sure, several of the leaders of the dolphins all knew this guest, and after understanding it, they flew around the island a few times. After finding that there was no danger, they flew back with the smaller doppelbirds. After they flew away, in order to prevent the island from flying up again, Luo Di also flew away for a certain distance. It was not until the island turned into a small black that he evacuated the demonic power wrapped in the beads. And just then, sudden changes occur. An extremely terrifying thrust surged from the bead, radiated outward, and directly acted on Luo Di's palm that was holding the bead. Because it burst out almost seamlessly, the speed is really too fast. Even Luo Di didn't react. His right hand was almost broken by the huge force, and he fell back several meters. This power, no wonder it can push up the entire island. Luo Di's right hand was trembling slightly, and his heart was still frightened. And ahead, bang, bang, bang. However, he saw that the bead, after being out of control, relied on the thrust it emitted to escape quickly by continuously slapping the water surface. Seeing this scene, even Luo Di was stunned. Still have self-awareness? But how could he let it slip away so easily? His right hand was covered in armed color, and Luo Di's figure was like lightning, and he chased after him almost instantly. As soon as he reached out his hand, an overwhelming force came directly towards him. I guess this power is too exaggerated. Luo Di cursed secretly, and then put on a Shinigami robe, covering his whole body in armament color. He almost used all his strength to get closer. He swung out his right hand forcefully and grabbed it tightly with his big hand covered in thick armor. I wonder how you can run away now. But, in order to prevent the bead from escaping again, Luo Di covered its body with a layer of demonic power, blocking all its abilities. The thrust suddenly dissipated, and his tense body gradually relaxed. It was due to this incident that Luo D was basically certain that this bead must have eaten some kind of devil fruit. It's just that we can't determine what fruit it is yet. Push. Push fruit. After a long time, he shook his head again. Impossible. The push fruit has been eaten by Mori of the Revolutionary Army, and it requires contact to be triggered. Just now it pushed me away from the air. Then what kind of fruit is it? This weird ability. Thrust? Why does it have to be thought of as thrust? In case it is repulsion, this seems more reasonable. There's extremely strong thrust in the air, so repulsion may be the optimal solution. It seems very likely that it is a rebuke fruit. No wonder it is not recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. It was eaten by a bead and was hidden in such a hidden place. Who would have thought? Luo D looked at the bead that was wrapped in demon power and had stopped struggling, and felt like laughing inexplicably. Now, since he has discovered it, the fruit of rebuke is his. Thinking about Fujitora, who ate the gravity fruit, this repulsion fruit might also be able to create a general-level strongman. Unfortunately, Luo D has no candidate yet. Go back and take it out first. We'll talk about the selection later. Thinking like this, he flashed and disappeared into the sea in an instant. One day later, phew, it's finally done. 2G shook the bottle, and the simple little tree house exuded a strange smell, both fragrant and smelly. In fact, the reason why the Dublobi bird undergoes such strange changes is mainly due to the effect of the repulsion fruit. Over the years, this has led to subtle changes in their genes and bloodline. Correspondingly, the herbs and trees on the island also experienced this change. Tuji relied on these herbs to synthesize the antidote. No, it cannot be called an antidote. It can be called a strengthening potion. It can make the doubloon more adaptable to that kind of change. The lifespan can be extended and the ability to fly can be retained. Yawn done, Simonton stood up from the wooden pier. He felt a little sleepy after waiting. Rabbit G nodded heavily. Let's go. Smanton immediately transformed into a half-animal, clasped his sharp claws on Tuji's shoulders, and flew out along the tree hole. Reizu looked around with some confusion. Where's its partner that is so big? Why did it suddenly disappear? In the middle of the ancient forest, Aiko and Winnie are helping the doubloons divide their nests. Those under 3 years old follow their parents. Those aged 4 to 5 are divided into one area. Those over 5 years old build their own nests because they are too large. It has a hint of military management. Sister Aiko, Sister Winnie. Winnie and Aiko stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked toward the horizon, just as Tuji and the others were checking and treating the doubloons. On the coast of an island, aboard the Shinigami, Lafayette touched the record pointer on his hand. In 3 days, the magnetic force has been stored. In fact, this pointer was given to them by other pirate groups. 10 days ago, the Shinigami had just sailed out of Impel Down City, but because it only carried the eternal pointer of the Water City, it was obviously impossible to go back through the Gate of Justice, so it could only drift at sea. Of course, because of Lafayette's special abilities, there is no need to worry about finding the island. And as luck would have it, they happened to meet a kind-hearted pirate group at sea. The group of pirates were happy at that time. Not only did he give them the record pointer, he also very politely took out all the treasures on the ship. Such a kind-hearted pirate group is already rare to see on the sea. And according to what the group of pirates said, the record pointer only needs to pass through one more island to point to the Sabaody Islands. But while the Shinigami was sailing in the direction of the pointer, it suddenly encountered a burst of sea fog and then strayed into this sea area. The record pointer also changed due to the island's strong magnetic field. It's like an empty island. When a pirate group passes below, the strong magnetic field will cover the weak magnetic field in the recording pointer, resulting in a deviation of the course. Now I can only hope that the next island to be reached will be the Sabaody Islands. Otherwise, they may have to drift on the sea for a while. Captain, the record pointer recording is completed and you can set off at any time. Luo D shook the devil fruit in his hand. That is the repulsion fruit extracted from the beads. Well, we'll set off once 2G cures the group of dubby birds. Lafayette pressed his hat, but was a little puzzled. Those strange birds don't have any special abilities. Is it really necessary to go to such great lengths to treat them? The corners of Luo D's mouth rose slightly. He is very optimistic about the dubby bird. It is necessary. If the upper age limit for them can be increased and their flying abilities can be properly trained, they will become flying giants. And with twice the number of birds on this island, it will be an extremely terrifying force. Suddenly, he looked into the distance, and a light flashed in his eyes. Lafayette, if you want to be the king of the sea, you can't do it by yourself or by a small pirate group. Look at the 4 emperors of New World. Which one of them doesn't have their own territory? Which one of them doesn't have thousands of people under their command? Lafayette was slightly startled and then a little excited. Could it be that you want to? Luo D nodded, opened his hands, facing the sun, as if embracing the sea. No, as if embracing the whole world. What's the point of such a magnificent world if we don't challenge the 4 emperors on the top of the sea? Luo D's goal when entering the New World is 4 emperors. The Devil's Triangle. Thriller bark. This is the life card my mother gave me. Here it is for you. With that said, Laura tore the complete life card in half and handed one part to Nami. After Nami took it, he looked at it carefully and felt a little confused. Paper, Laura's little pirate exclaimed. Captain Lola's mother is a very powerful pirate. Keep it well. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Nami raised her head, looked directly at Laura, and asked, "Was a life card?" Laura was a little surprised at first. Don't you know, Captain Laura, life cards are only available in New World. After being reminded by one of her subordinates, Laura suddenly understood. Then she held half of the life card and explained, "This is not ordinary paper. It is neither afraid of water nor fire. Take your nails to the store, mix them together to make a special piece of paper, tear it apart, and give it to friends or friends who are about to leave. Family. Then what? Separate cards will attract each other no matter where they are in the world, which means that I can know my mother's location at any time, but I don't know how far away it is." Luffy frowned slightly and interjected, "I think I have one too." Nami turned her head. "I was thinking the same thing just now. Would the white paper Ace gave you before be the same?" Luffy was silent for a while. He took off his straw hat, touched the edge of the hat, and finally took out a life card with a corner burnt. "It's a little burnt and smaller." Hearing this, Laura exclaimed in shock, "Quick, show me." Noon. Lafayette, who was just about to get off the boat, suddenly saw the seagull delivering the newspaper and took one. "Captain Luo D, there's a newspaper." After Luo D took it, he looked at it carefully. "TSK, we've only been away for more than half a month, but we didn't expect that we would be arrested right now. The above content is, how should I put it, expected. Fire Fist Ace, the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, was imprisoned in the Impel Great Prison. Also attached is a picture of Impel today. The foundation was increased by 5 to 6 meters, and some forts were placed around it, with jailers patrolling them. Guards were tighter. It is not difficult to see that Marine has put a lot of effort into the defense system of Impel Down due to the major incident caused by the intrusion of the Shinigami pirates. Compared to before, it looks a bit more impregnable now. I just don't know if Wong Lufei can still sneak in smoothly. But in order to promote the smooth progress of the war on the top, Luo D will still ask Shiryu and Magellan to let some water go. After all, they now have mastered the armed domineering force. It's not even the slightest bit better than before. As for seeing, hearing, and color, that requires general learning. Nervous reactions and crisis sense of smell require a lot of training to be strengthened. It is not something that can be learned immediately by mastering some skills like armed colors. What's more, by that time, Shiryu and Magellan would have betrayed Marine. And the war on top is also the true moment of fame for the Shinigami pirates. Whitebeard, Marine, everything is their stepping stone. Let's go see Tuji and the others. Luo D pressed the newspaper on the table beside him with a cup and waved his hand to Lafayette. In the middle of a dense jungle, Tuji touched the head of a palm-sized baby bird. Now it only injects medicine into small bezoars that are less than 1 month old. But there are thousands more plovers on this island. Just for one rabbit, it would take 10 days and a half to inject all of them with medicine. Moreover, Winnie also needs to rest. She cannot always use her abilities to appease these doubloons. So, it will take even longer. It takes a month to start. What? Just when 2G was frowning, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Little thing, are you done? Not yet. 2G didn't even look back. When he heard the words little thing, he knew who it was. Is it because there are not enough manpower? The captain's voice? 2G was startled for a moment, then turned his head, and sure enough, he saw Luo D next to Lafayette. Well, Sister Aiko's personality is not suitable for this. As for Sister Winnie, she has to use her abilities all the time and has no extra energy. What about Smanton? Uncle Smanton, he went to gamble with Corey. 2G scratched his head in embarrassment. Uncle Smanton, I'm sorry, it really wasn't meant to be said. I heard him say yesterday that he wanted to teach Corey I how to throw dice and play chess, but I didn't expect him to actually go there. And Lafayette's words undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of 2G's words. Forget it, leave him alone. Luo D shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, once you get into gambling, you can't get rid of it. He didn't want to worry about that guy Smanton anymore. As for the last crew member, Fryan, he was quite interested in this magical island at first, until Luo D discovered the bead and knew that everything was caused by the devil fruit. He instantly lost interest. He has no interest in the dooby birds on the island. After all, as he said before, he doesn't care about things in the biological field at all. If it were Vegapunk, maybe these doubloons could make human beings gigantic a reality. Forget it, let me do it. After a moment of silence, Luo D let out a long sigh. Captain, it's not that I don't believe you, but can you do it? 2G is really worried. Its medicine can only be effective when injected into a special location. Moreover, because of its extremely strong potency, a slight deviation in the location will most likely cause the dubu bird's casualties. Even if it is cured, it will leave irreversible hidden diseases. It's okay. I can make them perfectly replicate the position where you inserted the needle. It they are. Facing the surprised looks of 2G and Lafayette, Luo D nodded his forehead. Countless black sticky droplets splashed out. As soon as they touched the ground, they turned into faceless people covered in darkness. Demonic power. Immediately afterwards, Luo D stepped forward and covered 2G's little head with his right hand. After a long time, he took back his hand and opened his eyes again. 2G was a little confused by this set of actions. Captain, what are you doing? Luo D smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you to copy the position of your needle? Now they have learned it. While what? 2G only felt that the whole rabbit was in bad shape. Did you learn it just by touching it? Snap. Oh, Lafayette. Why did you hit this rabbit? Lafayette shook his cane. Why are you so surprised? Don't you know the captain's ability yet? Okay, there are exactly 100 demon clones. That should be enough, right? Enough. 2G swallowed. 100. If it is true, as Luo D said, these demon clones compete ****K needles, then even thousands of dooby birds will only take an afternoon. That's enough. Luo D nodded and then handed over part of his authority to it. 2G was unequivocal and continued the injection with the demon clone. And, just as it was expected, almost half a day, thousands of plovers were injected. Of course, it is impossible for the medicine to take effect so quickly. People like Corey need at least a year to adapt to the strengthening medicine, and they need to be injected with medicine every 2 months to consolidate the properties of the medicine. This is more troublesome. It's night. Under the starry night sky, the blue sea, riding the breeze, gently laps the coast, bringing endless beauty to this night. Aboard the Shinigami, Luo D thought for a moment and suddenly said, 2G, why don't you and Reza stay here? 2G was a little surprised and felt very reluctant to give up. It doesn't want to leave the Shinigami, and it doesn't want to leave everyone. Ship, Captain, do you hate this rabbit? Luo D shook his head. Not really. 2G, remember, You will always be a member of the Shinigami Pirates. I'll let you stay here to better treat those doubloons. They will be an indispensable fighting force in the future. You should be able to understand the importance of this. A series of words made Tuji fall into silence. After a long time, it wiped the corners of its eyes, and a smile appeared on its furry face. No, as long as you don't hate me. Then, let me stay, but after I cure them, you must come back to pick me up. Luodi did not speak, but made a fist with his right hand and stretched it out in front of Tuji. Without thinking, Tuji stretched out his little fist and touched it. And at the last moment, Luodi added another sentence. Forget it. I'll send you back in a month. It suddenly occurred to him that the war was about to begin. Tuji, the ship's doctor, cannot get off the ship yet. Forehead. Bunny froze. The sad atmosphere also collapsed. Do you want to do this? Luodi justified his theory there. I'm just letting you get used to the parting atmosphere in advance, so you won't shed tears by then. The Sabaody Islands are located in front of the Red Continent in the middle of the Grand Line. The island is made up of many large trees. The ground is the roots of the trees, and bubbles will bubble up from the ground. Because it is close to Marine's headquarters, Marineland, it is also adjacent to the holy land of Mariajoya on the Red Earth continent. So there are quite a few Marines, senior government officials, and world nobles here. Even the top world noble, the Celestial Dragon, is very likely to appear here. Moreover, because this is the only place to enter the New World, pirates want to go to the New World also flock here. Pirates in turn attract various bounty hunters who want to make a fortune. In short, there's a mix of everyone here. The entire island of Sabaody Island is composed of 79 Yarchman mangroves, the world's largest mangroves. Each tree has towns and facilities on it, and also has its own number. The area is numbered GR1. GR29 are a connected lawless zone. There are mainly illegal industries, such as population auction shops and population auctions. And this is also a paradise for pirates and human traffickers. Because the celestial dragons and various world nobles would often come to buy slaves. In disguise, it is equivalent to the recognition of this place by the world government. Therefore, as long as nothing happens to the celestial dragons and those nobles, Marine usually does not intervene directly. Everything here is both legal and illegal. To describe it in 2 words, darkness. Whether it's Marine here or the world's government. GR1. A medium-sized pirate ship came outside the port. The strange flag composed of intertwined knives and sickles fluttered back and forth in an S shape as the ship moved. I'm finally back. Simonton, who was in charge of the boat, looked at the strange yet familiar island in front of him, his expression slightly dazed. How many years has it been? He doesn't even remember. But Kizaru's irresistible kick was still deeply remembered. This is both the place where dreams begin and the place where dreams are shattered. Now, he is back, but everything is different. My mood changed as I met the captain. Captain Luodi led him out of the abyss and haze. He will also try his best to help him. The captain's dream is his dream. What are you thinking about, Simonton? What are you thinking about, Simonton? A familiar voice came from his side, and Smanton came back to his senses and rolled his eyes. Lafayette, can you please stop coming over to talk suddenly? It's very scary. Lafayette chuckled and pressed his hat. After here is the New World, the place you haven't reached yet. Simonton nodded and sighed. Yeah, it's finally here. Okay, let's not talk about these sad things. We are about to dock. Go and prepare to anchor. Lafayette shrugged. All right. Boom. With the anchor falling into the water. The Shinigami stopped instantly, and all around were pirate ships. The distinctive pirate flags were fluttering faintly, and the pirates on some pirate ships were shouting at each other, almost ready to fight. GR1 could be said to be the darkest realm, a gathering place for pirates, home of the population auction. Some human traffickers even dare to capture some valuable pirates here, and then send them to the human auction for auction. The most outstanding among the human trafficker groups is the Peterman base of GR8. That was the guy who later captured the mermaid Kemi. The arrival of the Shinigami didn't make any waves. After all, there are hundreds of pirate ships parked here, One more is not too much, and one less is not too much. Only a very few people care. For example, a human trafficker group. Catching pirates is also one of their expanded businesses, especially the captain of the pirate group. That can be sold for a good price at the human auction, and it is also the favorite of the Draco. The Scone Group is one of the well-known human trafficking groups here. Ports like these have their spies, who keep an eye on the newly arrived pirates. That pirate flag, why does it look familiar? In the only bar near the port, two men in black observe the situation on the coast through the glass wall. Wait, let me look for it first. Another man in black took out a stack of cut bounty orders from his pocket. After a long time, he exclaimed, and the drinking pirates around him stopped what they were doing and looked over. That fierce and bloodthirsty gaze made people scalp numb. Damn it, Raymond, you're crazy. Raymond's scream startled July. They are just ordinary investigators and do not have strong combat capabilities. Any pirate worth tens of millions can easily kill them. Raymond quickly covered his mouth and winked at July, and then the two of them immediately stood up and ran outside. He was very fast and ran out of the bar in almost a blink of an eye. Of course, although the drinking pirates were dissatisfied with them, they would not deliberately pursue them. After all, there are quite a few loud people here. Hoochie hoochie! July gasped and looked fiercely at the man in black beside him, who was also breathing heavily. Lei Meng, if you don't give me a proper reason today, I will have to tear you apart. The situation just now was too dangerous. Being completely exposed in front of that group of pirates, if you don't pay attention, you may die. If you can't take someone to death on the street, no one will come back to take care of it. Strength is the last word here. Raymond has been looking solemn ever since he read the reward order. July, do you know what that pirate group is? The Shinigami Pirates. There are 4 supernovas on board with a bounty of over 100 million, and the total bounty for the 7-member pirate group is as high as over 800 million. A pirate group of that level can have a place even in the New World. Understood. It's not something we can afford to offend at all. The continuous words filled with excitement and urgency made July understand the seriousness of the matter. But 800 million. That's a full 800 million. It is not unreasonable that money can make people go around. At this time, July was deeply attracted by the words 800 million. Moreover, if it were put up for auction, the price might even double. He deeply understands the generosity of Tianlong people. Raymond looked at his dazed look and slapped him hard. July, I advise you not to think about those unrealistic things. Even if you do, don't take me with you. I still want to live a few more years. July came back to his senses. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. It's 800 million. If you sell it, you might get more than $1 billion. Lei Meng, are you really not tempted? We can tell the boss about this, and after we finish this job, even if we only get a small share, it will be enough for us to spend the rest of our lives comfortably. My heart is moved. How can I not be moved? But underneath my heartbeat, I was more frightened. But he also hesitated. After getting along for many years, Chiu Er instantly saw this and continued to confuse him. Think about it. We're only responsible for leading the way, and those people are the ones who really do the work. If we are caught, we can get a large sum of money. If not, we can take the opportunity to slip away without risking our lives. Why? Are you happy but not doing it? Raymond was silent for a long time and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, this is the last time. With the decision made, the two came to an uninhabited land and took out the phone book. Hello. At this time, Luo D and others had already disembarked from the boat. Winnie and Aiko are responsible for purchasing supplies. Luo D was still very relieved about them. With Aiko's speed, unless she encounters Kizuru, no one in the sea can catch up with her. Smanton, keep the ship as usual. Fryn basically stayed in the laboratory except when eating and almost never came out, and it was the same this time. Lafayette went out to get information as soon as the ship docked. Luo D walked alone on the soft road. The scenery here is very good and refreshing. Of course, the more beautiful the place, the more sins lurk in the dark. No, it's even more obvious here. Damn it, you dare to run away. Don't let me catch you. or you'll lose your legs. Hurry up and chase him. It will be troublesome if he runs back. Bang! Borg, who was running away, was focused on the slave-catching team behind him, so he didn't notice anyone in front of him and bumped into them. Hole, don't block the road. He climbed up from the ground in a panic, with a hint of anger on his face. Damn it, I almost ran away. The footsteps in my ears are getting closer and closer, and the sound is getting louder and louder. Get out of my way. He couldn't care so much anymore, and with a wave of his hand, he was ready to throw the person in front of him towards the slave-catching team behind him, in order to delay time. However, as soon as his right hand fell, it was firmly restrained by a strong hand. Borg was extremely angry at this time. He can no longer be caught by the group of people behind him, otherwise there will be endless torture waiting for him. Court death. As soon as he raised his feet, he attacked the lower 3 roads very fiercely. A cold light flashed across Luod's eyes, and he also raised his foot and kicked it out. This kick used a full 50% of the force. Bang! Huge force swept over him. Borg flew backwards like a cannonball, flying away along with the slave-catching team that had been chasing after him. At this time, his right leg had been completely bent back, and the leg bones were completely shattered. No matter how good the medical technology was, it could not be cured. Who do you think you are? Luod smiled disdainfully, and then walked forward slowly. It hurts so much. Borg was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball, his body twitching constantly, and he couldn't stop rolling back and forth because of the pain. His right leg was completely disabled, and blood spurted out from the wound. With the knee as the center, the upper and lower limbs can only be connected by external muscles. Broken bones and flesh stuck together. The biting pain was worse than killing him. Do you think the big pirate with a reward of 50 million has ever been so embarrassed? Since coming to this Sabaody Islands. First, they were captured as slaves by the slave capture team. After finally escaping, he was kicked to death by a kid who suddenly appeared. You know, the new world hasn't even arrived yet, and it's already so terrifying. You can imagine how dangerous the new world behind it is. This incident shattered the dream of a slightly famous pirate, just like the original Smanton. Damn, who is it? Hole. I'm going to catch him and sell him to the celestial dragons. The slave-catching team members who were pressed down by Borg's huge body felt even more uncomfortable. The flying distance of nearly 100 meters, coupled with the extremely strong impact inertia, caused more or less several fractures on their bodies. They were just about to get up from the ground when they heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Are all the so-called slave-catching teams so weak? You dare to target us with this little strength? Who gave you the courage? Snap! Suddenly, a big hand stretched out from behind, grabbed a member of the slave-catching team, and then exerted force on his arm. While begging for mercy and pain, the big hand crushed his head. That's Luod, who was approaching slowly, paused, and stopped instantly. Eustace, kid. He wears sunglasses under his conspicuous red, prickly hair. He is about 2 meters tall and has no eyebrows above his malicious eyes. He was wearing an open black jacket and a dark red coat. With such a distinctive appearance, Luod recognized him immediately. Supernova with a bounty of 315 million. It's a little higher than Luod, who has a bounty of 300 million. Logically speaking, Luod broke through Judiciary Island, captured Impel Down City, and fought against the general without losing, so the bounty would be at least doubled. But Marine is smart. Know that there is no clear evidence of the authenticity of that story in a newspaper published by World Economic News. In order to reduce the impact of the incident, they did not increase the bounty of the Shinigami pirates. And just as they expected, the influence of that newspaper was minimized and even aroused ridicule and disdain from the pirates. Of course, if Luod's bounty has been greatly reduced, then Eustace Kid's bounty is too inflationary. The reason for all this is that not only will he brutally kill those who laugh at them, he will even massacre helpless civilians. Because of these bad deeds, his bounty is so high. All in all, Kid is a very cruel and irritable person. Of course, he also has his own personality charm. He values his companions and would rather die than surrender. This kind of better character is also balanced. The screams kept echoing, which made Luo D come back from his thoughts. Looking forward, 6 members of the slave-catching team were collectively shot in the head. Blood splashed on the green grass, and the sun shone through the rainbow-colored soap bubbles floating in the air, adding a bit of an eerie atmosphere. The smell of blood also became stronger with the temperature of the light, and the breeze spread and spread. You're used as Captain Kidd. Borg's face was stained with the blood that had just been spattered, with a burning feeling. There was a fragmented head attached to the edge of his left foot. The only remaining, I was covered with bloodshot eyes, staring at him. However, none of this was as terrifying as the person in front of him. The great pirate, with a bounty of more than 300 million, is also the most potential supernova. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Kidd glanced over. Borg felt that there was endless malice in those ruthless eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Kidd. Captain Kidd's name has spread throughout the sea. Thank you very much for saving me. In return, I will. Before he finished speaking, Kidd waved his hand, and the iron net guns, daggers, and broadswords used to capture slaves rose up from the ground and gathered in his right hand. The number is really small. Mao, I will dedicate all the treasures on the ship to you, and please show me your noble hand. TCH, what I'm saying is there are too few weapons. A sharp light burst out from Kidd's eyes, and he swung his right hand, and all the weapons burst out. Under Borg's horrified gaze, the long knife pierced his body and heart, the dagger pierced his head, and the shells fired by the net gun completely buried him. The pirate with a 50 million bounty on his head died as quickly as an ant. At this time, along with the sound of footsteps, Luo D had already walked over. Kidd tilted his head and looked at him coldly. Hey, you kicked his leg off, right? Luo D rubbed the handle of the knife with his left hand and glanced at his left hand with interest. Well, it's a pity that it hasn't stopped yet. So what if it's me? Do you have any objections? Kidd was particularly disgusted by that appraising gaze, and he had already pulled out the gun from his waist as he raised his hand. The dark muzzle was pointed at Luo D. You guys are really irritating. Bang. Killing can only be done with a nod of the head. Kidd had already pulled the trigger. It is enough to show his disregard for life. However, Luo D just flicked his fingers, and the bullet was blocked and returned at a faster speed. With this kind of power, no wonder it can kick him to pieces. The corner of Kidd's mouth made a strange arc, and then he raised his right hand. Magnet E-reflection. The invisible magnetic force bound the bullet tightly, but it still advanced a short distance and almost hit Kidd's right shoulder. Is it because the power is too strong? Kidd secretly guessed. He also had a basic understanding of Luo D's power. But the more powerful the person, the more interesting it is to kill him, right? With the manipulation of magnetic force, the bullet keeps twisting in the air at an extremely fast speed, making it difficult for people to detect its trajectory. At the same time, his finger quickly pulled the trigger, and 6 bullets were fired at the same time, attacking like Luo D at different angles. This time he added magnetism to the bullet, making it even more powerful. He didn't believe that Luo D could bounce the bullet away. Buzz! The air suddenly started to feel oppressive. A strange force burst out, overwhelming the whole place, and the air trembled. The magnetic force attached to the bullet seemed to have lost its effect, and its speed was reduced by some force. Finally, it fell at Luo D's feet, making it difficult to get closer. At this time, Kidd didn't even know what Conqueror's Haki was. However, he has the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Maybe you need an opportunity, or maybe you need to improve your own vigor. But it is undeniable that he has a certain resistance to the Conqueror's domineering force exerted by Luo D. This power is really magical. It can actually affect my mind. Kidd was a little shocked, and when he looked at Luo D again, but I found that the guy in front of me looked more and more familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Cha! Luo D had already pulled out the underworld. Under the sunlight, Kidd was slightly stunned by the reflected black light. That knife seemed to have its own consciousness. A ferocious beast is trapped inside, cruel and violent. Just in time, suddenly, the corner of Kid's mouth raised slightly, and a cruel smile flashed across his face. "Oomph. I wonder how you would feel if you were killed by your own knife." Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his hand, an invisible magnetic field continued to spread and soon completely covered Huang Quan, constantly eroding it, trying to magnetize it. However, Kid is surprised to find that his magnetism fails for the first time. Are you curious why your fruit ability cannot be triggered? Luo Di directly expressed Kid's doubts. "Mha!" Kid burst out laughing. He remembered. "Finally I met you, Shinigami Luo Di. I can't wait to kill you dash." Kid's goal is to defeat one of the four emperors and replace them. The appearance of Luo Di allowed him to temporarily shift this goal. There is no way who makes Luo Di often appear in the headlines of newspapers and get all the limelight. Kid has always refused to obey anyone. Luo Di glanced at him quietly, then gently wiped the knife edge with his left finger, and a trace of blood overflowed and was absorbed by Huang Quan. "Then you come and give it a try and see which one is better, my knife or your magnetism." Kid was not surprised at all that Luo Di knew his abilities. Instead, he became more and more excited. As the strongest supernova of this generation, his abilities must have been leaked. Since Luo Di knows it, he must also be concerned about himself. "Then try it." Kid licked his lips, activated the magnetism, and the surrounding metal products continued to gather, completely wrapping his hands. However, because the number is too small, the assembled robotic arm is not too large. Magnetic Mantis. The hook-shaped fusion machine flew past at high speed as Kid waved his arm. Purple sparks flickered, and the magnetic force increased the strength of the hook. Blood surge, shocking slash. Luo Di charged up his sword and slashed it out at extremely high speed. The huge slash stirred the air, and the Shinigami power on the edge shuttled up and down with traces of blood, creating a strange trembling effect. The air screamed, and the beyond-limiting sound made Kid's head feel dizzy. When he came back to his senses, the huge slash was already in front of him, with a strong sense of pressure. The bloody airflow caused by the tremor even made some marks on his clothes. The blow was so powerful that Kid felt his life was threatened. If you can't defeat a small pirate, let alone the four emperors, Kid roared angrily, crossing his hands. The sickle-shaped mechanical arm was wrapped in purple light, and the magnetism was stimulated to the extreme. Bang! Huge explosions resounded in all directions. Some pirates who happened to be passing by stopped and observed quietly. A strong, explosive air flow swept in, carrying an indelible magnetism and a light red air blade filled with a faint smell of blood. The air blade was extremely sharp. Even though it was nearly 100 meters away, it still shocked the onlookers. "This damn what? Run quickly. There's something wrong with the airflow. Don't look at it more, or it will explode if you look at it again. What kind of monsters are those two guys? The aftermath is so powerful. Look at this. Reward order? Shinigami Luo Di and Eustace Key. Kid, it's actually them." After a while, when the dust and smoke clears, the blood fell drop by drop. Kid was half kneeling on the ground, his head drooped, and his expression was extremely painful. The blood soaked his whole body like a bloody man. The coat on his body was in tatters, and there were wounds of all sizes under the coat. Those wounds have obvious undulations and flow in a curve, which is a special effect brought about by the shock. Moreover, since the muscles and nerves in the cut surface were all necrotic and the bones under the skin were basically shattered, it was completely impossible to fully recover within 3 to 5 months. Likewise, this kind of pain is even more intense than a severed hand or leg. However, even in such pain, Kid didn't say a word, but he was still a tough guy. "Boss Kid, Kid," along with 2 bursts of exclamations. 2 figures were seen running from a distance. One of them had shoulder-length white hair and looked a bit like a zombie. His mouth was sewn with silk thread, and his naked upper body had blue-purple thorn patterns. The other person was wearing a black shirt with white Madara dots and a blue mask that completely covered his face, with long golden hair flowing behind him as he ran. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of scythes mounted on the hands, which are tightly locked by the metal wrist guards. They're spinning rapidly when the hands are swinging, and only two afterimages can be seen. They're the fire-breathing monster Hit and the killing warrior Kira, who have just arrived. Kira is also one of the supernovas with a bounty of up to 162 million and is very powerful. UB asterisk 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 D. You caused Boss Kid to be so seriously injured. It's unforgivable. Hit instantly became angry when he saw Kid's appearance, opened his mouth wide, and was about to attack Luo D, but at this moment, a sharp sickle blocked him. Kira, what are you doing? That guy is... Kira was very calm, but her words were full of solemnity. Hurry up and take Kid to the ship's doctor for treatment. Besides, even Kid can't beat him. What can you do if you rush up to him? Hit struggled for a moment, then finally clenched his fists, turned around, and walked toward Kid with somewhat chaotic steps. When I got closer, I found that Kid had fainted at some point, but he was still squatting and did not fall down. Damn it, Boss Kid. Nothing can happen to you. Hit quickly lifted Kid up and hurried towards another island. Kira stared at Luo D closely, memorizing his figure, clothing, and face one by one, then moved his feet slightly and quickly chased Hit. Kid's serious injury and Kira and Hit's escape all brought great shock to the surrounding pirates who had not yet escaped. Eustace Kid actually lost. How is it possible? With just one blow, a supernova was killed. Is the content in a previous newspaper true? Of course, there were also some newly arrived pirates who asked questions without knowing why. What newspaper? The pirate who spoke before explained patiently. The Shinigami pirates captured Impel Castle. Now it seems that it was probably no joke. Tisk, it's boring, but... Luo D shook his head, then raised his right hand and slashed out with Huang Quan. Did I let you go? Huge slashes spanning nearly 100 meters surged out like an overwhelming force, the black light dazzling and deadly. Damn it, what kind of monster is he? The howling of the wind was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Hit, who was supporting Kid and running quickly, moved his ears slightly, and his pupils shrank sharply when he turned his head. The speed is too fast. There is no way to avoid it. At this time, a black shadow passed by, blocking Hit's sight. Run! Just one word brought Hit back from despair. He nodded heavily and said nothing, but the speed of his feet became faster and faster. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't let Boss Kid die here. Sizzling, sizzling. Kira intertwined his hands, and the Punisher's scythe in his hand struggled to resist. The fierce friction caused the temperature to rise rapidly, and sparks flew everywhere. And his body actually retreated quickly with the powerful impact of the huge slash. Two parallel and straight clear marks were left on the ground. It wasn't until he retreated nearly 100 meters that the huge slash turned into Madara airflow and gradually dissipated. Hoochie hoochie. Kira bent over and gasped for air. The power is so great, no wonder Kid. Looking down, he saw that the Punisher's sickle made of special material had left a deep gap in its mouth. This is the first time it has been chopped to pieces. And that was just a casual blow from Luo D, not on the same level as the one that killed Kid. Looks like we have to leave quickly. Kira glanced back and could no longer see the shadows of Hit and Kid. For Kid's safety, he had to follow. After all, the human traffickers group has already targeted them. Immediately, he waved his sickle and quickly cut the ground. In an instant, weeds splashed and mud filled the sky. Kira used this as a cover and evacuated instantly. Luo D originally wanted to pursue him, but the phone bug rang just in time. Helpless, he had no choice but to stop the step he took. Hello. As soon as he connected, a slightly solemn voice came from the other side. Captain, I discovered the celestial dragons. The voice sounds like Lafayette. Yes, he was originally asked to investigate intelligence. Draco, Supernova, it seems that the war on top is not far away. Luo D nodded secretly. Have you investigated the specific location? The person on the other side was silent for a moment and said with some uncertainty. It is said that they appeared in GR30 and GR31 yesterday. Their current location is not yet clear, but there will be an auction at the human auction venue in GR1 in a few days. The celestial dragons should be purchasing new slaves. GR30 is a shopping street, and GR31 is a civilian street. Compared with the chaos of GR1-29, these two places are relatively safer. But for the Tianlong people, there's no difference anywhere. Part of it comes from the identity of descendant of the creator, and the other part comes from the Marine headquarters on the side. Whoever dares to take action against the celestial dragons will be waiting for them to be Marine generals and thousands of Marines. But at this time, Lafayette on the other end of the phone spoke again. According to my analysis, those Tianlong people are likely to be in GR 60-69, which is where Marine is stationed and the entrance and exit of the government. Luo D also guessed this. Okay, it's clear. You can continue to collect information. With that said, he hung up the phone, and when he looked up again, Kira was no longer in front of him. TSK, what a pity. The magnetic fruit ran away. Forget it. Ignore them for now. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense footsteps behind him. Luo D turned his head and saw a group of nervous but fanatical people. It was the group of pirates who had been watching. Shinigami Rodi, is everything reported in that newspaper true? Have you ever fought against a general? What's it like underneath Impel Down? How strong are Shiryu of Rain and Magellan? Jijia, are the female prisoners and male prisoners inside their locked together? A strange question is thrown into the mix. But so many questions came at the same time, which made Luo D inexplicably upset. It's so noisy. Hey, let me tell you, are you all so familiar with each other? Before Huang Quan was sheathed, Luo D gently lifted it up. The nearly black blade emitted a fascinating cold light onto the sunlight. Only then did he notice that the black sword seemed to be almost finished. The pirates standing opposite him were frightened by a sudden move and took a few steps back. Of course, some people were not afraid at all, instead started shouting. Boy, don't think that just because you've been in the newspaper a few times, you've become a figure. People with abilities like you have died and are hairy pirates, and we can't count them on both hands. Compared with ordinary people, people with abilities have a lower limit that is difficult for them to reach, but there are also many restrictions, such as Hailu Stone. The hairy pirates relied on various sea tower stone weapons to kill many ability users. Chi, Luo D sneered. He is not an ordinary ability user. As he raised his hand, a cold light flashed across it. Under the horrified eyes of all the pirates, he ended the pirate's life in an instant. What about you? You think so too? Wow. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the pirates ran away without daring to look back, as if they were followed by bloodthirsty beasts. And only one person, Luo D looked at the thin little pirate in front of him, who is estimated to be only 1.5 meters tall, and said calmly, Why don't you leave? The little pirate lowered his head, and a long brown hair that had not been washed for a long time covered most of his face. Only his thin chin could be seen faintly. Luo D looked at him quietly for a moment. Mute, seeing that he still didn't speak. Luo D turned around and prepared to leave. He doesn't have time to play house here. Etc. The weak and slightly trembling voice made Luo D stop. He is a bit immature, and his voice sounds like that of a young boy. I'm just asking once, tell me, what's the matter? He turned his head and looked at the little pirate in front of him with his sharp eyes. The little pirate hesitated for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage to speak. Then can I become your teacher? I want to become stronger. I want to find that person and take revenge. His voice was sometimes loud, sometimes excited, and sometimes hesitant. The hesitation lies in the three words, that person. Hum, hum, hum. Luo D, who had been watching him, suddenly snorted with a sneer on his face. Everything is mutual. You have no value to me. Why do you think I should help you? The little pirate suddenly raised his head, and the sun hit his dark face, and under the darkness, there were scars left by burns. I can kill. I could do anything for you. Kill. Luo Di looked at his thin figure and wanted to laugh. Suddenly, he just caught a glimpse of two figures from the corner of his eye. Those were two pirates traveling together. Although he didn't carry any weapons, he was strong, making him difficult to deal with at first glance. Luo Di pointed and said jokingly, "If you can kill them, I will give you something that can change your destiny." The little pirate named Nels looked along. The two pirates were more than twice his size, not of the same magnitude at all. But when he thought that this might be his only chance, he gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and then walked towards the two pirates with heavy steps. Luo Di stood there, looking at his back with interest. Although the probability is low, if he wins, he can give him the wine fruit. There's no use keeping it anyway. As for the expansion fruit, Luo Di planned to give it to Audrey after entering the new world, so that he could use it for his giants. Other side, Nels was getting closer and closer to the two pirates. When he happened to pass by, he suddenly took out his right hand behind his back, carrying a rusty Madara dagger, and stabbed him hard while jumping up. The left back of a pirate. That's where the heart is. The pirate clutched his left chest in pain and shook his body violently, sending Nels behind him flying away along with the dagger in his hand. In an instant, blood flowed like a column, and the pirate huddled on the ground, his breath gradually weakening. Stung. Even Luo Di was a little surprised. How can a rusty dagger do this? Wrong. Under the influence, Luo Di saw the dagger clearly. It's really rusty all over. But the tip of the dagger was honed to an extremely sharp edge. The blade should have been deliberately unsharpened, just to deceive others. A little cautious. You be asterisk, 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 D kid. You're looking for death. Seeing that his good brother had been killed, the remaining pirate kicked Nels several meters away with his feet. Crackling. He moved his muscles and his bones crackled. Immediately afterwards, he stepped forward with his front foot and rushed forward at great speed. Cough poof. Nels was lying on the ground, curled up in a ball, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, but his right hand was still holding on to the handle of the dagger. This is the only external thing he can rely on. It was also a birthday gift given to him by his father before his death. Father, mother, please bless me. Nels took a deep breath, and as soon as he opened his eyes, the pirate had already jumped above his head. He rolled on the ground several times with all his strength before narrowly escaping. Little thing, you can quite run. The pirate missed the mark and became even more angry. Then he took a few steps forward. He raised his foot and stepped hard on Nell's right leg, which was already unable to avoid. Severe pain stimulated Nell's nerves. He could clearly feel that his right leg was broken, and it could even be said to be a comminuted fracture. Don't worry, kid, I won't let you die so soon. Of course, the pirate would not let him go so easily. With a sinister smile, he stepped on Nell's left leg again, grinding his toes from side to side. Click! The screams of leg bones filled his ears. The pain made Nels bite his lower lip tightly, and his mouth was filled with the taste of rust. Perhaps because he couldn't bear it anymore, he suddenly buried his face on the ground. Do you think I will let you go like this? The pirate relaxed his vigilance for a moment, leaned forward slightly, and stretched out his right hand, ready to lift his head. At this moment, Nels suddenly turned around, grabbed the extended hand with his left hand, and thrust out the dagger with almost all his strength with his right hand. Laugh. Blood slowly dripped down the dagger blade, soaking the ground. The pirate's body froze, but he still used his last strength to lift Nell's head and threw it out again. That almost full force throw directly threw Nels more than 10 meters away. Midair, he slowly closed his eyes, and the beautiful memories flashed by like a fleeting glance, and finally settled on a figure wearing a bubble hood. Then he lost consciousness. Black smoke clouds surrounded it, and all the power was removed. Luo Di walked forward slowly and walked to the still alive pirate. What a pity the tip of the knife is offset a little. The pirate was startled. You are. Then, under his horrified gaze, Luo Di raised his hand, wrapped around Conqueror's, and punched out, killing the pirate on the spot. Then he pulled out the dagger stuck in the pirate's chest and observed it carefully. The fingers flicked, and the sound was crisp and clear with a different kind of rhythm. It's a good dagger. Both the workmanship and materials are top-notch. The only pity is, etc. Luo Di's index finger touched the blade heavily, and the rust was wiped away, and the reflected sunlight brought out a cold glow. It turns out that it was specially made to hide it. It should be to prevent it from being taken away by others. TSK, what should I say? Quite smart. At least smarter than more than 90% of pirates. Shaking his head slightly, Luo Di held the dagger, dragged Nels with the smoke, and walked back slowly. He had not gone very far since he got off the boat, but he encountered so many troubles. He was really speechless. Ahem, accompanied by a cough. The little pirate Nels slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is the exquisite wooden ceiling, and the air is filled with the pleasant fragrance of flowers. The body is soft and covered with thick plush quilt, which is very comfortable. Is this heaven? Nels couldn't believe it. Everything here is like being in a dream. It will only appear in the childhood memories that have been sealed for a long time. Squeak! The wooden door suddenly opened. Nels was startled. Just as he was about to get up, the severe pain coming from his body, especially his legs, kept stimulating his brain and made him wake up instantly. The pain proves that he seems not dead yet. So where is this? By the way, is it because he killed those 2 pirates and Shinigami Rodi saved him? I finally woke up, and the captain really left you after leaving you to this rabbit. Oh, by the way, this dagger was given to you by the captain. And this thing, it seems to be called rescue. No, drink, forget it. What the hell? The captain asked you to eat it all. The 1-meter-tall rabbit G was holding a chopping board with a strange-shaped fruit and a dagger that was nearly half rusty. Boom! Rabbit G put on the bedside table, and then added 4 words under Nell's horrified eyes. Don't leave a bite behind. After saying that, he walked out of the room. He also closed the door very politely. Hoochie hoochie. Rabbit say, speak. Nels was so shocked that he forgot about the pain in his body for a moment. After a long time, when he came to his senses again, he remembered what Tuji said. Fruit, what fruit? His eyes moved slightly. Oh my gosh, did he read that right? That turned out to be a devil fruit. News of Shinigami Rodi's arrival in the Sabaody Islands spread quickly. Nowadays, most people in GR won't understand this. The news that shocked them the most was that Luo-Di defeated the strongest supernova Eustace Captain Kidd with just 1 blow. Even Kira, another supernova, had no choice but to run away in panic when facing him. One person fights 2 stars and wins easily. This undoubtedly stirred up many people's nerves. Those dangerous elements who like to fight regard him as a whetstone. And this influence is still expanding. GR2, GR3 will spread farther and faster, and more people will be eyeing Luo-Di. But it depends on whether they have the strength. Luo-Di met a big guy as soon as he arrived at GR21. His body is quite strong, nearly 4 meters tall, and he has the unique wings of the Sky Island people on his back. He has a scar on his left forehead, a beard, gold earrings, and large red rosary beads, and is dressed in monk's clothing. The most eye-catching thing is his weapon, a large pencil in the shape of a regular hexagonal prism. The captain of the Broken Monk Pirates, the weird Monk Urki with a bounty of 180 million. It turns out to be weird Monk, Ulki. These supernovae are coming really fast. Luo-Di recognized him at a glance. The face that was smiling no matter what was now carrying an obvious fighting spirit. Ah, isn't this West Blue's Shinigami Luo-Di? Urki was excited about meeting Luo-Di, and his fighting spirit surged through him. I'm on it. Immediately afterwards, the veins in his hands were exposed, and he was fiddling with the giant pencil and throwing it towards Luo-Di. There was a dull whine in the air, and one could imagine the force of this blow. Shave! Luo-Di turned into an afterimage, and Urki smashed it into the air, but a huge pit was left on the ground. The dirt spattered around, and grass clippings flew in the air. It's so fast. Ulki was slightly frightened, but still had an indelible smile on his face. And this time, but suddenly he heard a sudden sound of wind behind him. He reacted quickly, turned around almost at the same time, and the pencil in his hand came out. In terms of reaction, there is no difference between you and me. Luo Di seemed to have expected it. He moved his feet, swayed his body, and easily dodged. Then he made a fist with his right hand, wrapped with black thunder, and went straight to Urki's abdomen. And in the face of absolute power, why do you win? Bang! A punch in the air. Urki's body quickly bent, forming a bow shape and smashing backwards like a cannonball. It didn't stop until it flew dozens of meters away and left a dozen meters of drag marks on the ground. Failed so strong. The content in that newspaper is indeed true. The severe pain caused the smile on Urki's face to fade slightly, and the lines on his forehead and at the corners of his eyes became deeper with the slight twitching of his face. And there is a barn not far away. Rooftop. There stood a strange man with long but extremely twisted arms. He was wearing a red robe with the word "Een" embroidered on his chest. He wears long braids, headphones, and black glasses, and has teeth like piano keys. Hyaming, Skillikman Apu, has a reward of 198 million, one of the supernovas. He looked down, with a touch of excitement in his eyes. Huh, what nonsense. Are they Shinigami Rodi and Monk Urgi? The crew members on one side looked nervous. Mr. Apu, you'd better not go. He even killed the weird monk Ulki. That guy is really too dangerous. Apu suddenly turned his head, put an arm around his neck. What an idiot. Who knows the result if you don't give it a try? What's more, who said I would fight him to death? Apu, who has always been cunning, is very precious about his life. But he also likes to seek death. Very contradictory. What are you going to do? Apu ignored him, but turned to look at the plane where Luo Di and Ulki were fighting. I was beaten so hard. Urki used a thick pencil to support the ground and slowly stood up from the sunken ground. Then he swung the pencil hard and hit the approaching Luo Di. And his body continued to expand and grow, and the monk's clothes on his body were stretched open and turned into strips of cloth that fell away. But is there any hope? He raised his head, the smile on his face deepened, and he stared straight ahead. Just let me confirm it. He clenched his fists. However, as soon as he finished his pretentious words, the thrown pencil hit him in the opposite direction at a faster speed. Can't escape. As a last resort, Urki could only raise his hands, and his feet were embedded in the ground like trees. Bang! As soon as his palms made contact, veins popped out on his forehead. He almost tried his best, but his body still moved backwards with a huge force. Stop! Suddenly, he roared angrily. He hugged the pencil tightly with both hands, and a strange force caused it to shift its direction. Then he exerted force on his waist, spun his body, and rotated the pencil for several times, and then violently threw it out. But having learned from the past, he did not throw it towards Luo Di, but towards the bar behind him. That happened to be where Apu was. Mr. Apu, that is... Apu had seen it a long time ago. He lifted the crew member on one side with one hand and jumped to a safe position with 2 vertical flips. As soon as the crew member's feet touched the ground, his legs were still shaking uncontrollably because of fear, and his face was extremely pale. Ah, Mr. Apu, it's too dangerous. Otherwise, we'd better run. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the giant black pencil penetrate a 3-story building behind the bar, and the deep hole was like an abyss. Run? What's the point of running sneakily? The fun is only when you P****s off the enemy and then run. What's more, you see, Luo Di is completely unprepared for what's behind him. When he and Ulki start fighting again, I'll take action. A weird laugh came from Apu's mouth, and he pushed the crewman aside with a flick of his hand. Don't hinder me. Find a place to hide yourself. Activates with the fruit ability. Urki, who was originally nearly 4 meters tall, had now grown to 9 meters tall, with surging power permeating his solid muscles. He took long strides and rushed towards Luo Di very quickly. The smile on his face did not diminish at all. Just let me return them one by one. What Urki ate was the karma fruit. It can convert the damage received into body size and strength. The greater the damage to the body, the greater the increase in body size and strength. Of course, the premise is that your body can bear it. And Luodi's blow, just now, was almost beyond the limit of what he could bear. But because of this, the converted power is also extremely powerful. Karma. In the blink of an eye, Ulki arrived in front of Luodi, and a long charge punch went straight to Luodi's face from top to bottom. Before it fell, the rolled-up air made Luodi's black hair and clothes fly. Then let's see who has greater power. The corners of Luodi's mouth raised slightly, and he punched out with his fist. The two punches were almost about to meet. A rhythmic sound floated in the distance. Dong, 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 clang, clang, clang. Yo, yo, check, check. But neither Luodi nor Urki paid any attention to it. The arrow is on the string, and I have to fire it, but my fist can no longer hold back its strength. Bang! The two fists struck each other in the air, and the air that swept out trembled and suppressed all the music. Hyaming Apu stopped tapping. His face stiffened for a moment. The braid behind her was twisting with the strong wind. You actually blocked my attack. Apu is an Enian person who ate the Enian fruit, but this fruit has a huge flaw. If the sound cannot be heard by the enemy, then all attacks will not be triggered. Now he is in this awkward situation. The sound of the wind suppressed his music. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the two of them to fight with all their strength, but he didn't expect that it was still a step too late. Forget it, since I've been discovered. I'll leave now. Then he jumped back onto the roof of the bar. As his legs exerted force, he jumped back and forth on the roof, gradually getting further and further away. And just then, sudden changes occur. The flash of extreme, murderous intent behind him made Apu stunned. As soon as he turned his head, what came into view was a huge slash spanning nearly 100 meters. How is that possible? The slash was extremely destructive. The tall building that had just been struck by it was directly cut off in the middle, and the upper part continued to fall along with the smooth cut. People walking on the streets were in great confusion. Apu, who was above him, was even more panicked and no longer as calm as before. Damn it! Now even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't do anything. His attacks have no effect on things at all. But it was too late to escape. The slashing speed was too fast. Accompanied by a burst of painful wails, the huge slash engulfed him and continued to advance, finally reaching a limit position and slowly dissipating. And on the roof, Apu's figure was no longer visible. Other side, Luo-di slowly sheathed Huang Quan, and the cold light in his eyes disappeared. TSK, you want to run away after taking action? How can it be that easy? And at his feet, Ulki's body returned to its original position. His hands fell on the ground, his hind legs spread wide, and he lay on the ground. His head was covered with blood, his eyes were closed tightly, and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Another punch. Luo-di's 70% strength, combined with Conqueror's entanglement, is simply not something Urki can resist at this stage. The gap is as vast as heaven, and even karma cannot repay it at all. So far, Luo-di has encountered 4 supernovae. Without exception, their endings were similar to when they met Kizaru. Liao Liao was eliminated in 1 or 2 moves. Go find a fruit and extract the devil fruit. The karma fruit is a good devil fruit, but the number of users is limited. Only those with strong bodies can realize their full potential. For example, the giant race that is blessed by nature. 1 minute later, Luo-di successfully took 2 fruits from the empty fruit stand. One is for Urki, and the other is for Haiming Apu. There will be a price to pay when Lao Lu is discovered. Cha! Huang Quan pulled out, and Luo-di inserted it into Urki's heart, and the devil's power instantly enveloped his whole body. Then he threw it away casually, and the apple in his hand fell into it. After a while, Luo-di took back the demonic power and put away the newly formed karma fruit. When he was about to pull out the underworld, he found the soul that has always been inside is gone. Since it is no longer in the underworld, it can only mean that it has entered Urki's body. Something is changing. Luo-di stared at the corpse at his feet, and the underworld had been drawn out by him. and not until 3 minutes later. The corpse moved, his mouth opened slightly, his chest kept rising and falling, and his heart beat faster and faster in his chest. Dong dong dong. Ahem. Accompanied by a violent cough, Erky opened his eyes. His true identity, Luo Di, is unknown. But he understood that the person in front of him was no longer Erky. He can actually control Erky's body directly beyond my control. The strength of his soul is extraordinary. When their eyes met, the space seemed to have stopped. In the end, it was Luo Di who spoke first. Who are you? He put the devil fruit away casually and tightened the hold of Huangquan in his right hand. If something goes wrong, he will take action immediately. Erky saw Luo Di's intention and raised his hand with difficulty. Wait. That punch was so hard that his voice trembled a little when he spoke. Luo Di looked at him coldly. Tisk, tell me, why did you hide in my knife and now come out to seize this body? Erky propped himself up, half sat on the ground, and said with a bitter smile, It's just a matter of cherishing life. Of course, there's another reason. What reason? Witness the future. Luo Di almost laughed at these 4 words. It's ridiculous. What's the difference between this and cherishing your life? It's just a different reason that looks more noble. As he spoke, he casually struck out with his sword. Although it only carried 20% of the force, its power was not trivial. However, what surprised him was that Erky actually hid with his broken body. Hey, young man, I still have something to say, ouch. Erky had just landed, but his body seemed to have reached a certain limit, and he fell to the ground again. I know your ability to extract devil fruit, give others weapons and color operation skills, and even control spirits. As he spoke, he saw Luo Di's expression becoming more and more gloomy. Erky swallowed his saliva. The substantial murderous intent filled the air, and he did not continue speaking. Oh, I know so much. It seems it would be better to kill you. A cold light flashed across Luo Di's eyes, and Huangquan drew circles in the sky. The dark realm instantly unfolded. The man in front of me is very strange. Can't let him run away. This is... It was dark. Ulki's pupils shrank sharply. He has seen this move before, and even the generals have difficulty escaping from the alien space. In his current state, he is completely powerless to deal with it. It seemed that Luo Di was determined to kill him. Wait a minute, Shinigami Luo Di. Don't take action yet. Let me finish what I have to say, and then you can kill or chop him as you please. As soon as these words came out, the dark space was quiet. After a long time, Luo Di snapped his fingers. Ulki discovered that he could see, but he knew that he was still in that alien space. Everything is in Luo Di's hands. Yes, but for safety's sake, I will separate a piece of your soul. Ulki breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't kill him directly. Okay, Luo Di nodded. Relax and don't think about anything. He slowly approached, and the underworld thrust straight out, and the sharp blade instantly sank into Ulki's temple. Time flies. Half an hour later, Luo Di dispersed the dark realm. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He really didn't expect that the soul-possessing Erky had a great background. His real name is O'Burton. He was from the same period as Rox. He is also a legendary pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion. However, he retired after being defeated by Roger. He knows that he is old, and there is no ship that can carry him in the new era. Later, Zifa was arrested for killing several high-ranking government officials who had offended him. However, because he had retired for several years at that time, both his temperament and appearance had changed a lot. His originally strong body gradually lost shape due to old age and lack of exercise. So, Marine didn't recognize him at that time. But the high-ranking officials he killed all had good backgrounds. Their family worked it out a little, and he was imprisoned in the freezing hell, 5 levels underground and impelled down. It's funny to say, Marine didn't recognize him, but some of the captured pirates there did. After being imprisoned for several more years, his body was already exhausted. When Luo Di arrived at freezing hell, he witnessed an incredible scene and he died with a smile on his face. But the soul did not leave because of its own will, but attached to Huang Quan. He wanted to see how far this magical boy could go. Result: his greed for life made him choose to occupy Erky's body. Then there was this scene. The darkness dissipates and the sun shines. Luo Di looked at the behemoth on one side and said coldly, "Old guy, you're quite insidious." Now Oberton's soul core is controlled by Luo Di. This also means that his life Luo Di can be taken away at any time. However, the soul core is not so easy to obtain. It is necessary to have no distracting thoughts and no alertness at all. But Oberton just wants to live. Even if he is restrained by Luo Di, it doesn't matter to him. And isn't this also an opportunity? A chance for him to step into a new era again. After being attached to Huang Quan for so long, he also learned a lot. The sea seems to be more and more interesting today. For emperors, Shichibukai, world government. How could he not get involved with his body that looked passable? Snort. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Luo Di snorted coldly and said again, "There are two flaws in soul reincarnation. First, when your soul enters that body, it will be blocked by it and cannot be transferred later. Second, the remaining lifespan of the body is halved. There is no free lunch in the world. If it could be transferred all the time, it would be equivalent to immortality in disguise. Remaining life halved means Erky is now 45 years old. If his life limit is 101 years old, then Oberton still has 28 years to live. Now I have a younger and healthier body. Even if I only have 10 or 20 years to live, I have nothing to regret." Oberton shook his head. He was not sad because of Luo Di's words. "Okay, come with me. I have one more thing to deal with." Luo Di nodded and then walked forward. 2 minutes later, the two came to a deserted street. The road is full of rubble, and there are even some remains of buildings. It's a pity that he ran away. Hyaming Apu has disappeared. Luo Di was still thinking about snatching the sound fruit. Now it seems that it may not work. Oberton, who was following closely behind, was a little confused. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just a devil fruit that escaped, but..." Luo Di suddenly turned his head. "Do you want a devil fruit?" "I happen to have a good devil fruit here, but I also happen to be missing an owner." "Devil fruit?" Oberton hesitated. In fact, for pirates, not everyone wants to eat devil fruits, even if you can get powerful power instantly. But as a pirate, can I still be called a pirate if I can't swim? Moreover, eating a devil fruit also represents the loss of freedom. At this time, Luo Di added another sentence. "Of course, you can also refuse. After all, there is a devil living in the devil fruit. It has its own will and may even affect those with abilities." Oberton struggled for a long time and sighed. "Give it to me. Don't regret it?" "Well, now that I have made a decision, I have nothing to regret." "Okay." Luo Di stopped asking and took out the rebuke fruit. "I don't know its specific abilities yet, but it is undeniable that it is very strong." Oberton did not speak. After taking it, he closed his eyes, gave up all the breath, and swallowed it in one gulp, but the juice inevitably splashed in the process. Vomit. Bah, it tastes terrible. I don't want to experience this taste again. And when the taste spread throughout his mouth, the stimulating taste swirled on his tongue. His whole body froze. The body had not fully recovered before, but now it is just worse. 5 minutes later, after Oberton calmed down a bit, Luo Di asked, "What ability is it?" Oberton raised his right hand, and the debris of the building connected to the ground not far away began to move quickly towards the distance. It didn't stop slowly until it reached the end of the street. Repulsion. The two words he revealed made Luo Di feel relieved. It seems that his guess was not wrong. If it is a repulsive force, then this fruit will have unlimited possibilities. Everything in heaven and sea is childish. With this repulsion, the Shinigami can go to Fishman Island without coding, relying on the repulsive force to repel seawater to form an invisible protective cover. You can enter safely. You don't even have to worry about the membrane rupturing due to giant Poseidons. 2 words, no solution. Get familiar with it. We will rely on your ability to enter Fishman Island in 2 days. O'Burton instantly understood the meaning of Luo D's words and agreed. By repulsion? What a good idea. He took a deep look at Luo D. This young man seemed to be even more amazing than he imagined. When Luo D took O'Burton back to the ship, he found that the little pirate was also awake. Even though he was injured, he still worked hard there. After a short conversation, Luo D learned some basic information about him. The little pirate's name is Nels, and he is only 15 years old. Both parents died in an accident. After asking deeply, he still did not reveal it. Luo D could see a trace of deep hatred in his eyes, but there seems to be some unspeakable hiddenness inside. Nels was then captured by the Hody pirates and served as a handyman on the ship, eating the most unpleasant food and doing the most complicated work. This stay lasted 5 years. Didn't leave until today. Finally, Luo D changed the topic to Jiujiugua. How does it feel? Nels lowered his head and scratched his head, seeming a little shy. Well enough. Luo D is not sure what the specific abilities of Jiujiu fruit are. All I know is that Bastcho used the alcohol produced in the barrel to breathe fire. You can also fly with alcohol bubbles. In fact, this fruit does not have very strong attack power, but it is top-notch when used as an assistant. Create an alcohol mist to put the enemy into a state of intoxication, which can infinitely expand Winnie's emotional fruit ability. Even Marine generals would find it difficult to resist the two-phase combination. If you add a powerful combatant, it'll be a sure blow. Develop it well. Luo D patted Nels on the shoulder and walked toward the cabin. Lafayette has returned, and he has to receive information. Ahem. There was a coughing sound in the dark room. Kira immediately pushed the door open. Kit, the ship's doctor, who was packing up the medical equipment, put his index finger to his lips to signal him to lower his voice. Is Kit okay? Kira approached softly, and his worry could be felt even through the mask. The ship's doctor nodded and whispered, It's not life-threatening, it's just... Kira tensed. Just what? The ship's doctor waved to him, and then the two of them walked out of the room. Those wounds are not ordinary wounds. There's a power on them that is difficult to erase. No medicine can solve it. We can only wait for it to subside on its own. Kira was silent for a moment. How long will it take? The ship's doctor sighed. As short as 1 or 2 months. As long as 3 or 4 months. Kira nodded, said nothing, turned and left. It seems that the pace to New World has to be slowed down. Radio pirates. Apu was half lying on the recliner. Recalling Luo D's knife blow, I still feel frightened. Fortunately, he reacted in time and detached his left hand, just in time to miss the huge slash. The clothes he was wearing at that time were directly shattered by the energy lingering around him, leaving dense wounds on his back. Although it is not serious, according to the ship's doctor, it will take at least a week or 2 to fully recover. Shinigami Rodi, Shinigami Rodi, Shinigami Rodi. Apu kept repeating Luo D's name. His eyes were blank, and he was gnashing his teeth. However, there was still a trace of fear hidden deep in those eyes. It's night. A group of mysterious men in black came to the port where the Shinigami was located. That was a human trafficker group that targeted Luo D and the others during the day. The Scone Group. There were nearly 100 people, and almost everyone was wearing a special pistol loaded with sea stone bullets. Some people also carry net guns, which are filled with cannonballs composed of flexible wire mesh and sea stone beads. The equipment is completely aimed at ability users. They investigated specifically. Almost all members of the Shinigami Pirates are espers. In order to capture them in one fell swoop, Scone sent nearly half of his elite troops. Show everyone, keep your voices down. Prepare the tranquilizer gun and stunner bombs. Once you hit the target, immediately cast the net. No one can be let go. The people leading the way were Jules and Lemon, who were observing the Shinigami in the bar during the day. Although their status in the group is relatively low, Scone made an exception this time and gave them privileges. Cut. Jaka, the team leader following the 2 men, snorted disdainfully. But he didn't say much. On the Shinigami, the crew members were fast asleep. There were only 2 figures standing on the deck. One big and one small. Straighten your back. Raise your chest, raise your head, and bend your legs a little more. Oberton held a wooden stick in his hand and tapped Nels from time to time to regulate his movements. Suddenly, his voice stopped and he kicked Nels again. Someone is coming. Go and kill them. Who is it? Nels was a little confused. He obviously didn't see anything. Someone is coming. After the words fell, Luo D slowly walked out of the room. Specifically for us. He raised his head and looked towards the shore, a cold light looming in his eyes. Do you really want me to go? Certainly. Just enough to train you. Facing the eyes of Luo D and Oberton, Nels gritted his teeth. Okay. As a wisp of cold light passed by, the original dagger was revealed and flashed with a chilling light. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth slightly, spit out a large amount of alcohol bubbles, then put on a black turban and black mask, and disappeared into the darkness in black clothes. The traffickers who had just arrived at the shore were not aware of it at all. At this moment, July's nose moved. Why does it smell so strong of alcohol? Raymond also twitched his nose a few times. It's true, and the feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Team leader Zaka, who followed closely behind, sneered. There's a bar behind you. Isn't it normal to smell of alcohol? Jules and Raymond looked at each other. It seems so, but it always feels weird. It was obvious that they were no longer moving around, but the smell of alcohol was still getting stronger. Wait a minute, look at the sky. Suddenly, an investigator saw a black shadow in the sky and immediately exclaimed. The hearts of the people around him jumped, and they immediately looked up to the sky. However, what came face to face was the sky full of fire. Big fire breathing. The alcohol ignited with the fire and quickly spread nearly 100 meters. The air was filled with flames. But the farther away the flame becomes, the weaker it gets. The traffickers were ignited by the flames. Due to the alcohol in their bodies, several people who were closer directly turned into burning people, and they all jumped into the sea not far away without caring. They don't know the properties of alcohol. Although excessive water can indeed dilute it and extinguish it, the moment you jump into the water, it will intensify the burning. At that time, the burned human traffickers can still swim. Can you get up? 10 minutes later, the flames gradually died down. A wounded Nels returned to the ship. Then he heard a bang and fell directly to the ground, and he only left 4 words before he fell in a coma. Fortunately, I live up to my fate. He was careless. Although more than half of the traffickers were burned to death, the remaining people were not vegetarians. If Luo D hadn't taught him the skill of moving armed colors, he might have died in that chaotic battle now. After Luo D lowered his head to make sure that his life was not in danger for the time being, he turned to look at Oberton. It's not bad, but there are still some people who haven't been dealt with. Oberton, go and finish it off, and leave this drawing there, by the way, so that those people know the consequences of provoking us. With that said, he handed the drawing with the Shinigami Pirates flag engraved on it to Oberton. Hey, okay, leave it to me. Oberton sighed, his body flashed, and he instantly disappeared into the darkness. Occasionally, screams could be heard on the coast, alerting the surrounding pirate ships. What happened to that fire just now? What exactly happened there? I advise you to stay away from it. The Shinigami pirates know that they are in that area. That is to say, did they do that? 2 days later, the news of the Shinigami pirates' appearance in GR-1 spread almost throughout the entire Sabaody Islands. The Marine garrison base located at GR-66 received the news today and fed it back to the Marine headquarters. Hey, what a headache, it's them again. Sengoku covered his head. Now that he heard the words Shinigami pirates, he felt his head pounding. Sabaody Islands. He was a little hesitant whether to send someone to arrest them. After all, the public execution facing the whole world is about to begin. At this time, generals cannot be dispatched easily unless necessary. Moreover, according to Garp and Kizaru's description, to drive the Shinigami pirates to death, at least 3 generals are needed. At this point, 3 generals are dispatched. Are you kidding me? Why do you have to do it at this time? Oh, trouble. Warring states, known as the Wise General, was once again in a dilemma when facing Luo D. Crane, what do you think? There was really no other way, so he could only kick the ball to Lieutenant General, he who was drinking tea. As a fleet admiral, he has too many things to worry about. Coupled with the complicated official duties and his age, he is even more unable to do what he does. As the chief of staff, he is not inferior to him in intelligence and strategy. With her making suggestions, the Warring States period would be much easier. Despair. He placed the teacup on the table with a calm expression. Actually, it doesn't matter if we let them enter the New World. Whitebeard will definitely not be able to sit still when that evil bloodline is executed this time. This is also the best time for us to kill him. When a New World 4 emperors are short of one, those crazy pirates will definitely fight for Whitebeard's territory. If you want to continue to maintain the dominance of the 4 emperors in the New World, then it is best to let the Shinigami pirates intervene. Good idea. They have the strength to become the new 4 emperors. But don't forget that their potential is huge and terrifying. If we don't deal with it this time, there will be endless troubles. Accordingly, if we attack them, our marine strength will be greatly reduced. It's hard to say whether we can keep them when facing Whitebeard. As General Huzhong's calm voice fell, the office fell into silence. After a long time, Warring States sighed quietly. It's difficult to have both ends. Get ready for the Shichibukai meeting. GR1. On the street, people made way for themselves. Both civilians and pirates were kneeling on the ground without exception at this moment. In the crowd, the usually arrogant and domineering pirates lowered their heads and whispered softly, "Damn it, why did the Tianlong appear here?" Some pirates who had just arrived at the Sabaody Islands were kneeling on the ground, but their eyes were looking straight ahead. That's the Celestial Dragon. On one side, a civilian living on the island pushed his head to the ground. "MD, I don't want to live anymore. Kneel down quickly." "What are you doing?" "Remember, don't look at anyone who comes, otherwise, it will lead to death." On the spacious street, a group of people walked slowly forward. The person in charge was extremely eye-catching. He has curly black hair, a plump face, thick lips, and a runny nose. Wearing special clothing that looks like a space suit and a resin bubble on your head, you are separated from the air that ordinary people breathe. And the most surprising thing is, his mount turned out to be a human. Even though he was panting and almost dead from exhaustion, the mount did not dare to complain or resist and crawled like a zombie. "God? You dare to call yourself God? You damn pariah." At this moment, St. Charles was very angry. When he learned that someone dared to use God as a codename, he made up his mind to torture those guys who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Boy, hurry up like a turtle. He couldn't wait, but the mount under him seemed so slow. He kicked the mount hard on the head twice. The mount groaned, but still did not dare to resist. He was once a pirate captain with a bounty of over 10 million, but now he's been tortured to a terrible state by the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, it passed through 3 hands in the hands of Tianlong people, which was extremely miserable. The scenery and ambitions of the past have long been forgotten, leaving only a void of darkness in the world. Life is simply worse than death. Bang! Perhaps it was because St. Charlos' movements were too violent that the mount could not climb steadily. Its body tilted, and it fell to the ground together with St. Charlos on its back. "It's over." The CP member in a black suit at the back was sweating. He just reached out to help him up, but was interrupted by a gunshot. "You can't even be a dog, so what's the use of you?" Bang, bang, bang. Trash! St. Charles fell to the ground with a ferocious look on his face. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired continuously until the bullets were completely empty. Bang, bang, bang. "Damn it, get the gun." Even though the mount had no breath at all, St. Charlos still felt uneasy. Has he ever been so embarrassed? "Here you go." The CP member at the rear wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over the pistol tremblingly. The Celestial Dragons are so difficult to serve. This time, he will have to apply for transfer when he returns. Bang, bang, bang. On the street, gunshots rang out one after another. Even the ferocious pirates couldn't do this. At this moment, the mount was covered in blood holes, and the blood on the ground spread several meters away. It was extremely bloody. TSK, this is the Celestial Dragon. Aboard the Shinigami. Luo D senses the situation outside through seeing, hearing, and color. Tuji looked up at him, his big eyes full of curiosity. Dragon, what is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Smanton knocked its little head. Just remember not to provoke them. Nothing else matters. Because the more you know, the more you will understand the darkness of this world. Simon nodded. Oberton put his hands behind his back, his eyes full of vicissitudes of life and remembrance. Dragon people, a lot of people died in the past. In fact, it's not them that's scary, but the people behind them. He was fortunate enough to have witnessed the unprecedented battle more than 30 years ago. I also know some of the secrets of the world government. Everyone was shocked, except Luo D. Who did it? You dare to provoke even the celestial dragons. Why have I never heard of this? Is it deliberately concealed? Although Oberton's true identity has not been revealed, no one doubts the authenticity of his words. After all, he was brought back by Luo D. Of course, you don't have to worry about it. After all, that incident has happened a long time ago. Oberton glanced at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Luo D. Very calm. It's really not that simple. Unconsciously, a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes, while the Shinigami was still talking about the celestial dragons. Little did they know, the Tianlong people had already targeted them. After changing to another mount, St. Charles's excitement eased a little. The pounding hearts of the CP members at the back also calmed down a lot. The Shinigami is on the coast ahead. Do you need me to contact Marine? He spoke with caution, for fear of offending the person in front of him. They're just a few untouchables. How dare they be rude to me? St. Charles was very disdainful and shook the chain on his right hand fiercely. Mount understands. With the lessons learned from the past, he controlled his speed very well and crawled very steadily. It is worth mentioning that St. Charles still holds 2 chains in his left hand, and behind them are 2 beautiful slave girls. He is a very lustful person. My wife is 8, and these 2 female slaves were just snatched by him yesterday. Even if they all have fiancés, they can't escape his clutches. 5 minutes later, St. Charles led the people to the coast successfully. What came into view was a medium-sized pirate ship. The surrounding area is very empty, and no other pirate ship dares to approach within nearly 100 meters. This scene is like stars overcoming the moon. In the eyes of Charos, it was a naked provocation. Unforgivable, damn untouchables, go and call them all down. He was extremely angry and roared at the CP members behind him. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand to another CP member, and a pistol was snatched from him. Yes, the CP members who were called were very helpless. To be honest, he really didn't want to go. The Shinigami pirates are simply the devil pirates. He has investigated a series of information about them. At least from the outside, there's nothing Marine can do against them. I hope that the identity of the Tianlong people can give them a certain degree of shock. Shinigami number. Bow. Tuji looked puzzled. What are they doing? Lafayette pressed down his hat so that no one could see his expression clearly. I'm afraid the person who came here is evil. Simon nodded. Oberton's huge body stood at the very back, with a flash of interest in his eyes. This is obviously targeting us. Aiko has been following Luo D and has no idea about the Tianlong people. Do you want me to go deal with them? Winnie said softly. After all, we are Tianlong people. Otherwise, we should retreat directly. Nels lowered his head and said nothing. But Luo D could clearly feel the hatred that could not be hidden in him. There is a story. Before he could say anything more, the CP member who was dispatched jumped and landed behind Luo D and the others. Everyone, St. Charles has something to discuss. Please come down with me. Luo D took a step forward, but his right index finger was rubbing the handle of the knife. Oh, what is St. Charles? What? The CP members looked at the prestigious young man in front of them in disbelief. Lord St. Charles is not a thing. He is a great celestial dragon. Great? Cheat. It should be said or not, the world's government is pretty good at brainwashing. Tell that guy who looks like an idiot, if he dares to take another step forward, I will beat him into a real idiot. Luo D looked at him teasingly, his words full of threats. CP members were stunned. How dare he say such words? That's a celestial dragon. Even if you scold, you should secretly scold in your heart. This is the first time he has seen you say it openly like this. You are crazy. Cha! Luo D pulled out the underworld, and the sunlight reflected on the blade, emitting a burst of dazzling black light. I'm just telling the truth. See for yourself. Does he look like an idiot? Buzz! A powerful momentum burst out, completely blocking the CP members. Losing control of his body, he could only watch the sharp blade getting closer and closer until it was completely placed on his neck. Did you hear that? Tell that idiot. The cold words lingered in his ears, and the CP members nodded in confusion, not even knowing how they got off the ship. Is it really okay? When he looked down, a little worried, Luo D shook his head. They're just a bunch of scum that has lost their humanity. If it weren't for the time being that we couldn't completely break up with the world's government, I would have killed him. The war on the top is probably just a few days away. Luo D didn't want to attract unnecessary firepower to Whitebeard. Being wise and protecting yourself is the most important thing. What's more, there really is no ship in the new era that can carry him. And Luo D's purpose, everything is in that battle. Then, he turned to look at Oberton. How are you mastering your abilities? Oberton scratched his head. Thanks to this body, even though I'm not very skilled, I can still support myself to Fishman Island. Luo D was silent. As long as you can get there. And just when he was about to give the order to set off, there was a noise from the coast. How dare a mere human being disobey orders? Go and bring me a cannon. The CP members did not truthfully convey what Luo D said to St. Charles. After all, he still wanted to live a few more years. So, all he said was that Shinigami Rodi refused to get off the ship. And this also made St. Charles, whose anger had not subsided, even more angry. The pirates around were even more panicked. Damn it, the Tianlong people are actually angry. Will we be harmed by Chiyu? With the style of the Shinigami pirates, it's hard to tell. Oh my god, if they take action against the celestial dragons, they will directly attract General Marine, and everyone will be finished by then. The smart guy has run away, Captain. What are you waiting for? Hole. The new world is right in front of you, and now you have to run back. Shinigami pirates, just wait for me. MD, I will definitely come back. Just like that, the pirate ships docked at other ports took action one after another. Bring in the anchor and hoist the sail, all in one go. And this only intensified the anger of St. Charles. Hey, you all stop. From the mount to the ground, he came to the port in a few steps. How dare a mere human being wander around in front of me? Bang, bang, bang. Holding a pistol, he fired several shots at the fleeing pirate ships. But because the distance was too far, the pistol's range was far from enough, so we could only watch them go away. Call all Marines over here. None of these untouchables can escape. I will punish them severely. At this time, the harbor connected to the port is empty. The only thing left is the Shinigami. Hey, idiot, didn't I say that? If you take another step forward, I will beat you into an idiot. It was followed by a low voice full of teasing. No one noticed that Luo D had arrived at the side of St. Charles. The underworld in his hand was placed around his neck. St. Charles froze instantly. This is not because he is afraid, but an instinctive reaction of his body. Huang Quan's naked, murderous intention can be conveyed to every part of his body, even through the thick special clothing and resin bubbles. Lord St. Charles, Shinigami Luo D, do you know what you are doing? Bejile, the CP member who had had a friendly chat with Luo D just now, raised his pistol and pointed the dark muzzle at the back of Luo D's head. Because he was afraid of affecting St. Charles, his hands were trembling a little. The three CP members who followed also took out their pistols. Their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. TSK, remember what I told you? By the way, I hate it when people point guns at me. The words just fell. A black shadow completely enveloped the four people. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell from the sky, with a breeze blowing. The four people's wrists were covered in blood, and the pain caused them to subconsciously let go of their hands, and the guns fell to the ground. Captain Luo D asked you to put down your guns. Didn't you hear? The white wings slowly retracted, and a tall and thin figure gradually appeared, and the strange long sword in his hand was still stained with a few traces of blood. Devil Sheriff Lafayette. Begel was startled. The Shinigami pirates are dispatched. This was the last situation he wanted to face. On the other side, St. Charles's shouts made him more and more nervous. Damn untouchable! How dare you point a knife at me? Bang! As he raised his hand, he shot Luo D in the abdomen, but was blocked by Huang Quan's blade, and the sputtering air wave actually directly scratched the resin bubble worn on the head of St. Charles. Instantly, his face turned ugly. Hole. Then, he kept pulling the trigger and fired several more shots until the bullets were completely empty. But, not surprisingly, all the bullets were intercepted by Huang Quan. Luo D shook the blade, and there was a burning breath generated by friction on it. If it weren't for my worries, I would kill you idiot right now. St. Charles's eyes widened when he heard this. That look is as funny as you want it to be. But before he could speak, a shadow appeared in front of him. Luo D, stop. Madman, if you want to die, don't hurt us. Bang. A punch landed. St. Charles's face twisted and deformed with a huge force, and half of his body was directly embedded in the soft grass. You are finished. Everything is finished. Luo D was too decisive in taking action. There wasn't even a shred of room for maneuver. Looking at the inhuman form of St. Charles, Begel and the remaining 3 CP members felt that the sky was falling. Let's not talk about other things. If they don't protect the Tianlong people, they will only die. TSK, I told you everything. Why didn't you listen? Luo D shook his head, then waved his hand to Lafayette, and the two of them walked away in a swaggering manner. The Shinigami also gradually sank into the sea as they boarded. It's really a ghost. It's obviously not coded. How'd they get down there? Begel had just come to his senses and took out the phone with difficulty, only to see that magical scene. The phone fell to the ground with a clack before it was connected. Behind him, his equally dumbfounded companion patted his back and murmured, "What do we do now?" It was obvious that some of the 4 had given up on themselves. What else can we do? Wait until death. Given the depravity of the Tianlong people, several of them would inevitably die afterwards. The last person is relatively calm. It's better to contact Marine headquarters first. After all, this matter is too important. Since they were sent to protect the Celestial Dragons, they have never seen anyone dare to attack the Celestial Dragons. This Shinigami Pirates group is really unique. Begeiler was silent for a moment, finally sighed, and picked up the phone again. Marine headquarters. Sengoku just sent someone to inform Shichibukai to prepare for an emergency meeting. Because the matter was so important, he specifically stated that those who did not participate would be removed from the 7 warlords of the sea position. However, he had just sat down to take a breath when there was a knock on the door. Moreover, based on the tapping frequency, it can be inferred that it is still a big deal. He sighed helplessly and put down the sunbae in his hand. Come in. After receiving the instructions, the intelligence officer opened the door directly, his face full of panic. Fleet Admiral, no good. The Celestial Dragons were attacked. What? Warring States was a little stunned and didn't react for a while. It wasn't until the intelligence officer repeated it again that he came back to his senses. Hey, where did it happen? In the GR1 area of the Sabati Islands. The one who was attacked was St. Charles, and the attacker was Shinigami Lodi. Is it Shinigami Rodi again? Sengoku slumped in his chair. Where is St. Charles? The intelligence officers always felt that Fleet Admiral was a little too calm, but they did not dare to ask too much. The injuries were serious, and he passed out on the spot, but his life was not in danger. What about the Shinigami pirates? It is said that it sank into the sea. It must have gone to Fishman Island. Are you sure it's completely gone? Okay, then go down. After the intelligence officers left, Warring States was silent for a moment, and then picked up the phone bug on the table. Hey, Poor Isolino, you go to the Sabaody Islands. Someone will tell you the reason later. Okay, let's do this for now. Beep. The phone bug hangs up. Warring States looked up at the ceiling, feeling very complicated. How to say? A mixed bag. The good news is that the scourge of the Shinigami pirates has finally gone to the New World, and the first half of the Grand Line can be relatively stable. The bad news is that the Celestial Dragons were beaten. The Tianlong people represent the face of the world government. In a sense, this is probably much worse than the capture of Impel City some time ago. It can be said that the Valley of the Gods incident more than 30 years ago was well hidden, but this time it is undoubtedly exposed to the public eye. Fortunately, St. Charles did not die. Otherwise, its impact would have been unprecedented. There will be trouble next. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters under the sea in the Holy Land of Mariajoya. It is the only place to reach the New World. It is also the birthplace of most fishmen and mermaids. Ships that want to come here usually have to build their hulls on the Sabaody Islands and sail through the currents to get there. But the Poseidon class in the middle has become the biggest problem in getting here. It can be said that as long as you encounter the giant Poseidon class in the middle, you can only say that you have a narrow escape. The chances of surviving are slim. Ships rely on coatings to move on the seabed, and Poseidons can easily destroy them. At this time, Luo D and others encountered a giant Poseidon. The Shinigami is so small in front of it. It was a huge, venomous sea snake. The dark scales are covered with colorful Madara dots. From time to time, wisps of dark green venom will be secreted from the small gaps. When it blends into the sea water, it will dilute and spread instantly. Some smaller marine fish will hide away after seeing them. The few that had no time to escape were soaked in the venom in the sea water. Their bodies became stiff, and they lost their ability to move in an instant, and they could only be reduced to food without the power to resist. This time, although the venomous sea snake was hungry, it did not prey on the sea fish as usual. It noticed the approaching ships in the distance. It contains its favorite food. It immediately changes direction. The huge body, which is 4 to 5 meters thick and more than 200 meters long, will bring up several small whirlpools of sea currents when it twists. Look, what a big snake! Tuji, who was admiring the strange scene at the bottom of the sea, suddenly widened his eyes, with an obvious look of confusion on his furry face. Snake? Everyone who was doing their own things came to the bow one after another. Sure enough, we saw that huge thing. Isn't it just Poseidon? What's all the fuss about? Smanton didn't take it seriously and turned around to play chess with the robot made by Fryan. This may be his only pastime every day. As soon as he stepped forward, Fryan pushed a heavy turret over. It's also because there are rollers installed at the bottom, otherwise it would be really difficult to move. Let me try the wind cannon that was just improved yesterday. Everyone consciously made way for him. Fryan had locked himself in the laboratory for nearly a month, and they were all curious about his new invention. Look, even the sea water can't reduce its power. Fryan was holding the notebook in his right hand, and his left hand was already pressing a red round button. Buzz! A loud buzzing sound was accompanied by the sound of parts rubbing together. The poisonous sea snake paused for a moment, then twisted more and more, and almost instantly arrived in front of the Shinigami. But because of Oberton's repelling ability, when it came to a position 50 meters away from the Shinigami, its body suddenly stiffened, and then continued to retreat as the Shinigami advanced. The pain caused by the powerful impact caused it to twist back and forth, and its huge body stirred the surrounding seawater crazily. Bang! The roar suddenly sounded. The Shinigami stalled for a moment following the violent recoil, and the poisonous sea snake seized this opportunity and prepared to swim away. But the next moment, a dazzling, scorching beam burst out carrying a strong airflow. The vortex wind field released by the wind shell completely enveloped the high-temperature flames inside. With the push of the wind and fire and the superimposed repulsive force, the flame beam penetrated the poisonous sea snake almost instantly. Dark purple blood spread along the large hole in its abdomen, soaking the seawater and the Shinigami followed the current and passed through it. Behind him, the corpse of the venomous sea snake continued to float with the sea water. And ahead, the flame beam only shot out for nearly 100 meters before being suppressed by the strong seawater pressure and extinguished. "Is this what you said? Cannot be weakened?" Lafayette pressed his hat and looked at Fryan with a half-smile. The other people also looked at him. Well, at least the power of that moment remains the same. Fryan scratched his head, then pushed the turret and left in a hurry. His back looked quite embarrassed. Luo D shook his head helplessly. The deeper the water, the greater the pressure. Fryan, who has been living on the surface, must not know this. If it weren't for Oberton's ability to isolate the sea water, his wind cannon might not have been able to kill the sea snakes so easily. The farce passed quickly. As the Shinigami continued to dive, Oberton became more and more difficult. The greater the seawater pressure, the faster it consumes his physical strength. "Luo D, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Isn't it here yet?" Luo D closed his eyes and saw and heard the color unfold. After a moment, he said slowly, "At this speed, we can arrive in 5 minutes at most." Oberton breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. Fishman Island is surrounded by a huge double-layered semicircular bubble film shield, with an air sandwich between the two layers of shields. If a coated ship from the Sabeti Islands enters through illegal means, it will either fall due to the air interlayer in the middle or be submerged by the sea water further inside. As for the outermost layer of the bubble shield, some Fishman pirates have appeared here from time to time recently. Their purpose is to control the human pirate groups who are preparing to enter the New World and work for them. The sea is the world of fishmen, and the pirates can't resist at all, and they can only succumb to the torture in the end. Leviathan. As soon as the Shinigami arrived outside the bubble shield, it was intercepted by a group of huge monsters. And what drives them are the fishmen of the new Fishman pirates. Harmon. Along with a burst of weird laughter, 3 black shadows appeared behind the different-looking sea beasts. I saw that the leading figure was huge, wearing a black hat, slightly curly hair, a mustache on his chin, and a tattoo on his abdomen and neck. And it is Hammond, the combatant of the new Fishman pirates. Following it were 2 other Fishman pirates. One is the killer Hozo, who has octopus tentacles and is holding a gourd wine bottle and pouring wine into his mouth. The other is Kashikoba, a combatant with a bayonet in his hand. He always has a strange smile on his face. That's Rael Murloc? The crew of the Shinigami pirates were stunned. To be honest, this was the first time they had seen a fishman in reality. I had only seen it in books or newspapers before. Why are they so ugly? The innocent Tuji moved his ears. Everything he sees in books is obviously beautiful, right? Luo D knocked on its head and didn't deny it. It's quite ugly, but you have to distinguish clearly. Fish people and mermaids are different. Remember to do your homework before talking next time. Lafayette fiddled with his cane. "Captain, do you want me to take care of them?" Luo D sneered. "Then let's see if they have the guts to attack us." At this time, the leader Hammond spoke. "Are you the Shinigami pirates?" To be honest, there was a point where it felt very confusing. Why are the boats of these guys in front of me not coded? So unreasonable. Luo D stood at the bow of the boat with a calm expression. "So what?" Hammond sat on the back of the sea beast and looked straight at Luo D. "I heard that you destroyed Impel Down, but I don't know if it's true or not." Harmon. The tone was weird, obviously a bit sarcastic. The crew of the Shinigami pirates couldn't help but want to take action. But he was stopped by Luo D. "This is the home ground of the Fishmen. Except for Usagi and Fryan, all members of the Shinigami pirates can be said to have abilities, so they are not suitable for fighting in the sea at all. Not to mention," Luo D glanced at Oberton at the rear. Although his expression was calm, Luo D knew that he was almost reaching his limit. "What? You stop talking. Forget it. Now I give you a choice. Do you want to join our new Fishman pirate group? Or reject?" When it came to the last 3 words, Hammond's tone obviously increased. It is not difficult to see that if Luo D refuses, he will take action immediately. Luo D drew out the underworld, and the black light loomed. "What if I refuse you?" Hammond sneered. If you refuse, I will let you sink here with a pirate ship. How about it? Shinigami Rodi, do you want to be my subordinate? As soon as these words came out, the crew members of the Shinigami pirates looked at each other. Then he burst into laughter. The corners of Lafayette's mouth rose. Originally, I wanted to take action, but if I dare to provoke the captain, I can predict how miserable it will be. 2G wrinkled his nose in disgust. This rabbit thought that the fishmen were all friendly, but I didn't expect them to be so arrogant. Luo Di smiled contemptuously, and the evil aura on Huang Quan's body became stronger and stronger. Idiot! How dare you? Hammond laughed angrily. Behind him, Jiumengzi Baozong and combatant Kasha Koba looked at each other. It seems they still don't understand their situation. After all, they're stupid humans who don't understand how big the gap is between fish and humans in this sea. At this time, Hammond patted a sea lion that was 60 or 70 meters long on one side. Since you refuse, then you are the enemies of the fishmen, just sinful humans. What a pity. I originally wanted you to atone for your sins, but now it seems that I can only let you sleep with your sins forever. Sea lion, with a roar. The huge lion-like sea beast twisted its huge body, churning the sea water with great force, and the sudden burst of thrust made it swim quickly. During the dive, it was already aimed at the Shinigami. The big mouth full of fangs suddenly opened, and the huge bite force was enough to easily crush ordinary ships. Buzz! That moment, Luo Di suddenly burst out with a strange aura. The sea lion, which was so aggressive a moment ago, simply shrank at this moment. If you weren't in the sea, you would definitely be able to see the sweat on its forehead. Sea lion, what are you doing? Sensing its abnormality, Hammond behind him had a gloomy face, and his voice also contained a hint of suppressed anger. Luo Di looked at it, opened his lips slightly, and said only 3 words. Let's do it. Hands? What hands? Hammond was confused. Unconsciously, the sea beasts surrounding him had undergone changes. As if being stimulated by something, their eyes were red, and they stared fiercely at the 3 fishmen surrounded by them in the center. Roar! Finally, with a roar, several sea beasts opened their mouths and bit away at the same time. Feeling the fierce, killing intent, Hammond felt his heart tremble. The scene that came into view when he turned around shocked him even more. Sea gorilla? Walrus? Sea rhinoceros? Damn it! Are you out of control? Now, it would be really stupid if it didn't detect the abnormality. Leopard Zong, Kashikoba, take action. Facing the huge and bloody mouth, it swung its legs rapidly, rolled its body back and forth in a streamlined shape in the water, and shuttled back and forth between several behemoths. The advantages of the fishmen are completely revealed in this sea. Among the 3 Murlocs, the one with the strongest combat power is the killer Leozo. The moment Hammond issued the command, it also woke up slightly for a moment. At some point, several sharp swords were already held in its thick and powerful tentacles. As the body twists, it rotates back and forth on the currents. The moment it stopped, all the sea beasts were slashed by it. The blood instantly soaked the seawater and turned it blood red. The pain caused the sea beasts to break free from Luo Di's oppression. But because of the fear in their hearts, they did not dare to stay. Their huge bodies moved quickly and soon disappeared. In the aftermath of the seawater, only 3 members of the Shinigami pirates and the new Fishman pirates were left. You don't think it's over like this? Before Hammond and the others could take a breath, a huge slash spanning nearly 100 meters suddenly struck, causing the water to churn again. Let's go, just rush in. Luo Di knew that Oberton couldn't hold on for long, so he didn't care about the 3 fishmen. Simonton, who was steering the boat, nodded and pressed the button at the bottom of the wheel. Boom! The wind shell box was running, and the sudden burst of thrust directly caused the Shinigami to rush into the huge membrane layer. Immediately afterwards, there was first an air sandwich, which the Shinigami successfully broke through and then passed through the second membrane layer. It's full of sea water, but because of Oberton's ability, the Shinigami successfully stabilized the hull and continued to move quickly diagonally upward as the wind pushed it. From behind, there were continuous screams. "Shinigami Rodi, wait for me." In the blood, Hammond held his half-cut right hand, with boundless hatred on his painful face. In fact, its injury is pretty good. Leopard Zong now only has a few tentacles left, and he is no longer drunk. Kasha Koba, the weakest, suffered the most misery. His upper body and lower body were directly separated, and he died on the spot. Wow! The Shinigami broke through the calm water and came to a coral bay. The sun is shining, and the unique scenery of Fishman Island is particularly beautiful. Wow, so beautiful! Aiko took Winnie and rushed out, looking around, full of curiosity about things here. It seems we have come to a land where there are no fish or mermaids. Lafayette glanced around. Simon nodded. At the stern of the ship, Luo D looked at Oberton sitting cross-legged on the deck, breathing heavily, and patted his shoulder. "Is it okay?" Nels, who was wearing black clothes and a black mask, handed the water in his hand to Oberton. "Mr. Oberton has spent too much energy." After Oberton took it, he took a sip and smiled bitterly. "Actually, it was fine at first, but for some unknown reason, the further down we go, the greater the physical exertion becomes. I'm afraid I won't be able to move for half a day. When the pressure is high, it will definitely become more and more difficult." Luo D expressed understanding. "Nels, take Oberton and take a rest. Don't do any activities today. I'll call Tuji over and give you a look. I'll fix it up in the second half of the day. I'm not in a rush anyway." The Sabaody Islands are particularly lively today. A grand auction is about to be held at GR1's human auction venue. Inside the venue office, the door was suddenly pushed open. Disco, who was sitting at the table looking at the auction items, suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked up at the person who just broke in. "Mr. Disco, I bought a top-quality product today." The man was dancing and excited. Disco nodded with a smile on his face. "The popular one today is the Fishman, right? I understand. Don't worry. I'll make the price go up smoothly. Are you ready for the childcare?" The man shook his head, and his voice gradually became louder. "No, it's a mermaid, a young female mermaid." The next day, the Sun Tree Eve near Fishman Island spreads the first ray of sunlight throughout the Fishman Island. Fishman Street. Noah, the boat of promise. This place is now occupied by the new Fishman Pirates. But because it is located outside of Fishman Island, sunlight is difficult to reach, so it is always dark, as if there's a layer of lingering haze hanging over it. The more difficult and oppressive a place is, the easier it is for big figures to appear. Like the hero of the fish people, Fisher Tiger was born here. In fact, this place was originally a large place to house orphans, but due to the incompetence of the management at the time, Fishman Street gradually became a gathering place for criminal groups. The emergence of Hody Jones has exacerbated this process. Nowadays, there are not only Fishman pirates here, but also a small number of human pirates. Enslaving human pirates was an idea that Hody had only recently proposed, and it had not been implemented for long. So the number is obviously not as exaggerated as it was 2 years later. The Shinigami pirates are only the fourth human pirate group they have targeted. But, facing the powerful Shinigami pirates, they obviously will not let them go easily. Kashikoba is dead. Hody Jones just rushed back to Noah after dealing with an escaped human pirate group. At this moment, it was very tired and was just about to take a rest, but it received such heavy news. "Leopard, your tentacles." What makes it even more incredible is that the most powerful Leopard Zong was directly killed. The tentacles represent its strength. Now, there are only 2 left, and I am afraid that it will not be able to exert even half of its strength in the future. Besides, Hammond, your hands. What the fishmen are most proud of is their wrist strength, which is 10 times stronger than humans. As for Hammond, whose hand was cut off, his strength was reduced even more than that of Leopard Zong. "Hody, let's forget about this matter. We are no match for them at all." Hammond shook his head, with deep fear hidden in his eyes. It might have been thinking about revenge before, but after calming down, the more it thought about it, the more wrong it became. That knife was just an understatement. That's how powerful it is. It would be okay if Luo Di was serious. However, not all fishmen think the same way. Their hatred for humans is engraved in their bones. Hammond, are you afraid? We're just humble humans. This sea is our home field. They're all devil fruit users. As long as they touch the sea water, they have no power to resist. Baozong, who had been silent all this time, took a sip of wine and his eyes were bloodshot. We must kill them. Hody stretched out his hands and pressed down, and Noah's central hall fell silent instantly. Only we fishmen are the supreme race. The Shinigami pirates dare to harm our compatriots, which is unforgivable. At this time, Hody was not as cold-blooded as he would be 2 years later. He still values his compatriots very highly. Come with me to avenge Kasha Koba. With an order, hundreds of murlocs swarmed out. Dragon Palace Kingdom. Port Town. Coral Mounds. The streets in the early morning are quite lively. There are actually not many humans here. Looking around, we can vaguely see groups of 2s and 3s. However, most of them are pirates, and there are very few people who come for sightseeing in the real sense. Even if it comes, it is still some world noble. Captain, we're here. Under the leadership of Lafayette, Luo Di successfully arrived at the Mermaid Cafe. However, just when he was about to go in, a dark shadow pressed down. Luo Di subconsciously raised his head and looked up at the sky. It was an airship pulled by a huge sea beast. The center was wrapped in a bubble made of coral, and the 3 characters Ryugu were particularly conspicuous. The fishmen and mermaids walking on the street stopped one after another. That's the palace's tour boat. That's Prince Shark up there. Why would he come to a place like this? As the huge tour boat stopped, a blast of horns sounded. His Royal Highness Prince Neptune has arrived. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy fishman with a golden trident in his hand came to the bow of the ship. It has a dot on its forehead, has shark's fangs and gill slits, and has a long wavy blue hair, floating slightly. I've received reports of illegal immigrants. Are they here? Having said that, its eyes have already locked onto Luo Di and Lafayette below. Knowing that he had been discovered, Luo Di did not hide it. What? You want to catch us? Tread. Accompanied by a burst of heavy and chaotic footsteps, a group of security guards ran over from a distance and directly blocked Luo Di and Lafayette. Don't move. Put down your weapon. You are the Shinigami pirates. Anyone who enters the country illegally must undergo our review. Several tridents were pointed at them. TSK, I have a headache. I didn't want to do anything at first. Luo Di covered his forehead, feeling helpless. Originally, he just wanted to take a stroll around the Fishman Island and then prepare to participate in the war on the top. It seems that we have to turn against each other. Lafayette on one side is holding a cane, ready to draw his sword. Captain, do you want me to take action? Luo Di nodded towards him. Shock us a little. If you insist on arresting us, just kill them. Sudden, etc. Sharkstar spoke. Because the Shinigami pirates were too dangerous, his father Neptune was afraid that they would pose a threat to Fishman Island, so he sent him to investigate. If they do not pose a threat to the residents here, they could be left alone. Otherwise, it will be suppressed directly. But for now, they don't seem to have done anything to harm Fishman Island. Prince Sharkstar waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Then Luo Di and Lafayette were invited aboard the Dragon Palace. Of course, Luo Di did not refuse. Your Excellency Luo Di, I am deeply sorry for the rudeness of the guards. Sharkstar looked apologetic and very sincere. Luo Di looked calm. There is no deep grudge or grudge. There is no need to be so polite. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. What's more, isn't there a fight yet? Sharkstar nodded, and then sent out another invitation. I wonder if you have time, but we would like to invite your Shinigami pirates to visit the palace. Luo Di was not in a hurry to answer. He was thinking about the value of Fishman Island. Of course, he has no interest in this island. The ocean is 10,000 meters deep. It's not bad to visit occasionally, but it's obviously impossible for him to stay here. But what Luo Di really cares about is Poseidon. He doesn't need Poseidon because he is confident in his own strength. However, Poseidon cannot be controlled by others. And to do this, you can only hold it firmly in your hands. Can. After a moment of silence, he nodded and agreed to Shark Star. And just when the Dragon Palace was preparing to set off, but a huge axe flew from behind. Ho-ho! The wind roared with sorrow. The giant axe rotates rapidly, and the air seems to have no resistance to it, and the speed is getting faster and faster. It's hard to imagine how it's done. No, that's... As soon as Shark Star turned around, he saw a familiar big axe. His pupils shrank sharply. He raised the golden trident in his hand and prepared to stop it. However, another figure was faster than him. Clang! Lafayette took action. The cane sword and the giant axe connected and spattered a burst of sparks. The powerful impact made him take half a step back. What a great power! He frowned slightly. Immediately afterwards, the wings flapped rapidly, and the armed color spread along the palm to the entire cane sword body. Drink! His mouth was slightly open, veins popped out on his forehead, his arms quickly retracted, and he exerted force again almost instantly. Open! When the cane sword and the axe blade collided together again, a gap was directly cut out of the hard edge of the giant axe. How can it be done to this extent? Under Shark Star's shocked gaze, the sword blade sliced through the giant axe, breaking it into two halves. And the incision is like a mirror, extremely smooth and smooth. Is this the Shinigami pirates? One crew member has such terrifying strength. So as its captain, Shinigami Rodi, how powerful will it be? At this moment, Shark Star was glad that he did not provoke Luo D and the others. But the owner of that axe is Vanderdaken 9, who ate the target fruit. If the axe is not intercepted in a real sense, it will eventually rush towards the hardshell tower where Shirahoshi is. Lafayette didn't know this. Can you still move? The axe split into two halves. Although there was a moment of stagnation, it was still flying forward. This made Lafayette slightly stunned. Attached with some kind of fruit ability, this occurred to him instantly. Then he flapped his wings and twisted his body, preparing to use his weaponry to control it. And this time, Luodi's voice suddenly sounded. Lafayette, there's no need to chase, come back. Lafayette was startled for a moment. Then his body stopped immediately, and without any hesitation, he immediately returned to the Dragon Palace. He knew clearly that Captain Luo D was about to take action. Sure enough, I saw two black smoke clouds moving forward as fast as meteors and soon caught up with the two axes. Immediately afterwards, the armed color winding directly made it lose its effect. Then it was covered by a strange force, and from the inside out, the two axes instantly turned into powder. That's outrageous. The eldest Prince Shark Star was dumbfounded. I'm afraid Jinbei is the only one who can do this in Fishman Island, right? Prince Shark, hearing Luo D calling him, Shark Star came back to his senses. What's wrong? Sir Luo D. Luo D held his right hand empty and took back all the black smoke. Do you know where that guy is? Your Excellency, are you going to... Luo D didn't care what Vanderdaken 9 would do. But, now that the axe is pointed at him, he has no reason to continue to let it go. Well, I'm going to deal with that guy. Shark Star was stunned for a moment. Then a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. It would be great if Luo D could really take care of that guy. My sister no longer has to hide in that cold, hard-shell tower every day. However, he hesitated. In this sea, it is very difficult for humans to fight fishmen. Not to mention, the owner of that axe is the descendant of Vanderdaken, the founder of the Flying Pirates, Vanderdaken 9. Because the Flying Dutchman he is driving has no fixed address and has been wandering in the sea, we do not know his exact location. Otherwise, based on what he did, we would have arrested him long ago. Shark Star was a little angry, but more of a feeling of powerlessness. Is that so? Lafayette sheathed his cane and sword and looked in the direction from which the axe flew. Luo D, on the other hand, looked calm and didn't have any worries about it. That's it. He closed his eyes slightly. The next moment, the experience unfolds. The trajectory of the axe is calculated backwards. In just half a minute, Luo-D determined a course of action. Then he turned to look at Sharkstar on one side and stretched out his right hand. Is there bubble coral? Bubble coral is a tool that can easily create bubbles. If humans want to move in the sea, bubble coral is essential. However, Luo-D and Lafayette had just arrived in this port town, so they had not had time to buy it. Lord Luo-D, give it. The guard behind Sharkstar took out a pink coral knot. Just press against the bottom to create air bubbles. Luo-D nodded. After taking over the coral section, press it gently, and the air bubbles will gradually emerge from the top of the coral section and continue to expand until it is completely wrapped. It looks quite thin. He stretched out his index finger and poked it. He could poke it out, and there was no sign of damage. And when he took his finger back, the bubble closed completely again, leaving not even a trace on the wall, which was very magical. However, for the sake of safety, he incorporated a hint of Shinigami power into it and added a layer of arm domineering, and then waved to Sharkstar and Lafayette. You guys wait here for me for a moment, said. Pushed by the black smoke cloud, the bubbles flew out and disappeared quickly. Just as Shashing was about to give some instructions, he couldn't even see Luo-D's shadow. The captain is like that. He acts vigorously and resolutely. You just get used to it. Lafayette pressed down his hat and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, feeling very relaxed. He had no doubt whether Luo-D could kill Vanderdecken 9. It all comes from trust. The bottom of the deep sea, the mud is rolling and the sea water is stirring. Under the turbidity, a huge human-like figure loomed. The height of nearly 80 meters is very oppressive, and its size exceeds that of ordinary sea beasts, almost approaching the giant Poseidon type. Every step he took made a dull sound, like the roar caused by the firing of cannonballs at the bottom of the sea. The most horrifying thing was the cable he was holding. The thick rope was connected to a pirate ship that looked like a ghost ship. Even the faintest light could not conceal its dilapidated hull. There are no fewer than 10 holes in the entire ship. The canvas on the mast has not been replaced for a long time and is very old. It is difficult to imagine whether it can still be used. However, one thing is certain. There are people on this ghost ship, because the surface of the huge hull is covered with a transparent film, which completely wraps the entire ship. That film was not made by boatmen, but air bubbles made from ordinary bubble coral. Poseidon. A hoarse voice sounded from inside the ship, and the giant creature in front stopped. No reply yet? Message from Princess Shirahoshi. Well, not yet, Captain Dakin. How many years have I been waiting? It's been 8 years, and there's still no reply. This is almost a daily conversation between Vanderdecken 9 and the great Poseidon. Vanderdecken IX's love for the mermaid princess reached a kind of madness. He is extremely possessive and jealous. The Fishman princess is not allowed to spend her life with anyone else. Of course, love does not happen for no reason. Dakin's love for Shirahoshi is complicated and abnormal. Most obviously, he admires Shirahoshi's beauty. On a deeper level, he had seen Shirahoshi summon a giant Poseidon as a child. That was his first-generation ancestor, the mermaid princess who could control the Poseidon species that Vanderdecken had been looking for. This ability is not only the obsession of the ancestors, but also what Dakin covets now. As long as he has Shirahoshi in his hands, does he still have the final say over Fishman Island and even the sea? But it's been 8 years, and Shirahoshi still hasn't replied to him. He hated Neptune. I stubbornly believe that he locked Shirahoshi in that hard-shell tower to isolate them from their love. However, with his current declining pirate group with only a few people left, it is impossible for him to be Neptune's opponent. He needs to wait for an opportunity to win the Dragon King's palace in one fell swoop. Bang bang. After the daily conversation, the great Poseidon continued to drag the Flying Dutchman aimlessly on the seabed. Occasionally, if a small fish wanders by, he will open his big mouth and suck it directly into his belly to satisfy his hunger. Call out, "Huh, what is that?" Poseidon stopped and a look of curiosity appeared on his round, bearded face. The sparse teeth were exposed, looking quite funny, and diagonally above him, the sea currents continued to surge, and a circular vortex was rapidly approaching. The direction was exactly where he was. At this moment, it was too late to dodge, so Poseidon had no choice but to raise his free left hand. As he contracted and exerted force, the sea currents rolled, and his huge fist quickly blasted out. Bang! Click! The sound of broken bones was still clearly audible amid the roar. Ah, it hurts! The severe pain caused Poseidon's face to twitch, and his huge body took a few steps back. His huge feet stirred up the mud on the seabed, and the originally clear water was instantly contaminated by it and became turbid. As for Poseidon's retreat, the Flying Dutchman behind, it was also knocked away. Fortunately, there are cables, otherwise this old pirate ship would most likely be submerged in the mud. The turmoil of the ship alerted the pirates inside. Dakin was even more angry. On the table, the newly written letter was soaked in ink, making the handwriting difficult to read. Poseidon. As soon as the roar came out, it was suppressed by Poseidon's loud voice. Captain Dakin, no luck. Humans are coming to attack us. There was a trace of suppressed pain in the panic in his voice. Dakin also immediately realized something was wrong. But, human, incredible. Not to mention it was him. Even his crew didn't believe it at all. Are you kidding me? Humans would come to a place like this? The sea is our Murloc's home ground. If humans dare to attack us, they're simply seeking death. Isn't that idiot Poseidon mistaken? Bang! Dakin came back to his senses and knocked on the table hard. The fishmen and pirates instantly became quiet, not daring to say another word. Bit mad. Why don't you go out and see what's going on outside? Dakin was rejected by the sea because he ate the target fruit. Being a fishman and not being able to live a normal life in the sea is simply torture. Therefore, he generally will not leave the Dutchman unless necessary. Yes, the fishmen named Bit and Mad just agreed, but before they could take action, there was a sound of footsteps above their heads. On deck, someone's on board. Captain Dakin. Dakin looked up at the wooden ceiling and waved his hand to another fishman pirate. Bring me the bubble coral. At the same time, his four legs moved together and came to the table. Then he picked up the red glove on the table and put on his right hand. This is the hand that touched Shirahoshi 8 years ago. In order to maintain its ability, it has never been washed. Captain Dakin, here you go. At this time, he took the bubble coral handed to him again, pressed it gently, and the bubbles completely enveloped him. Boom! There was a muffled sound from the ceiling. The unknown is always scary. The 5 fishman pirates and Dakin in the cabin were a little nervous. Snap! Sudden. The ceiling was cracked, dented from top to bottom, and the relatively sturdy wooden deck was turned into powder, along with heavy sea currents stirred by the manic air currents. This blow directly burst the bubble outside the ship. Gotta get out quickly. Dakin's expression changed drastically. His body quickly retreated, and he ran out through the secret door opened on one side as the sea current surged in. He is relatively smart. Knowing that bubble couldn't withstand the current, he slipped away in advance. However, another figure was faster than him. He just broke out, but I saw a black shadow passing by, and a person also covered by bubbles appeared in front of me. Human. He was a little surprised at first. Unexpectedly, what Poseidon said was true, and there were actually human beings. But more anger followed. They're just human beings. They dare to provoke the flying pirates. They don't know how to live or die. Go and tear him apart. The 5 fishman pirates who just came out behind him were stunned at first, but they reacted at the same time after seeing Luo's appearance. Court death. How dare you destroy our ship like that? It's unforgivable. As his feet swayed, 5 fishman pirates immediately rushed out. For them, the sea water is like the earth where humans walk with a natural fit. Luo looked at them through the black bubbles, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Buzz! Suddenly, the sea water trembled slightly. Like raindrops falling on calm water, the ripples spread quickly. The bodies of the 5 fishman pirates who were moving very fast went stiff for a moment. Then, as if he couldn't bear it anymore, his eyes turned white and he passed out. Of course, Luo Di would not let them go so easily. As he raised his hand, Huang Quan slashed out. The huge slash spanning nearly 100 meters passed through the bubble wrapped in Shinigami's power, without causing any damage. What the hell is going on? Dakin was going crazy. He could only watch the crew members die before his eyes. He had never thought before that humans could possess such terrifying power. What's more, this is still in the deep sea. Those fishmen couldn't even escape. The blood spread out instantly, completely covering Dakin, who was behind him. This place is like hell to him. And Luo Di had already arrived in front of him when he was stunned. His right hand reached out like lightning, passed through the bubble, and grabbed Dakin's neck. Isn't it you who threw the axe? After roughly guessing the cause and effect of the incident, Dakin felt like crying. A murder caused by an axe? Should it be so magical? If he is a madman, then this guy in front of him is definitely a fighter among madmen. And what puzzled him the most was, "You ahem, how did you get here?" Luo Di tightened his right hand and took out a piece of fruit with his left hand. He looked briefly at Dakin. I have to say that this outfit can be described in 3 words as hot tie pants. Of course it follows the path of the axe. Otherwise, what do you think it is? What? Dakin seriously doubted whether he heard correctly. Is it crazy to pursue this point based on trajectory alone? This place is only a few thousand meters away from Fishman Island. He, the initiator of this ability, cannot sense the trajectory of the axe beyond a certain distance. How could the human in front of him do it? After hiding in the sea for a long time, you are just a humble frog in the well. The breadth of this world is beyond your comprehension. There was ridicule in Luo Di's words, but the yellow spring in his waist unexpectedly came out of its sheath, and a large amount of viscous black liquid gushed out from between his brows. You damn, what is this? Soon, the demonic power covered half of Dakin's body, and Huang Quan was ready to launch a fatal blow as soon as he received the order. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dakin swung his left hand fiercely, and 2 small axes flew out from his sleeves and went straight to Luo Di's door. Ahem, human, I touched you with my left hand. At such a close distance, it is basically impossible to escape. Oh, really? Clang. However, such a fierce attack was blocked by Huang Quan himself. The long knife that was as sharp as clay was slashed in the air, and the 2 axes instantly turned into countless fragments, and the abilities attached to them dissipated on their own. How is it possible? My attack actually failed. Even though Dakin, whose upper body was completely wrapped in demonic power, couldn't see anything clearly, he could still sense the outside world. Let me end your miserable life. Of course, I am very kind-hearted and will help you completely solve the hereditary curse from the root. As soon as these words came out, even Dakin was a little confused. What are these words? You still have to say something so high-sounding about killing people? However, he will not sit still and wait for death. Human, go to hell. Using force from his waist, Dakin's right leg, which had not been completely blocked, kicked out straight, and a sharp knife suddenly popped out from the tip of his toe. TSK, it seems you still don't understand the difference between you and me. Luo Di raised his left hand and flicked his index finger on the fruit. Almost at the same time, Huang Quan circled in the sea water, then flew downward like an arrow from the string, passing through Dakin's body in an instant. Oops. With the last whimper, the hundreds of years of history of the flying pirates were shattered. Target fruit. Luo Di looked at the weird-shaped fruit in his hand and put it into the box that had been prepared under his clothes. Black smoke clouds stirred the sea water, and the next moment he disappeared into the vast sea like a rocket. Of course, before leaving, he took control of the great Poseidon. This guy has considerable strength. It's just that my brain is a little hard to use. Bang! There was a dull sound from the bottom of the sea. The Flying Dutchman, filled with seawater, finally fell into the mud on the seabed. Also sleeping, here with it, is its owner, King Vanderdaken IX. When Luo Di returned to Fishman Island again, he found Lafayette actually got into a fight with other fishmen. Captain Lodi, sensing Luo Di's arrival, Lafayette killed a murloc and stopped fighting. He stretched his wings and came to Luo Di's side. What happened? Luo Di frowned slightly, then looked at the group of fishmen. As far as the costumes go, they seem to be a group of pirates. Moreover, there happened to be two familiar figures inside. It was the killer Hyozo and the combatant Hammond who had had a friendly exchange before. At this time, Lafayette also gave an explanation. It's the fishmen who blocked us from Fishman Island. They brought their accomplices to seek revenge. Seeking revenge. Luo Di nodded. It turns out they are all acquaintances. However, you were really lucky. I used nearly 30% of my strength to slash, and you didn't even die. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. The Fishman pirates and Fishman guards were fighting stopped their movements. The great Prince Sharkstar glanced at the fishman killed by Lafayette and rubbed his brows with some sadness. Now, he was a little unsure whether it was right to help Luo Di and the others. You know, those who died were his compatriots. Even if he is guilty, he will be tried by the Dragon King Palace. You finally showed up, Shinigami Luo Di. Hammond looked at Luo Di, his teeth itching with anger, and he wished he could kill this damn human on the spot. I will definitely kill you this time. Baozong on the side is holding a gourd wine bottle in his right hand, and his left hand and two remaining tentacles are holding sharp swords, which are stained with the venom secreted from the tentacle suckers. He was obviously a little drunk at this time, and his strength can be fully reflected when he is completely drunk. Luo Di glanced roughly. Then he touched his chin and squinted his eyes. There should be more than this number of you, right? As far as the eye can see, there are estimated to be hundreds of Fishman pirates, and with them is a human pirate group of nearly 100 members. They are one of the 3 human pirate groups enslaved by Hody Jones. However, after meeting Luo Di, they were obviously filled with suppressed excitement and seemed ready to turn against Luo Di at any time. There is nothing worse than being a slave to a fishman. How did he know? Luo Di's words successfully made Hammond and Leopard hide their vigilance. Originally, all the cadres of the new Fishman pirates had come, but who knew that the great Prince Sharkstar would actually appear here? Hody had served as a guard in the Dragon King Palace before and performed extremely well. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he lurked with several other cadres. Are you kidding me? You're just a human being. I'm the only one who can handle you. Hammond's expression was slightly ferocious, his tone was serious, and he obviously felt like he was hiding something. He raised the spear held in his left hand with some annoyance and pointed the muzzle at Luo Di. Play the net. Immediately, a fishing net covering a large area was launched from the muzzle. Swish! But I saw a cold light passing by. With a sound of metal friction, Lafayette sheathed his cane and sword. But the fishing net had turned into a sky full of silk threads and was cut into pieces. Damn it! When the move failed, Hammond became more and more embarrassed, and when he raised his hand, several more fishing nets were shot out. But without exception, they were all intercepted by Lafayette. Call out! When the last fishing net was destroyed, Hammond threw the spear directly, and then looked at Leopard Zong on one side, with unhidden nervousness between his brows. Why don't you do it quickly? Everything is just holding on. He knew Luo Di's terror. Baozong shook the gourd wine bottle by himself, but he had already finished the wine inside. Realizing this, he flicked his right hand, and the gourd wine bottle instantly flew to Hammond on one side. Bang! Hammond was hit hard and was a little angry. But when he came into contact with Baozong's misty eyes, he immediately became sober. Hole. What are you doing? Wait a minute, Leopard Zodiac, you're not drunk. Suddenly, a smaller figure emerged from behind the fishmen. Let me crush him, Tika. He squatted on the ground, grinning, and wore an ancient helmet. Its size is the smallest among the fishmen. It's Bodhidharma. If it were him, he should be able to take down that human easily. Come on, Damo. I'm optimistic about you. Crack! Bodhidharma's jaws opened and closed rapidly, making a clicking sound that made people's scalp numb. Watch me bite his flesh into pieces and eat it. After saying that, using his hands and feet together, his smaller body rose into the air and bit towards Luo Di. However, what greeted him was a surprise. Luo Di's armed-colored right foot stepped directly on his forehead. Bodhidharma's body fell rapidly. Bang! Apartment on the second floor. The muffled sound under the smoke and gravel still echoed in the room. The ground was completely penetrated by Bodhidharma, and his entire body fell directly to the first floor. Fortunately, there was the comatose Geo who acted as a meat pad to help him reduce a lot of damage. Otherwise, it would still be a question whether he could survive. Kaka, is that guy still a human? With suspicion and a little fear, he rolled his eyes and fainted. And underneath him, the unlucky guy Geo was covered in blood. His bones were completely shattered, and his relatively strong body was also crushed. His breathing became very weak, and he was obviously on the verge of death. After losing 2 cadres, the entire new Fishman pirate group became restless. The arrival of Luo Di made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. In fact, their essence is just the orphans of Fishman Street. But now the orphan has grown up and become an adult. Because of Hody, they hate humans. But some fishmen still have the cowardice they had when they were orphans in their subconscious. Hey, there's so many Murlocs here. Those 2 guys must be in your group. If you have nothing to say, I will just take action. Luo Di glanced at the room and roughly estimated that there were more than 50 fishmen, and more are lurking on the first floor and in Coral Plaza not far away. In total, there are thousands of Murlocs, which is quite a force. Facing Luo Di, Hody laughed instead. Haha, what can you 2 weak pirates do? As long as I give the order, thousands of people will immediately surround you. Thousands? Obviously, the new Fishman pirate group at this time was not as strong as it would be 2 years later. Luo Di shrugged, not caring. TSK, I thought there were 100,000 people. It's so boring. This sentence is undoubtedly a mockery of their Murlocs. Hody raised his right hand, and a trace of dark blue water droplets gradually condensed on the underside of his wrist. We, the Fishmen, are the race chosen by this world. Lower-class races like you, who cannot breathe in the sea, should be ruled by us, and he put his thick arms on his chest, and the water droplets swayed up and down. Our wrist strength is naturally 10 times that of you humans. Why? Why should you fight us? The next blow is enough to penetrate your chest, fragile human being. There was deep malice in his eyes, and his sharp teeth shone coldly in the sunlight coming through the window. Murloc karate hit the water. As the arm swings, the small water ball stuck to the wrist flies out at a very fast speed. If the power you're proud of is only at this level, then I can only say... Luo Di raised his right hand, which was wrapped in arm color, and shot it out. The small water ball was shattered by the extreme power and turned directly into water splashes all over the sky, transmitting colorful light spots in the sun. You are so weak. Thumbs down, with a disdainful smile on his face. Hody's teeth were itching to watch. In fact, what Luo Di said is not unreasonable. Hody in a new Fishman pirate group he leads are really not that strong without eating ES. Click. Suddenly, there was a sound of windows breaking behind him. Luo Di didn't look back. He knew who was coming. Captain Luo Di. All the Murlocs in the square are under my control. The fishmen in the square? The fish people in the room were a little confused at first, and then they all looked at Hody as if they were aware of it. Are you kidding? Veins popped out on Hody's forehead. Thousands of members of the new Fishman pirate group gathered in the square. How could it be controlled so easily? What's more, it's just a human being. Haha, provoking me? I admit that you succeeded in doing it, and as a price, I will beat you all into pieces. Fishman karate Yabu same. Hody suddenly raised his hand, and dozens of water droplets invisible to the naked eye flew out like arrows. At such a close distance, there's no way to avoid it. Call. However, a pair of white wings suddenly stretched out, blocking all attacks one by one. Water splashed, but not even a trace was left on the wings. Hody became more and more angry. Before he could take action again, 2 thick voices came from behind. Hody, leave it to us, Doss. Captain, We're just two humans. You don't need to do it yourself. Moo hee hee. But he saw two huge figures walking out from behind the fishmen. One is holding a huge war hammer, has long powdered hair, and his eyes and mouth form a perfect T-shape. He looks quite strange. The other one was covered in red, wearing a racing driver's helmet and a long beard on his chin. The most unique thing was that he actually had 8 hands, each holding a red tassel gun. It's Toss and Mushy, the last 2 leaders of the new Fishman Pirates. Toss and Ikaros Mushy officially appear. Lafayette slowly retracted his wings, moved his thumbs slightly, and his cane sword showed a cold light. Captain, leave these 2 losers to me. There is no doubt that he is drunk. The drunken leopard Zong can exert 100% of his strength. However, in this state, he will become indistinguishable between friend and foe. Who did you say was drunk? At this time, Baozong also picked up a long sword in his free right hand, with a weird smile on his face as red as a monkey's ***. Almost at the same time, a nervous voice came from the Fishman Pirates. Hey, everyone, get away from him quickly. Some fishmen who didn't know what was going on turned back to look at him, waiting for the next chapter. Baozong is an alcoholic executioner who gets more drunk, and the more he cuts, the more he doesn't understand the severity of his execution. Drunkard? Executioner. Hey. Slightly crazy laughter interrupted the contemplation of several fishmen. But he saw Baozong's body constantly changing postures, his 2 tentacles passing through the fishmen while swinging, and the 4 long swords he held in his hands turned into phantoms of cold light. He was like stepping on insignificant ants with his feet. Every time the sword fell, a life would step into the door of reincarnation. Among them are not only Ryugu guards, but also Fishman Pirates and human pirates. Even Hammond was disappointed. Luo Di cut off half of his right arm, but Baozong was even more cruel and actually cut off his left arm completely. This directly made him lose his mind. Hole, Baozong, I will fight you. The fishman's pride was completely shattered as his arm was broken. Hammond's eyes were red, his hind legs kicked off the ground, and he ejected. Even without its hands, it can still fight back with its sharp teeth. But he thought highly of himself after all. As soon as the body arrived, what came into view were 2 long swords that were constantly enlarging and stained with blood. One handle went straight to his eyes, and the other swept across, right in the center of his wide-open mouth. Swish! The shadow of the sword passed by. The 2 swords fell, and Hammond instantly lost consciousness. A cadre came to an end in such a dramatic way. Baozong, let's take care of the humans behind you first. How about that? He can't listen to him in this state. It's better to run away. Hole. He actually gave Hammond. With this kind of lunatic, we might be the ones who die next moment. Escape quickly. Before the Dragon Palace guards launched their attack, the group of Fishman Pirates and enslaved human pirates began to escape. The more the prey escapes, the more energetic Leopard Zong becomes. As the sword shadow fell, strange words kept coming out of his mouth. No cry for mercy can stop him from hunting. In less than a minute, the group of guys who escaped were filled with hatred. They never imagined that they would die at the hands of their own people until they died. Lafayette looked at the bloody scene below and couldn't help but secretly smacked his tongue. It seems I have to remind Simonton to drink less. Simonton not only loves gambling, but drinking is also one of his hobbies. Luo Di chuckled. It seems we don't need to do anything, but... His voice paused slightly. He shifted his gaze to a 2-story apartment. There are several pairs of eyes looking directly at this place. Captain Hody, is that be D Leopard Zong crazy? I've said it before, he only joined us temporarily because he was hired, and he doesn't take us seriously at all. Even if the strength has been weakened so much, is it still so powerful? He is indeed a person of the same era as Brother Aaron. Hody didn't speak, just kept observing the outside until he noticed Luo Di. That guy discovered us, and at this time he noticed Luo Di seemed to smile. At that moment, he always felt like he was being watched. This made an unknown fire well up in his heart. A mere low-level human being looks at me with that look. If it weren't for the existence of that damn shark star, I would definitely tear you to pieces. Hody witnessed humans destroying the fishmen when he was young, and because of the death of Fisher Tiger, he hated humans extremely. In fact, this cannot be said to be entirely Hody's fault. It is not unreasonable to say that you should not persuade others to be kind until they have suffered. It's hard for Luo D to judge him. But since we're on the opposite side, then everything depends on strength. Hody, let me deal with him. The sound in his ear woke Hody up. Follow the sound. It was a fish man with many black and white stripes on his body and a tattoo of 2 foot on his chest. The Japanese bearded shark man, Gio. Ha, okay, here you go. Hody threw a big knife to him and laughed angrily. Remove all his limbs for me, and cut off his mouth too. Let me see how you can still laugh. Gio nodded, his figure gradually blending into the surrounding environment. Squeak! The back door suddenly opened. Along with the sound of light footsteps, Gio had walked out of the room. When he appeared again, he was behind Luo D. As everyone knows, Luo D saw all this. Hey, let me tell you, are you a little too stupid? Gio held the knife, a little confused. Are you talking to him? Has it been discovered? But soon he shook his head again. Impossible. I hit it so well. How could he find out? Hey, you are really stupid. Luo D shrugged helplessly, turned around, and stretched out his right hand. Clang! Flick of index finger. The big knife, suspended in midair, was directly broken by a strange force. Tisk, with this knife, clearly showing up here, you really think everyone is as stupid as you. Laugh. Lafayette on the side laughed out loud. Not to mention, Gio really ignored this point. His special physique can only change his body color and cannot affect external objects. But he, who has always had a strong sense of self-esteem, obviously would not admit this. Many of the humans I killed before didn't realize this. It seems you are not stupid, but this is interesting, isn't it? As he spoke, the sword changed direction, first pulling back and then slashing forward with force. However, before the knife falls, people go first. Luo D jumped into the air, swept his right leg, and kicked Gio, who was integrated with the environment, very accurately. The weapon-colored kick directly caused his abdomen to dent, and his figure instantly appeared. Click! The powerful impact caused Gio's body to penetrate the window, and even knocked several fishmen to the ground along the way. The members of the new Fishman pirate group, who were on the second floor of the apartment, were instantly shocked. Found! Not only that, even Gio was, how should I put it? It was miserable. Ahem. At first, all the fishmen thought he had passed out, but he still forced himself to open his eyes. I just hit his feet with my belly. His leg bones must have been shattered. With the last trace of self-esteem, Gio rolled his eyes after saying this and completely passed out. His self-esteem is still so strong. He has the toughest mouth in the whole body. It's just a fool's errand. I'll get it to Gio. Idiot, you still have time to say this. Look there. That human is coming to kill him. In an instant, all the fishmen looked towards the broken window, but he saw a black shadow walking through the air. It's the guy nicknamed Shinigami. God? Do those stupid celestial dragons know? No matter what, he will never come back today. Call out.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.